After everything Pam had witnessed so far, she was surprised to see that Peter had managed to heal a broken bone in a few seconds. Now, on closer inspection, she seemed to notice that all the cuts that were made from the wind attacks all over his body were healed as well. "Are you actually a blade?" Pam asked. With so many strengths and seemingly different abilities, it was the only conclusion she could come to. At first, she thought he was an outsider. After all, 3 markers from the wreckage had made an indication. Logan was one of them, and he didn't have an ability. Even if he was a blade, how did he get so many abilities? From the information she had received, none of the other sellers were destroyed. "I'm not a blade. Don't you dare associate me with that name," Peter said. He tried charging forward, but as if out of instinct and fear, Pam put all of her MC cells into her wind ability and aimed for his legs using a wind slash. It had hit and cut halfway through, stopping at the bone. The others, upon seeing this, came to support her, holding him in place with high walls of earth, while others continued to attack at the same spot, and then eventually, Peter fell to the ground as his legs were completely severed from his body. When he fell to the ground, he looked up. "Now you've done it, bitch. I'm going to chomp on you when I get up." His legs were starting to regenerate in front of her eyes, and she knew she had to try to kill him fast. "Can this person regenerate anything?" she thought. The only way to be sure of his death was to crush everything. Surely he couldn't regenerate then. Things didn't look good for Peter. He could see the madness in Pam's eyes. But for some reason, even though he knew his death was upon him, he wasn't worried. He had felt the fear of death once before and had been brought back from it. In a way, he always felt like his life had ended back then. Maybe that's why he never felt like going to see his parents, because in his head Peter was already dead. Arg! A groan was heard, and a person was seen stumbling to the floor. Soon, pieces of earth were hitting the other teachers, and a wind slice attack had even been directed towards Pam. But she was easily able to cancel out the attack. What's going on? Are they fighting each other? Peter thought. Everyone save Vorden. You saw how strong he is. If we save him, then we can get out of here, a small voice said. Looking up, Peter could see that Deal was there fighting against the teachers, and overwhelming them were the rest of the kids. The kids had left the temple and entered the jungle circle around the place. While everyone was busy trying to kill Peter, they saw it as the perfect chance to grab an ability from the chained, and finally they could join the fight. Even if this wasn't the real Vorden. After seeing Peter's strength and how scared Pam looked, he knew this was one of their only chances of surviving. As long as everyone else thought this was the real Vorden, they would help in the fight as well. The kids fought bravely, putting their lives on the line. Most of the teachers were hesitant to get their hands bloody by killing the kids they had looked after and trained. However, in the recent days they themselves had trained the kids to think nothing of murder. They had put the idea in their heads that most of them would die. This thought had eventually consumed them to the point where the children had next to no trouble killing their teachers. Pam herself was panicking with what to do. "They're monsters," she said, taking a step back. Then she felt a hand on her shoulder. "You have no right to call them monsters when you created them." A hard punch across her face that nearly knocked her head off had rendered her unconscious, and she fell to the floor. As Peter walked up, he was wondering if it was best to kill her or not. If it was up to him, he wouldn't hesitate, but he was thinking whether this would anger the Blades greatly. But maybe he had already done too much to anger the Blades that there was no turning back. Suddenly, a stray air slice seemed to come their way, stepping away to avoid it. It had managed to deal a fatal blow to Pam right across her neck. Blood began pouring from the wound, and she applied pressure with her hand. But the blood loss would soon take her. It looked like the decision was already made for Peter. He looked around and had no idea where the wind slash had actually come from. Whether it was a stray or intentional, he didn't know. Maybe he didn't want to know. Finally, the sound of fighting had stopped, and that was when Peter noticed something. He was standing in the center of a massacre. It wasn't a pleasant sight for anyone to stomach. Somehow, none of the kids were badly hurt. From the little observation he was able to make, it seemed like the teachers weren't prepared to kill the kids after all. But he couldn't feel too sorry for them. After all, they were fine with sitting back and leading the children to their deaths. yet weren't prepared to get their hands dirty. "What do we do now, Vorden?" Deal asked. Peter hadn't prepared for this part of the plan yet. Everything was so sudden. Inside the castle, Brock was standing by the door, and he hadn't moved. Logan had transformed, putting on his balanced suit. A suit that didn't favor strength or speed, but was a mixture of both, ready to attack. "Move!" Logan shouted. Charging forward and using all his strength, he grabbed both fists together and threw them down like a hammer on top of Brock's head, but still, there was no movement. Brock stayed still until the very end, when he lifted his hand to block the attack with his forearm. "It's not moving? Not even a little." Logan thought. Even when he went up against Vicky, there was a slight budge. Then, with the palm of his other hand, he hit Logan away, and he had gone tumbling, crashing into the furniture. It looked like a light push, but it had such force. "No way, I can't win this," Logan said. He was sure of it now. He had little doubts. But the man in front of him was actually stronger than Vicky. "You're right, you could never win a fight against me, but there is no need to," Brock said, as he threw the mask over to Logan. For a second, he was confused, until he saw Brock's next actions. With his own hand, he had stabbed his other shoulder, causing it to heavily bleed. Then he moved to the side. Logan was absolutely stunned. Why injure himself? With all the actions he was doing now, Logan could only think of one reason. It was because he was letting him go. The injury was to make it look like the two of them had a fight. "Get out of here and meet up with the others," Brock said with pain on his face. Even if this was a trap, it didn't make sense. Brock could have easily subdued him, so there was only one thing that made sense to him. "You sent that letter, didn't you?" Logan asked. "You work for Richard Eno and not the Blades. Tell me where he is. Where I can find him, anything," Logan shouted. "I will not confirm or deny, but if I could tell you anything, then I would have done in that letter. Now go. This is the last chance you will ever get." Logan was not a fool and knew if Brock said he wouldn't get any answers, then he meant it. Picking up his mask, he had no choice but to leave the castle and search for his dear friends. When Logan had exited from the room, he looked down the hallway to see if he could see anyone, but it looked like the whole place was cleared. It was strange. It was in the middle of the day, and if they knew about Vorden, the whole place should be on high alert. Usually, during this time of day, he definitely would see other servants. He could only think one thing. Everything was Brock's doing. He closed his eyes, as he had to summon the will to leave. In truth, he didn't want to leave. His only possible lead to Richard Eno was right here behind him. If he left now, could he ever return? And would Brock still be there even if he did? He knew Brock wouldn't say anything now, but knowing someone was here, there was always the chance he could find something out. However, the thought of his dear friends entered his mind. Just because it wasn't chaotic here didn't mean it wasn't chaotic elsewhere. Not everyone would be as lucky as Logan running into Brock, who had spared him. There were plenty of strong people on the island, and there was a chance one of his friends could have run into him. With no choice but to leave, Logan headed straight for the temple. It was one of the closest areas to the castle. When he arrived, the first person he could see was Vorden, but he seemed to have a body over his shoulder. Since there were no others around him, Logan thought it was safe to call out to him. "Vorden," Logan said. "Close, but it's Peter, although it would be best if you refer me to Logan while I'm here," Peter replied. "What do you mean?" "I'll show you." The two of them had entered the temple, and they were about to head into the so-called mediation room. While walking around, Peter hadn't seen any signs of anyone else, but he did spot blood splatters here and there. It was also clear that there had been a fight out front from the condition it was in, and the most obvious sign was the dead body over Peter's shoulder. When they entered, Logan was taken aback for a second, and he had to readjust himself to believe what he was seeing. On the floor, all the teachers had been equally placed on the ground, and the kids sat down, ready to pray. Peter placed the last body in a row with the others. He had chosen to do all the lifting, not wanting the kids to experience such a thing. Now piecing things together, and based on how Logan had been found out, he realized what had happened. These kids, they've grown up in a more messed up environment than the one we grew up in. Their sense of right and wrong is out of whack. Peter said. Coming from Peter, Logan thought whatever Peter saw must have been gruesome. Some of the kids still had blood on their uniform, so it was clear the deaths of the teachers weren't all his doing. We need to make life better for them, Peter said. The two of them walked through the bodies and finally they had stopped at Pam. She didn't seem too bad of a person, Logan said. I thought she might help us. Although now Logan was more interested in Brock than anyone else. Maybe she still can, Peter said. He placed his hand on top of her forehead, and soon her body started to jolt slightly. Then it only took a few moments for her to rise to her feet. She was strong as an individual even without her abate, so being used as a lesser white would come in handy. What now? Peter asked. Now there's just Vorden and Quinn left, Logan replied. He pulled out the mask receiver and was hoping that Quinn still had his. Right now though, Quinn was in no situation to answer his mask at all. For if he took his eyes off what was about to happen in front of them, then they would be in serious trouble. When they were hiding in part of the jungle, and Vicky had located them, Quinn could sense this straight away. He was ready to run rather than fight. They didn't know the strength of the others, and there were only 3 of them. However, what he didn't expect was Vorden to suddenly go out running towards them, forcing Quinn to go chasing after. But he soon stopped after hearing what the Vorden had to say. Wait! It's not me. I'm not Vorden. Some people put some strange mask on me. I'm Jazz, he shouted. Hey guys, remember when I went and put frogs in everyone's shoes? Or when I thought it would be funny to put salt in the cake instead of sugar? That was me. Only I would know that, not Vorden. When Vorden finally reached Vicky, she gave a big slap across Jazz's face, sending him on the floor. Ow! He screamed as he touched his face, but the others were now staring at him in amazement. On the floor in front of him, pieces of the mask had crumbled on the floor. His face was back to normal. My brother might be an idiot, but I would never confuse this idiot for him, Vicky said. I told you that wasn't the real Vorden, Vorden said, annoyed. If Vorden isn't here, then does that mean he's somewhere else? Quinn said. Realizing that the mask used had to be Vorden's, maybe the others were together. Had they placed a decoy? Did Quinn just mess up all their plans? Looking at all the others, Quinn felt like he had no choice now. Vorden, leave and look for Vorden and the others. When you find them, come back and get me. But what about you, Quinn? Vorden asked. You care about your brother, don't you? We have no clue what could be happening to him right now. And besides, you know I'm plenty strong. Quinn said. It didn't take much convincing. For Vorden there wasn't any other person more important than his brother. And he was already back in the jungle off to search for him. Be careful, Jazz said. These guys that arrived on the island, they were the ones that killed Duncan. Vicky paused, going forward for a second, and was now taking a second look at Quinn. At first glance, she would have never imagined this was the person who could defeat Duncan. This was a person who could maybe give her some excitement. Tell me, why are you even here to save my brother? What family are you from? I just don't understand if anyone knew who he truly was, or what family he belonged to, why they would come out here. Does it really matter? Quinn replied. I came here to take him back. If he wanted to stay here, then fine. But if he wants to leave with us, then that's his choice to make, not yours. In the jungle, Vorden was running about, and while doing so, he could finally feel his brother's connection again, which meant he was close. Ever since he turned into little Vorden, it was harder for him to feel his connection with his brother as well. There he is, Vorden said, running outward, and he had finally met with the real Vorden, jumping up and keeping in the air. Vorden had attached himself to Vorden's leg. Brother, you're alive. We need to find the others and help Quinn, he said. Help Quinn? What's happening? He's fighting with your brother and sister. Vorden's pupils widened upon hearing the news. Oh no, not them. I know Quinn is strong, but this is different. When Pi and Vicky are together, they are even stronger than my parents, and have the potential to even match up to Hilston. This is not good at all. Vorden, you carry on looking for the others. I'll go help Quinn. At that moment, Quinn didn't need anyone to tell him these two were strong. His system had already done that for him. Instant level up quest received. Survive the encounter with the two Blade twins. Survive, not defeat? This was why he had told Borden to go away. Quinn had received multiple quests in the past, but not one like this. Whenever he would face a strong opponent or a difficult one where he felt like his life was going to be on the line, the reward was often an instant level up. Yet, for the first time, the system clearly stated that the only thing he needed to do was survive. Just to live, nothing else. Is it telling me that just living after meeting these two is as hard as fighting against an Emperor tier? It was hard for him to comprehend in his head just how hard this was going to be. Truth be told, he was actually slightly stunned by this. The system hadn't been wrong with its assessments in the past, and he couldn't be dying here. You're Vorden's brother and sister, right? Isn't it enough just to know where he is, that he will be okay? Quinn asked, thinking maybe he could talk his way out of this. If it was up to me, I wouldn't even be on this island in the first place. We all stick to the rules, and we all follow one person's orders, Vicky said. I don't like it, and I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people who want to leave as well. Why should he get to leave when we can't? Not that it matters anyway. He hasn't had permission to leave, so he has to stay. The truth was, Vicky was a little upset. She had no idea that Vorden had escaped and the others had kept this a secret from her. So she was ready to let out some steam right now. Vorden won't be leaving this island, and unfortunately, with you killing Duncan, you won't be leaving either, Vicky said. At great speed, she ran towards him, far faster than he had anticipated. He wasn't even prepared with his shadow yet. Still, he could see everything that she was doing. Throwing out a kick, Quinn threw out one of his own, and the two of them collided in midair, staying still for a second. What, Vicky's kick is equal in power to that guy? I've never seen such a thing before, Jazz said. No, one of them is stronger, Pi said. A frown was visible on Vicky's face as her legs started to back off, and eventually, she was overpowered and caught off balance. Quinn immediately then went to follow up with a punch, but she had already backed away. The people in the village just stood there watching, and even her brother was watching as they had confidence in her. You are strong. No wonder you were able to beat Duncan, Vicky said. Quinn was struggling to figure out how she had such power and speed. Her beast gear was at the Emperor tier level, so she would have gotten a significant boost from that, but that wouldn't be enough to make up for Quinn's current stats. He should have still been much faster than her, but luckily it appeared he still had the greater strength of the two. Are you one of them? Quinn asked. A blade? Of course I am, Vicky replied. She couldn't be a vampire. If she was one, then the inspect skill or my sense of smell would have picked it up. I apologize for going easy on you, but I'm going to have to find my brother, Vicky said. From a distance, two swirling blue objects could be seen in her hand, and as she thrusted forward with them, a jet stream of water came firing out like bullets. The only way he could avoid it was to use a flash step, which he did for the first few. When the attack went past him, it could be seen hitting a rock and carving a clean hole into it. He was sure it was the water ability, but he had never seen it being used with such force before. Blood wall 20 HP. 80/100 HP. Not wanting to waste his shadow in case he needed it for offense, he decided to raise a wall of blood. Oh, I've never seen that ability before, Pi commented. However, when the attacks hit the wall, it had gone through it completely and hit Quinn directly in the chest. 60/100 HP. 20 wasn't enough. How strong is that attack? Do I need to use more? The attacks continued coming at him at a fast pace as if Vicky had an unlimited supply of MC points. He had no choice but to use the shadow to block the attack. He raised the shadow in front of him. MC points 130 to 140. MC points 120 to 140. The shadow managed to block the attacks, and it appeared as if per attack the block would use 10 MC points, still not a permanent option to the solution. Is this still part of the same ability? It looks completely different, Vicky thought. She had stopped the assault as compared to the last. This attack didn't go through. She was using 3 level 7 ability users' MC points, which made her attacks extremely powerful, yet it had been blocked. That power interests me. I want it, she said, and now coming forward, she first stomped the ground, causing an earth wall to rise up behind Quinn and around the sides. Then as she ran towards him, flinging herself through the air using the momentum of her legs, she was throwing several kicks. Each time, long blades of water would come out. At first, Quinn tried punching the wall with all his strength, but for the first time ever, it simply made a small dent. If it was a regular wall even made by powerful ability users, he would have easily been able to penetrate it. With the attacks coming at him from the front, he was unable to use the hammer strike, so instead, he threw out blood crescent kicks of his own, infused with the power of chi. When the two collided, there was a clear winner. The water blades smashed through the blood attacks and continued forward. The attack had hit Quinn on his shoulder and caused a deep gash. 28/100 HP. Blood bank activate. If he took another strong hit, he would be dead before it auto-activated, but he still had to worry about the other blades of water coming at him. Shadow rise. The wall of shadow raised in front of him. It was like Quinn was in a box. Then, using the blood hammer, he had successfully punched a hole through the wall to the side and exited. The shadow had blocked the attacks, but not without taking his MC points. 30 of 140. I can't just defend. I have to attack. In desperation, Quinn threw out 2 blood swipes and grabbed it with his shadow, creating the 2 shadow scythes. He activated his skill, giving them the shaking capabilities. As for his mask, it was unable to activate due to him not landing a single hit on her. He swung the shadow scythe, and it came out wide across the side. He waited for her movement before swinging the next, but she seemed to just stay still unfazed. Then at the last moment when the blades were meant to hit, she had disappeared from his sight. The 2 scythes crossed each other, hitting nothing. That looks pretty cool, Vicky said from behind, and a barrage of kicks started to land on Quinn, each time taking 10 points of health off. 56/100 HP. I can use the blood bank again to start to heal me, but that's it, I can't regenerate again after this. Out of pure frustration, Quinn opted up the palms off his hand and fired out 2 blood sprays. He knew the attack wouldn't be strong, but it was quick and had a wide range, and for the first time Vicky had been hit and taken aback a bit. Her kicks had stopped as she whined a little in pain. Now or never. Pointing out one of his fingers like a gun, he fired the blood bullet. However, just like before, when the bullet was about to touch her, she seemed to disappear and reappear behind him, kicking him at the back of the neck towards the floor. At the same time, a pillar rose from the ground, hitting him even before he could fall to the ground. Like a pinball, Quinn was getting hit from the earth and above one after the other. 5/100 HP. You are in critical condition. Blood bank empty. I'm gonna die, and the other one hasn't even joined in. Come on. Familiar, are you gonna come out? Or are you just gonna let me die? Then the attack stopped and Quinn was grabbed by the collar. That's a nice ability you have. It seems very versatile with the shadow and red aura. Just killing you would be a waste. Maybe we can add you to our collection, and Hilston will let me outside for once, she said with a smile. It was hard for the others watching to gauge just how strong Quinn actually was. Up against Vicky, he didn't look impressive at all. Now, let's see what that ability of yours is, she said as she placed her hand on top of his head. For the first time in the fight, she had a concerned look on her face. Why? Why can't I copy your ability? That's never happened to me before. Answer me, she said, shaking him. Vicky, a voice shouted. Put him down. Finally, the main character shows up. Nice to see you, Vorden, Vicky said. Before heading to find the others and with the kids following them, Logan thought it would be best if they found and cleared their escape route first. They decided to head to the beach where the platform with the spaceships were. Once this was cleared, one of them could stay behind with the kids and continue the search for Quinn and Vorden. Ideally, Logan was hoping that when they arrived, Quinn and Vorden would be there already waiting for them. When they started to get close, they slowed down. Pam White was sent out instead. The beach was expected to be guarded somewhat, as it was one of the more obvious escape routes. Sending Pam was clearly a decoy. If anyone saw her, they should recognize her and ask questions before attacking. Even though the Whites weren't capable of speech, This would be enough just to get the surprise attack on them. However, after searching the beach for a little while, Pam returned shaking her head, claiming that there was no one out on the beach. Logan went to check it out with his spiders as well, and it seemed true. "Isn't this good news?" Deal asked. "Well, it could be a trap," Peter said. When Logan started to think about it, everyone at the temple was dead. There were now only those from the village or from the castle, and if Brock had let him escape from the castle, maybe he hadn't ordered anyone to head to the beach either. Pam was asked to go out first, and she went right up to the ship and back, with everyone watching her carefully, nervously. Some were expecting men to suddenly jump up from the sand or something, but none of that happened. Peter was next, and when the coast was clear, they all moved out. "We can finally get out of here," the kids shouted. At that point, Peter no longer had to keep up his disguise and had taken it off. "Not quite, we are still waiting for the real Vorden. There doesn't seem to be any signs of him," Peter said. "What, you weren't the real Vorden?" some of the kids said in shock. Some began wondering if they had done the right thing, but they soon released that the outcome was achieved anyway with or without him. Logan explained that Vorden was behind them rescuing the kids, and their hearts and consciences were lifted. There was indeed a medium-sized ship that could fit all of them on, and for now, Peter along with Pam had gone aboard the ship to look after them. He knew them best despite the disguise he used, and even knew all of their names. Also, after seeing what he had done at the temple to Pam, the kids weren't going to try anything against him soon to take over the ship. Besides, the kids naturally wanted to follow someone, and they hadn't thought past their initial escape. Where would they go now? How would they survive? This was part of the reason why they were relying on Vorden. Outside on the beach, Logan was waiting out in the open. "Where are you guys?" Logan said, tapping his foot and constantly trying to communicate through the mask. But nothing was happening. Then, the trees started to ruffle, and running through them, little Vorden had bolted out, but he didn't have a good look on his face. "Both Vorden and Quinn are fighting those twins. We have to go back and help them." "Come on," Vorden said. But Logan didn't follow, and when Vorden noticed, he turned around. "So Vorden knows you went to find us?" Logan asked. "Did he tell you to help him? Did either one?" Vorden didn't understand. Did it matter if they asked for help or not? They were in trouble. They had to help. "You don't understand, Vorden. You're strong. You're stronger than both me and Peter. But they told you they didn't want your help. This isn't some game where fighting alone makes them stronger. Their lives are on the line. If they told you not to get involved, it was either for your own sake, or I hate to say it, we would just get in their way. These two are the two strongest people I know, and if we were there, there's a good chance they could capture one of us and could be used as leverage against them. I'm asking you to trust Quinn and Vorden. We need that ship ready, and when they come, we'll leave this place immediately." Vicky had dropped Quinn onto the floor, but he was in no condition to suddenly move or fight back. He was covered in his own blood, had multiple broken bones and a deep cut, where the flesh could be seen, and blood continued to spew from his shoulder. "Vorden, I assume?" Vicky said. "You have always been nothing but nice to us, so why don't you just safely go back to the castle? We'll take this one back as well, and everyone gets to live," Vicky said. Looking at Quinn, an anger started to rise up in Vorden. He wanted to do something, but he currently had no abilities. He was weaker than ever. He didn't even have beast gear on him, as he was stripped of everything. For the first time in a while, Syl stood up as well. He looked at Quinn, who was on the floor covered in blood. "Kill them," he said. "If we don't get rid of the blades, they will keep taking people that we care about away from us." "Syl, you've finally woken up to my style," Ratton said, laughing, but soon stopped. "For now, let's stay on standby. Even with our strength, there's not much we could do. So we can only really focus on Vorden's silver tongue." "We don't want to hurt you, brother," Pi said as he started to walk away from the villagers and was now by Vicky's side. He thought that if Vorden denied her request, she might go wild and accidentally kill him. If that happened, then the two of them would probably be punished even worse by Hilston. After all, Vorden, or Syl rather, was his prized possession. "Then don't. Just say you couldn't stop me," Vorden shouted. "You know we can't do that," Pi replied back. "Then at least let them go. Pretend they escaped because you focused all your attention on bringing me in. Vorden pleaded. I think you have a grave misunderstanding of what your current position is. Vicky said. We right now can take on both of you. There is no need to persuade you to stay. You have no chips to bargain. Not wanting to waste time, she moved forward and went ahead to directly grab Vorden. Switch with me, Ratton shouted. But we don't have any abilities, and she's not going to go easy on us. You can't do anything. At least I'm a better fighter. Maybe I can dodge and run or something. Quinn, who was lying on the floor, looked at Vorden and could see Vicky charging towards him. He then held out his hand. If it's for a few seconds, I have enough. Opening the palm of his hand, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Vorden and wrapped around him. Shadow lock activated. Closing his hand, it encased Vorden completely in a ball of shadow which then disappeared with him in it. Upon seeing the strange shadow, Vicky had an idea of who was behind it and turned around, only to see Quinn suddenly sinking into his own shadow. Shadow travel activated. Even if he was too injured to move, he could still use his shadow abilities. Shadow travel allowed him to move without using his body. This was an advantage for Quinn. His shadow abilities and skills were unknown and the others had no clue what it could do, or how it worked. Don't let him escape, Vicky shouted, as she saw the shadow moving fast along the floor. But Quinn never planned to escape. He didn't have enough MC points for that. The shadow had stopped just where the chained were placed outside, and rising from the floor Quinn was seen again. The villagers, scared of what the strange power could be, turned around and ran away from it. Shadow open, Quinn said, opening up his hand. A ball of shadow had reappeared, and Vorden was seen coming out of it, right next to the chained. Instantly, he touched the two people closest to him and stepped in front of Quinn. Quick thinking, you've got balls the size of the moon, he said. Hearing this, Quinn recognized the voice, but it sounded different from how Vorden would usually talk. Sill? Quinn asked. Nah, the name is Ratton, first time for me and you. And it might be our last if I can't do something about these two. Sis, since you got your go at the last one, do you mind letting me deal with our younger brother? Asked Pi. 10 minutes tops after that I'm joining in, Vicky said, as she went to sit down on top of a large rock just by the edge of the village and near the jungle. Hearing the name Ratton, Quinn had no clue who this was, but could only assume it was one of the other personalities. If he had taken over, there had to be a reason. Quinn didn't understand exactly how the blade's ability worked, but he knew Vicky had used a total of 3 different abilities, while Duncan had used 2. For Vicky, earth, water, and he was sure of it after his blood bullet had missed. There was a third one that allowed her to dodge his shadow size as well. Not only that, each time she used one of the abilities it was incredibly strong. It was like Quinn was fighting 3 vampire leaders at once with how powerful the abilities were and how frequent they were able to change. However, Quinn had also seen Vorden use 3 abilities before as well. As long as the sister wasn't joining in and Vorden could deal with the brother, then they had a chance. More than anything, Quinn needed to heal up. His blood bank was empty. He did have his flask filled up after killing Duncan, but he wanted to keep that for something else. You managed to hit me before, brother, but that was because I didn't expect you to have improved so much. That won't happen again, Pi said. Ratton hadn't moved, but his body had disappeared and reappeared directly behind Pi. Now Quinn had an idea of what the ability was and why his attacks couldn't hit Vicky. Instant transportation, or a teleporting type of ability, similar to what the Bone Claw could do. Ratton threw a punch, but instantly, Pi used the teleport ability to move as well. Soon the fight became a chase of each one of them chasing after each other, throwing hits but none of them connecting. But then, Pi was the first to change his tactic as he teleported further away, yet for some reason, Ratton didn't follow him this time. This was because Pi had more MC cells and 3 abilities stored. He was able to teleport further and use it for longer compared to Ratton's 2 abilities. Then from a great distance, he threw punches in the air. It looked like that was all Pi was doing, just punching the air away. However, Ratton wasn't stupid and quickly started to dodge the so-called attacks. Soon, loud explosions could be heard and little ripples in the air could be seen. However, the punches from Pi sped up and so did the attacks until eventually, one of the invisible explosions had hit Ratton, and soon after a few more. When Quinn went to look at Ratton, he could see his skin was almost a silver color. He had picked up a hardening skill. The blows hurt, but the damage was lessened. Damn! It looks like I was able to do nothing. With him using his abilities like this, I can't fight, Ratton complained. If Pi was going to focus on fighting with his abilities, then there was one person he needed to switch with. Syl, are you ready? Suddenly, a change happened. The attacks continued to hit Ratton's body, but now it was no longer jerking him back. The hardening shine around him looked even stronger. He was resisting the attacks. Seeing him inching forward, Pi knew what the change was. Syl, you finally came out then? I didn't think we would meet you so quickly. Pi now looked almost nervous. Vorden, who was in the dark room, knew why, but in truth, Pi had nothing to worry about. The reason Pi was afraid was because they knew the old Syl. The Syl that was able to hold 6 abilities at once. No one knew that the Syl now was only able to hold 3. Right now, they were bluffing, and Vorden didn't really want to use this card, which was why Ratton had taken the seat first. Vicky then stood up from her seat, even though the 10 minutes hadn't passed yet, and she teleported by her brother's side. If it's you, Syl, we're going to have to fight together, Vicky said. At that moment, the two of them held hands. This was what Vorden was afraid of, that the two of them would fight at their full strength against Syl. However, it was clear Ratton wasn't able to do anything against Pi. There was a reason that the two twins were the only people to ever clear the event together. This was because they had a unique skill to them that none of the other blades had. When touching each other, they were able to share their abilities together, and also combine the power and ability levels. This was what gave them the potential to be just as strong as Hilston. The fact that they could hold 6 abilities at once. This was also how they won the event during their time. However, Syl was always considered better due to him being able to do so without the need of the other. If they were to be split up, then so would their power, and it greatly restricted their movements as well. It was something to be done when they wanted to finish someone off using ability alone. Ha ha ha! Laughter could be heard from the side where the villagers were, and it was coming from Jazz. Vorden is screwed. He could have run away, but now he stands no chance because he tried to save you. Jez then walked up to him. Quinn had freed him, but he still hated the fact that he was used by this group of people in the first place. If word got out to Hilston about this, there was a good chance he would be dead. Kneeling down, getting to the point where the two of them were eye level. I just wanted to see the scared look on your face. He was taunting Quinn, inching his face closer. Thank you, Quinn replied, and the next second, his teeth had sharpened, and his fangs were lodged into the side of Jazz's neck. When consuming blood using his teeth, it entered his body a lot faster as he sucked as hard as he could. It had been a long time since he had taken blood directly like so. His body started healing on the spot, and when he stood up, he looked at the 20 or so villagers. I didn't want to hurt you guys, but I need your blood. Quinn wasn't able to go easy on some of them, and eventually, he had to kill most of them, but not before having a taste of everyone's blood there. He then had to hurry with his plan. Moving away, he took out the flask and placed it on the floor. Vorden! Quinn shouted, not knowing who was in control. Syl turned around to look at Quinn. You're going to need this. Vorden, Syl, and Ratton were confused, and Vicky was wondering how the boy was standing, how the wounds had healed. When she looked behind, she could see all the villagers had been killed. That monster! She shouted. We might need to get rid of him first. Using his hardened nails, Quinn started to scratch at certain places in his body, none of them fatal wounds, but the main goal was to allow the blood to drip out of him. One time, he had seen someone do something similar. One would have to be fully healed first to make sure they wouldn't die. Then they would have to drain themselves of blood. The meter on his system was going down fast, and then finally it had reached the number 0/100 HP. Transformation begin. It was the only thing Quinn could think of to get out of this situation and survive. In front of everyone's eyes, they could see a human changing, transforming into something else. The boy who looked beaten to death minutes before the one who had somehow slaughtered the entire village, was now changing. Quinn's skin started to tighten as if he was extremely dehydrated. The saturation on his muscles could be seen, and the veins throughout his body were bulging. His muscles seemed to slightly grow in size. His hair started falling out, and his complexion was only getting paler. Syl, seeing this, had seen this beast once before, and it had caused him great trouble. A long time ago, Quinn had turned into such a monster, and his power, speed, it was amazing. That was when he had just first turned into a vampire. What monster will he turn into now? Borden thought. Quinn, did you really have to go this far? What do we do now? Borden said, watching from the black room. He could only assume this was a form vampires were able to do. Even Fex had done the same thing, but both of them, when in such forms, seemed to have lost their mind, attacking everyone in sight. Syl, move. Get away. Borden said, and Syl did just that. I'm sorry, guys, Quinn said, till having the bit of consciousness he had. Use the flask. It was clear, with only one of them, they managed to overpower Quinn, so it seemed impossible with two of them. It was no wonder the system had given him such a task. Quinn's sole weapon drained too much blood for him to use it against a single person. So this was the only way he thought he could survive. Transformation complete. You are now a crazed bloodsucker. As the bloodsucker, all of Quinn's stats were doubled, his speed, strength, stamina. However, his health was halved in this form. The bloodsucker looked around and was in a slightly crouched position, its hands sharp and clawed. Did that kid just turn into a monster? Vicky said. As soon as she spoke those words, the bloodsucker went straight at them. It moved far faster than they imagined, and the only thing they could do was defend. Brother, wall, Vicky shouted, and a wall was raised in between them, reinforced with the strongest earth ability. Vicky had 3 level 7 abilities. With the earth ability alone, she would have presumably the power of someone at level 21, which didn't exist. This was why, even with Quinn's strength, he was only able to break the wall, rather than obliterate it like he usually would. Now holding her brother's hand, he too could give his 3 level 7 abilities to her. Now they were using the power of Earth and had the MC cells of someone with the Earth ability at 42. This is what made the blades so strong. Right now, there wasn't an Earth ability user in existence stronger than them. Even if Quinn in this state was twice as strong, so was their ability. Seeing the wall rise in front of him, the bloodsucker threw out its fist at such a speed and snap that its hand couldn't even be seen. The only thing that was heard was a loud bang and the wall being torn to shreds. Wall! Wall! Vicky shouted to communicate with her brother. It was the downside of the ability. They both needed to be on the same wavelength and concentrate on the same ability. A few more walls were put up, but the bloodsucker still smashed through each one. This was because even if Quinn's stats were only doubled, it would improve everything. If someone had the power to lift a building, but could only throw a punch at a snail's pace, it wouldn't do much when it hit the target. The extra speed with the strength had made Quinn's punch stronger than double what it once was. It had a powerful snap that would take anyone's head off. Teleport! Vicky shouted. They had moved away, and when they reappeared away from the creature. Hydro shot! Multiple streams of water were shot out from the brother and sister pair, each one with such strength. If these attacks hit anyone, even if they were wearing Emperor gear, they would be killed. However, the bloodsucker was too fast, dodging each of the attacks and moving closer and closer by the second. Once again, they had no choice but to raise multiple walls to slow the creature down. And once they did, they teleported away again. We can't keep doing this forever, Vicky thought. Even though they had a great amount of MC cells because of the level of ability they were using, it would also take a great amount of MC points. Only if they were to use a weaker version of the ability could they make it last longer, but this was not an option. However, when they teleported this time, she noticed something. Now away from the creature, it seemed to be looking around the place, as if it was trying to find them, turning and twisting its body. Is it blind? She thought. The bloodsucker wasn't blind, but it was far more sensitive to light and sunlight compared to regular vampires. With it being the middle of the day, the sun was shining brightly, and it was unable to open its eyes, so the only thing it could do was rely either on its sense of smell or hearing. Letting go of her brother's hand for a second, Vicky wanted to try something, and she decided to lift a part of the ground away from them. In an instant, the bloodsucker moved and destroyed the pillar that had been created. She did the same, and it moved to the other pillar again. She then held her brother's hand again with a new plan in her head. "Brother, keep making walls while I explain," she said, and the bloodsucker was heading their way once again. "When we teleport again, one of us leads the beast away, making noise with the earth ability, and I'll attack the creature." Now the bloodsucker was upon them, and they had come up with their plan. They teleported away and broke hands. One created an earth pillar away from the beast, which was her brother Pi. Vicky was ready to fire her jets of water at the beast. They were successful in luring the beast away, but when Vicky fired the jets of water, the instant the beast heard the attacks coming its way, as if it could sense them, it avoided them all. Now its attention was towards what had just attacked it. No longer did it care for the useless pillars that were being created from the ground, and it was heading straight for Vicky. She tried creating walls of her own to slow it down, but it was useless without her brother. "Vicky!" he shouted, teleporting as fast as he could towards her, but he was only able to teleport a certain distance at a time. He did so, inching his way closer to her, and eventually he had reached her, near enough at the same time as the bloodsucker had done. Pi reached out his hand, grabbing it, and the two of them raised a wall. However, the bloodsucker was already too close. It punched through the wall, and its fist had also hit Pi in the stomach, sending him into his sister Vicky, and the two of them went flying backwards, straight into one of the village houses. "Sil, we have to do something," Vorden shouted. "What, you want to help them?" Ratton said, looking at him like he was crazy. "Vicky and Pi never did us any harm, even before they didn't kill Quinn when they had a chance. They're not bad people. Do you remember how they would cover for us from Hilston? They knew about our split before the test but didn't tell him. They're just victims in this whole thing. I know they won't kill Quinn or us. That's why we can't let them die. Let's just leave this place." "Even if that's all true, you're crazy if you think we can kill that monster," Ratton said. "If they couldn't do anything, then we can't either." Lifting themselves from the rubble, sound was made. Vicky and Pi were hurt, but thankfully them creating the earth wall had taken most of the blow out of the attack. "I think I broke a few ribs," Pi said, and with every word spoken, pain was felt. Then, the bloodsucker was already moving and running towards them. "Quick, Sil, there is one thing we can do." When the bloodsucker was about to jump into the destroyed village house and rip their throats apart, it suddenly stopped. "What's happening?" Vicky thought. Like a dog, it started to sniff the air, and when it turned around, its attention was now caught on something else. It was a long shot, but it was the only thing Vorden could think of. Even though there were dead bodies from the villagers, why didn't the bloodsucker try to go and consume blood from them? The only thing he could think was it wanted fresh blood. The blood from the villagers had only been out for a few minutes, but that still wasn't good enough for it. Why did Quinn make such a big deal out of the flask? Vorden thought. Blood would spoil if left for a long time, but blood in the flask could last for as long as it was in there, which meant, somehow, the blood that entered the flask remained fresh, and it looked like his plan worked. The bloodsucker was smelling the fresh smell of blood, and now all its attention was on Sil. "Sil, run!" Vorden shouted. A head start. That was what Sil needed most. Holding the flask in his hand, and the power of all three abilities, Sil was using the teleport ability to run away as fast as he could. His normal speed wouldn't cut it, and he was thankful he had such a handy ability for the current situation. Still, there was a limit to how far he could teleport, and each time that would only delay him a little longer. He knew his sister and brother wouldn't have been defeated by that single punch, and they would be back only getting angrier than before. Now, while they were hurt, there was a chance to escape, and what better way to do so while Quinn had super speed in his current form. What they weren't expecting was just how fast Quinn was. Even with him teleporting constantly, which was almost instantly moving from one place to another, he was slowly catching up to him in his bloodsucker form. Another thing that was slowing him down was how reckless the bloodsucker was being. It looked like a wild elephant rampaging through the jungle. As it went through, it just barged and broke into whatever got in its way, including trees and more. If we get hit by that, even a little, then we're dead, Borden said. Not slowing down, they no longer looked back and kept teleporting. But the sound of the trees being torn apart was getting closer and closer. They could close the flask, but they wanted Quinn to get to their destination as quickly as possible. After all, the teleport abilities couldn't allow him to take Quinn, so this was working out in their favor, and as soon as the other two, his brother and sister, could move again, they could combine their powers together to leap even further than he could. I hope Logan and the others are ready, Borden said. Getting out of the destroyed house, it was like Borden thought. Both Pi and Vicky were hurt, with Pi being hurt more, but they could still move. Something was just different about their bodies. Even Vorden's hadn't reached this stage yet. Come on, we have to get moving, Vicky said. You want to still go after that monster, after what it did to us, to everyone? Pi replied, looking around at the dead bodies. A lot of the Blades had been killed. There weren't many who lived on the island in the first place, with Vorden's past massacre of the teachers, and now the villagers dead and Duncan, the Blades had taken a heavy blow. If Hilston was to return seeing this, after leaving Vicky and Pi in charge, she was afraid of what he might do. I think I know where they were heading, Vicky said. The direction Vorden went in, it was towards the West Beach, the same place where Hilston stopped him before. They're planning to leave by spaceship again, but if they're by the sea, we'll have an unlimited supply of water there. Which is my speciality. Even though the Blades could copy whatever abilities they wished, they didn't know every skill of an ability or how to use it to its full potential. So often, the Blades would specialize in a certain ability. Holding hands, the two of them were on the move. Finally, Syl had reached the beach and he could see Logan with Pam there while Peter was standing by the ship. There was still a major problem they needed to deal with that Vorden wasn't quite sure they could. Getting the blood into Quinn's mouth. He was like a wild beast. He was unsure if it would pick up the blood and drink it with its hands. There was a chance it could just knock the blood over and spill it. Someone needed to force the blood into its mouth and risk their lives doing it. Vorden, you're here, Logan said. Syl had switched with Vorden for ease of communication. I don't have much time. Get Peter now, Vorden said, and Logan ran off to get Peter. But at that moment, the bloodsucker was seen jumping out of the jungle onto the beach. Instinctively, Vorden closed the flask and threw it over to Pam. Someone he didn't mind dying so much, and also had no clue why she was there in the first place. With the flask closed, it was confused for a second, and that's when Vorden could see Peter near them. Teleporting closer to them, Vorden needed to explain the situation. Peter, you can heal, so I was thinking you would be best for the job, but I don't have the flask. Who does? Peter asked, and could see he was looking at Pam. With them speaking, the bloodsucker started to come towards them. Perfect, Peter said. Peter could, in a way, control his lesser whites, and he had instructed Pam to open up the flask. When she did, the bloodsucker changed direction and was heading for Pam. It leapt on top of her and started to rip into her. At the same time, she followed through with Peter's orders. Shoving the flask into its mouth, when it got the first taste of blood from the flask, and realized there was no blood coming from Pam. It immediately grabbed the flask and started to chug all the blood down. It fell to the floor, and slowly it looked like it was starting to calm down. Did it work? Logan asked. As the flask fell from the bloodsucker's hand, and they could see that it was changing. It was changing back to Quinn. They didn't have time to celebrate. Although Quinn was back to normal, they needed to rush, and seeing Vorden panicking, everyone else acted as quick as they could. Peter grabbed Quinn's body from the beach and started to head towards the ship, while Logan started to get the ship ready. All the kids were strapped into the benches by the side and ready for a fast takeoff. Hold on, and please don't be sick, Logan said. I'm not cleaning that up. When the others finally arrived, it was time for them to go, and the ship had warmed up enough and was hovering in the air but would need more time before it could fully move. At that moment, the twins had arrived on the beach. Quickly, they're going to get away, Vicky shouted. Holding hands, they started to control the sea of water. Out from it, a giant serpent creature that was towering even over the spaceship's current height was made. It was a large giant water sprout. "If we get hit with that, we're dead," Peter said. Quinn was still passed out, knocked out, and the ship wasn't ready yet. There wasn't anything anyone could do. "Open the back door," Vorden shouted. "What, Vorden, even you can't do anything about that." "I'll try to avoid it when the ship can move," Logan replied back. "You know that's not possible. Look how big it is. Just trust me. I know I can't do something about it, but I know someone who can." The back hatch was open, and a huge gust of wind was felt inside the ship. With the large amount of water being gathered, it had some type of pulling force, and it looked as if the ship itself was also slowly being pulled in towards the serpent-like tower of water. "Syl, you have to do this," Vorden said. "But I can't, even with the 3 abilities we stored up. I can't match that thing to get rid of it," Syl replied. "I know the current you might not be able to do anything, but the old you can. If you touch Logan and another, you should be able to use their powers. And Logan is someone who is beyond a level 8. You can do this." Syl just started to shake his head. "I've never been able to use more than 3 abilities at once. Ever since that day," he shouted back. Forcefully, Vorden had left the body, and Syl was placed on the chair by Ratton. In the black room, Vorden and Ratton looked at each other. "We know Syl, and me and Ratton think we know the reason why. Save everyone. Syl, it's time for us to say goodbye to you." The large water sprout continued to twirl, growing in size and power as it was fed by the 2 twins. From a distance, the ship could be seen near it, hovering and struggling to stay in the air. "Goodbye," Syl said back, confused. He didn't understand what the 2 were talking about. They knew why he couldn't store 6 abilities like before. In the past, they had tried a number of things to try and get Syl back to what he used to be. They tried holding hands together like Vicky and Pi, tried sitting on the seat all 3 at once, and tried controlling the body all at the same time, but it never worked in the first place. Whatever they tried, nothing seemed to work. "When me and Ratton entered your mind, we knew we were in control of ourselves," Vorden started to explain. "Since day 1, we had this feeling that at any point in time we could choose to fade away. We could disappear from your mind if we wished. In a way, we'd go unconscious ourselves. The reason we never did this is quite obvious. We were scared. We were worried that maybe if we decided to go in this so-called state, that we would never be able to come back. After all, once we shut off our minds, how can we turn them back on? This is what you want to do? This is your big plan? You don't even know if it will work," Syl shouted. He was now talking out loud so that the others could hear, but they could only hear his voice. Yet no one dared approach him. The ship was now ready to move, but when Logan tried to move the thrusters, it seemed like the wind force was now too much from the waterspout. It was pulling them and almost dragging them in. A tug-of-war battle was going on, and it looked like the ship was starting to lose as it was getting closer and closer to the watersprout. "True," Vorden replied, "but it's worth a try. When me and Ratton entered your mind, that's when you could no longer hold 6 abilities, so if we disappear, then it should work." "I don't want you 2 to leave," Syl shouted. "We were meant to go and find the ability user, get them to put you in another body. How are we meant to do that with both of you gone?" The 2 of them said nothing. "Ratton, I can't believe you would agree with this. You want to live, right? You want a body." "I already died when you beat me on that beach, Syl," Ratton replied. "Everything I've been doing, every time I fight, is just to help you. When you start flaking out on things, that's when I come in. Hopefully you've learnt from the best to do this crap on your own now." "No, no, no," Syl cried and was now on his knees. "Syl, we're going now. You want to save them, right? I want to save them as well, and this is the only way. Use your powers to save them and protect them all, protect Quinn," Vorden said. At that moment, the image of both of them, from inside of Syl's mind, started to disintegrate. Little particles of their body from their toes started to flow off into the black void. "Vorden, Ratton, I want you to live," Syl shouted. Finally, only their face could be seen, and a big smile showed on both of them. "Save them," Vorden said, and they were gone. Syl didn't try to talk to them or try to communicate with them. He could tell that they were no longer there in his mind. For the black room he used to access wasn't even there anymore. When he opened his eyes, he could now see through the open latch that the ship was almost touching the water spout, and it felt like rain was starting to enter. "Vorden!" Deal shouted out. Quickly, Syl went running towards Logan. He could feel the MC cells entering his body, just like Vorden had said. Logan's ability was far stronger than a level 8, and he had been given a huge amount of MC cells to boost him. Then he went over to Peter when he touched him. He quickly realized that his MC cells weren't able to copy over. Syl hadn't been paying attention when Vorden tried to do the same to Quinn. Vampires' MC cells and humans were different. Luckily, one of the kids had copied a different ability from the others, but it was the only other ability he could find, brining his total to 5. Standing on the edge of the ship, he placed both his hands out and started to focus. He only had 5 abilities compared to his sister's and brother's 6, but he had to hope that Logan's ability was strong enough to overcome it. Arg! All the anger that Syl had of losing his 2 friends was put into trying to calm down the giant waterspout. If it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for you, they would still be with me. The water sprout seemed to be getting smaller in size. What's happening? Vicky said as she could tell she was losing control. It has to be Syl. It looks like he's finally woken up, Pi replied. Overpowering and being able to control the water greatly, Syl was able to stop the water from around, adding to the larger sprout and stop the force from pulling them in. All right, let's get out of here, Logan said, putting the thrusters in full force. Syl still didn't have enough power to completely get rid of the waterspout, but he did have enough to weaken it, and it was all they needed. Finally, they were off and heading out of Earth's atmosphere to head back to the cursed ship. Damn it! Vicky screamed at the top of her lungs, and letting go of her brother's hand, the giant waterspout started to fall, crashing back into the sea. Air sis, Pi said quickly, grabbing her hand back and controlling the waves of water that would soon engulf the island if they didn't do something about it. After calming down the waves, they looked at the sit-in they were in. Pam's body could be seen dead. Duncan was dead. All of the villagers had died on top of this, and who knows how many more. Brother, I hope we won't have to meet again, Pi said. The ship was set to autopilot now. They had entered space and continued to their destination towards the ship. It was no longer a bumpy ride, and the kids and everyone else could unstrap themselves. Logan started to think back about everything that happened. Brock, who were you? Did you really work for Richard Eno? Were you the one keeping the blades a secret, and if so, why? Why go to so much trouble to keep it a secret? This was the number one question that Logan didn't understand. With Hilston returning to the island, they may never get the chance to go back there again, especially after all the chaos they had caused. But thinking back to the note, Logan knew he was onto something. Brock had told him to keep looking and that he would do. Who created the Dalki? Where was the demon tier beast they were looking for? And why was Richard Eno linked to all of this, including the vampires? Finding him would answer everything, he hoped. Peter was currently looking over Quinn, who seemed to be fast asleep. Even with all the noise and the ship shaking, nothing seemed to be waking him up, and Peter quite honestly didn't want to. After witnessing the twins' power, he understood why Quinn had to go to such an extreme to escape. Boss, you deserve the rest. We saved your friend, Peter said. When looking at Vorden though, Peter noticed that he hadn't moved from his spot. He just carried on looking at the closed metal hangar door, not moving an inch. You guys can't be gone, that ability placed you in my mind, and if I find that ability again, it can get you to come back, Syl thought. However, there was one thing that was giving him huge doubt, the fact that he was now able to hold more than 3 abilities. It seemed like Vorden was right, and if he was right about this, then maybe he was right about... Tears started trickling from his face, and sniffles could be heard. Hearing this, Deal slowly walked up to him and tugged on his shoulder. Vorden, are you okay? Deal asked. We're safe now, we all made it out alive, and it's because of you and your friends. Vorden. Finally, he turned around, wiping his tears away. At this point, Vorden had also come over to take a look, and seeing his face like it was, he was taken aback. That's not Vorden, said. You're right, Vorden's gone. I'm Syl, he replied. Finally, Quinn had opened his eyes, and when he did, he was in an unexpected but familiar place. It was one of the rooms on the cursed ship. Most likely his own room. I really need to stop waking up like this. Has it been a few days? It must have been, Quinn said, but then his head started to ring, and images flashed in his head. The events of what had occurred while he was the bloodsucker started to play in his mind. It felt like he was there, present but at the same time not, unable to control everything that was happening. When the pain stopped, he was filled with joy. It looked like they all managed to get on the ship. The last scene he could see was him being forced to drink the flask on the beach and attacking an unknown woman. It was hard for him to feel bad about what he had done while he was the bloodsucker. He knew it was him, but at the same time it was just like he had seen a movie where he was the main character. None of it felt real, and at least he didn't know who she was, which just made him more distant with the fact. However, there were deaths he was responsible for, the people in the village. Quinn didn't want to kill them, but when he did, he didn't feel as much sorrow as he thought, or at least as he hoped. It was the same when he fought against the Sunshields, and he had an idea of why. It was due to the time he spent living as Vincent. It seemed to affect him more than he realized. He was still Quinn, the person who didn't want to hurt anyone. But when he did, the pain or sadness, the hollow feeling, was no longer there. From killing the villagers, Quinn had gained an additional 6 stats from consuming all of their blood. With the O-types, he spread them out, but with the rest, he didn't have much choice. Nearly all of his stats were now in the high 50s without any beast gear on. However, what he was happier about than anything was the notification screen he could see in front of him. Congratulations! Quest complete. Instant level up reward received. You are now level 39. The quest wasn't complex, so Quinn wasn't expecting anything other than the instant level up. Still, this was a huge reward in his eyes, especially at this stage. It seemed impossible at the current levels to level up through naturally gaining EXP. So fighting tough opponents was the only way, and it certainly was a tough fight. Now he was only 1 level up away from reaching level 40. Although that was only half the quest reaching level 40. To become a vampire lord, and be recognized as a vampire leader by the system, Quinn needed to do 2 more things. To turn 10 people, and to appoint 1 more person as his vampire knight. Thinking about it, Quinn was wondering if there were 2 people he could trust that he could turn currently. There were many contenders that would probably stay loyal to him. Dennis, the old Eagles leader, seemed to feel like he owed Quinn a lot, and this was similar with Blip, Linda's brother. However, both of them fought well with their abilities, and Quinn didn't have a lot of people on his team that could fight in the air. Then there was Alex the Forger. The 2 of them didn't know each other too well, but Quinn was sure he could convince him just like he did before and somehow explain how it would be beneficial to him. He would still be able to use his chi, and it shouldn't affect his forging, but he wasn't a fighter and he felt like it would be a bit of a waste. There was also Nate. However, he was already strong and mainly because of his soul weapon. Based on his nature, Nate would consider this outside help and would refuse, wanting to get stronger through his own powers. Scratching his head, he was struggling with this a little bit. Then 2 more people came into his mind, 2 people who were close to him. Vorden and Logan. However, these 2 had abilities that were needed, especially after seeing his sister's and brother's strength. Perhaps one day Vorden could get that strong. That was an ability they did not want to lose. Thinking about this, Quinn started to think back to the fight. He had improved so much, he was sure he was at the strength of the vampire leaders. He was sure that at the moment, other than high-tier beasts, vampire leaders, the leaders of the Big Four and those in similar strength, as well as the Dalki, these were the only ones that would be strong enough to beat him. And now there were more. Perhaps there were even more people out there that no one knew about that was strong enough to beat him. However, this seemed unlikely. It just seemed like the rumors behind the Blade family were true after all. A force that was stronger than the Big Four. Entering his room, it was Fex once again. Only this time he wasn't saying anything strange. When he looked at Quinn, he just shook his head. "What were you doing copying me, bro?" Fex said. "You know how dangerous that was." "I had no choice," Quinn replied. "I know, I heard a little bit about what happened, but no one is quite clear on the details since Vorden's been, you know." "Huh? What's wrong with Vorden?" Quinn asked. "Well, the thing is, ever since he's come back, He's been sitting in one of the training rooms on his own, rocking back and forth. Everyone's tried to speak to him, but he hasn't said a word back. Quinn got off from the bed and started to leave the room. You can try, but I think it will be useless, Fex said. When you're done, there's quite a lot to update you on that's been happening around here. Worried about Vorden, and not wanting to be stopped while walking through the ship. Quinn put on his shadow cloak while going around the ship. He went by everyone who seemed to be doing well at a glance and finally had entered the training room. It was like Fex had said, Vorden was alone in the corner of the room. Who's there? Just go away, Syl cried. You could always sense me, Quinn said, taking off the shadow cloak. Hearing Quinn's voice, Syl turned around, and he immediately broke down into tears. Quinn, I'm sorry, it's Vorden and Ratton. They're gone. Syl started to sob uncontrollably. Quinn now realized that he wasn't talking to Vorden, but someone else. Still, he was worried about what they were saying. Slowly Quinn approached him, and when he said nothing, he sat down by his side. When you're ready, why don't you tell me everything that happened? Tell me about you and Vorden and Ratton, Quinn said. Back on the Blade Island, Hilston was sitting on his throne, tapping his finger away against his temple. He had been doing this for a while, and it was making everyone in the room nervous. When Pi and Vicky had learned of the situation, it was far worse than they had imagined. The only people that survived were Brock and the servants. Everyone else on the island had been wiped out. And you're telling me, you have no idea who saved Vorden nor what family they were from? Hilston asked. Apart from one of them claiming to be from the Green family, Vicky replied. However, I believe he said he was the only one left in his family, and he wasn't one that we had trouble with. The two found it hard to keep eye contact, and even their mother and father felt nervous. They were just unsure of what he was going to do. Then suddenly he started to burst out in laughter. So Syl finally came out of his shell and managed to stop you two with his abilities. Excellent, Hilston said. Well, if they are out there somewhere hiding with another family, then I say it's time for us to act. From this day forward, the Blade family will no longer be hiding in the shadow. We shall join this stupid civil war. Hearing this, the look on Brock's face was one of deep concern. A few hours had passed, and both Quinn and Syl had been sitting in the same spot. They hadn't moved. While doing so, Quinn listened to everything Syl had to say. Maybe it was because there was no longer anyone for him to talk to in his head anymore, or he just needed to blurt out all the pent-up emotions inside of him. Syl told Quinn everything, what his life was like growing up, how he came to know both Vorden and Ratton and why they were in his mind. He even explained how their abilities worked and how they sacrificed their lives to save everyone. Vorden and Ratton, both of them, until the very end, were looking after everyone. Quinn said, I know, I just want them back. I can't do this on my own, Syl said. Standing up, Quinn did a quick stretch as his body felt like it was starting to fall asleep. Don't worry about that too much. We can't give up until we definitely know there's no chance of getting them back, Quinn replied. You said so yourself, right? There's a chance if we find someone with the same ability that they might be able to do something. Maybe they are just sleeping in your mind and need a knock or two. But there's no point worrying about them being gone if we don't know for sure they're gone. I know it's going to take some getting used to, but at least now me and you can get to know each other better. Oh, and as for your grandfather, permission to say this, but he is a giant arsehole if I have ever met one. Train hard to beat him, and if you can't, I will give him a punch with my own fist or two. Standing up with a bright smile on his face, Syl started to bow down and up. Of course. Thank you. Thank you so much, Quinn, for cheering me up. Leaving the room, Quinn went off to do a few more things around the ship. After all, Fex had said there were a few things that happened while they were away they needed to discuss. But when he did, he paused just outside the training room and leant his back up against the wall, his hand pressed over his forehead. Vorden, you're an arsehole as well. Why didn't you tell me what was going on with you? About all the problems you had. He couldn't help but think maybe if he went with him, he could have stopped him if he knew about Vorden's past. I didn't even get to say goodbye. It's going to be quiet and a little strange without you. and I'm going to miss the first friend I ever made. Before heading to the main command room, Quinn wanted to stop by a different place first. Being just outside the door, Quinn could feel the heat from inside. Upon entering, there were a few modern-looking furnaces made from marble and metal, several worktops and different molding machines. It was a mixture of modern and old. One of the empty rooms on the large ship had been turned into Alex's own forger room, and it looked like he had recruited a few people to help him out. Including him, there were 5 of them hammering away at armor and such. "This is a little old-fashioned, no?" Quinn asked. He remembered, whenever he watched Logan, he wouldn't ever touch a hammer and rely on technology to solidify and create certain molds and tooling. Pressing a button on the side of his helmet, the material covering Alex's face that would protect him from sparks came down. Sweat could be seen dripping from his forehead. "Hey, do you like the equipment I give you, or do you not? If so, don't complain about my ways." Alex replied. "In the past, I noticed that when creating the weapon by hand, there was more of a chance of it getting an active skill. I don't know if it's just in my head, but ever since, I've always done it this way." If Quinn remembered correctly, Leo had claimed that the best forgers in the world were able to utilize chi when creating weapons and armor, even if they didn't know it themselves. That was probably how Alex was able to create such great equipment. If he was using his own hands rather than a machine, he could constantly connect with the weapon he was making with his chi. "I have something you might like." Opening up his hand, as if by magic slowly, the king tier crystals were falling onto the table in front of him. Borden had no use for the crystals he had collected, and there was also the other emperor tier crystal Quinn had as well. It was quite a haul. "I want you to do your best with this. Can you do it?" Quinn said with a smile, waiting for Alex to praise him in some way. He always did in the past when he presented such things. "No, I can't," Alex replied back. "Huh, what do you mean you can't? Can't or won't?" Quinn asked, dumbfounded, questioning if this was just a bad day for Alex. "Since when have I ever refused to make such things for you? You saved my arse, and I'm not going to start rebelling against you anytime soon." Alex replied, "It's glathrium. We only have a small supply of it left. We have to either start trading with other factions or buying it from them. With that many high-tier crystals, using any other material other than glathrium will just be a waste. I can't just make weapons out of beast-tier crystals, you know?" Purchase. Quinn started to think. Now that he was back in contact with Logan frequently, maybe he was happy to spare some funds. After all, he was actually part of this ship. In the past, maybe Quinn would have been too stubborn or shy to ask, but that was stupid considering the situation they were in. Everyone was working together towards the same things, and they needed to use every recourse and perks they could get. If some had more uses than others, then he couldn't be shy or stubborn. "Just make what you can, and I'll try and sort out our glathrium problem," Quinn said. Alex pressed the button by the side of his helmet and started hammering away at his work once again. Watching this and listening to what he said, Quinn thought he must be tired. The hammer looked heavy. One of his arms was significantly larger than the other from using the hammer all day. It didn't look like an easy job for anyone to do. I wonder if turning him would have any benefits in any way. As a vampire, he would have more stamina. If he turned into an undead, he would have unlimited stamina and more strength. Initially, Quinn thought it might be a waste to turn Alex, as he wouldn't be on the front lines fighting. So far, everyone who he had turned had gained quite the strength and fighting power, so he always thought about turning people with this in mind, or those that he had to save. But now, he thought it would be quite beneficial to the team. Finally, after seeing Alex, Quinn thought it was ready for him to head to the command center. He didn't know why, but he felt a little nervous, but at the same time had a feeling of being home. When he arrived on the platform where the large table was placed, everyone was already sitting there looking at some type of map with several different planets on it. Linda, Blip, Dennis, Nate, Sam, Megan, Paul, Kaz, Fex and Peter. There was no Vorden, there was no Syl. "Hey, looks like you finally made it," Fex said. "When you said you were going to talk to him, I didn't realize you were going to tell each other your whole life stories." Fex had no idea how true those words were. "Sorry, I'm here now," So what are you guys talking about? Quinn went to take a seat and looked at Sam, who was the only one standing up and had a strange large stick in his hand, to point at things in the center of the holographic map. Since Quinn is finally here, we can get down to serious business, Sam said. The first topic, how the sun shields are no more, and the consequences of Bunny's defeat. It was something that everyone expected to hear and at the same time didn't. They knew that Bernie was being chased down and who was doing the chasing from the information they had before. But it was hard to comprehend in their minds, one of the big four actually getting defeated so suddenly. A war took years, months even. With how many people the Sunshields had and how many planets they owned, one would expect a slow demise, not to be wiped out within a couple of weeks. They couldn't comprehend in their heads just how strong the blades were. But this event was starting to give the rest of them an idea. For Peter, Logan, and Quinn, they had experienced a small part of it firsthand. Everyone was keeping a close eye on each other, so it seems like not only the big three, which is now down to two, noticed the change. Sam continued to explain. I guess it was impossible for them to keep this a secret. However, all the blades did was exterminate and get rid of all the shelters and people on the Sunshield's planets, swiftly moving on to the next one. Usually, when one would take over a planet, they would take some of their people in and leave a token army behind. This would deteriorate others from attacking. But the blades did no such thing, leaving all of the Sunshield planets unclaimed. Since then, rumors had circulated around that Bernie had been defeated by an unknown medium-sized faction. People assumed that the battle was great and that faction now must be heavily injured. So factions that were once under the Sunshield's control, and those not affiliated with anyone have started to come out from the shadows. Their goal is to claim these unclaimed planets. Have the military or the other families made any moves regarding this? Paul asked. Having worked for the military in a high position himself, Paul could often predict the military's movements, but that was when times were regular. At the moment it was hectic, and when things got like this, Oscar himself usually liked to move out. The Supreme Commander could be very unpredictable. The military's movements have been a little strange. They have taken out 2 large spaceships similar to this one and sent them to the Beast Planet where the Demon Tier is meant to be located. It seems like they have no interest in what is happening to the Big Four, and are allowing people to do what they want without interfering. I've never seen a Demon Tier weapon before in combat, Linda said. But the Supreme Commander is already meant to have one, right? Maybe they know it's worth more compared to others and are risking everything on that. That might be the case, Sam replied. Honestly, depending on who defeats the Demon Tier, it will be a great shift in power. As for the Big Two, they are too busy dealing with their own planets and preparing to hunt the Demon Tier as well. They don't have time to care about the Sunshield's planets. Most of them have already been fully explored. They are just ones where people can hunt for beasts up to the King Tier level, which is no longer of interest to them. These factions that are appearing, are there anything we need to worry about? Quinn asked. The others started to look at each other for a second before answering, and looking back at Quinn. Some of these factions are quite strong. Remember in the past they tried to form an alliance, and they would have had enough power to rival the Big Three. However, in their early stages of development, they chose to step on the toes of Pure. And what was with the strange looks you all gave each other before? Quinn asked. It was so bluntly obvious they didn't even try to hide it. Well, while you were away, a faction actually approached us. They are now on the Crow's planet, setting up a base themselves, a little away from the land that had already been cleared. What? Quinn said, placing his hands on the table. After everything we did to get that planet, we're now sharing it. Quinn, I know how you feel, trust me, Blip said. More of the Crow's blood was spilt than anyone for that planet. We were the ones that cleared the land that they are safely parking their backsides on. The truth is, the Crow's name never had much weight to begin with, and we are now going under the cursed name. The second they found out our faction rank was so low, they were swiftly content on staying here. If we refused, they were happy to fight for it. We just got out of fighting with the Sunshields. I didn't want to make everyone go through with fighting another faction so soon. Without you, we didn't want to make any rash moves either. The faction rank also acted as a good deterrent against oncoming attackers. In the past, sharing a planet with many different factions was actually quite common. This would cause the odd dispute here or there, and when one learnt what faction they came from, they could look up their rank. If it was a high one, they would often not try to cause any trouble. This was all until the Civil War. It no longer became about faction rank, but instead about who you were allied with. However, it looked like with the sun shields out of the way, this was changing. How is this sharing with this faction going? Quinn asked. Hearing this question, Dennis and Megan had quite the displeased look on their faces. It's a crap show, Dennis complained. They seem nice on the surface and then treat our people like crap, following our people on hunts and stealing our kills. I've even had reports about them beating a few of our people and stealing crystals directly from them. Hearing this news was angering Quinn greatly. After everything they had gone through, they didn't need this crap from another faction. But then he reminded himself that the others who are actually experiencing these things firsthand must be even more frustrated than him. After all, they were doing this for the sake of the people. You guys are strong. I can't believe you would sit around and do nothing about this, Quinn said. Especially you, Dennis. I'm kinda surprised you managed to keep your cool. Yeah. If it weren't for Meg here, I probably would have blown a hole or two in a few of them. There was a brief second of silence, as they realized Dennis had called Megan, Meg. It was a cute nickname, and judging by the way her face went red, there was probably something going on between the two. Damn it! How did that old man get a girl? I'm at least as good looking as him, right? Nate thought. The factions themselves is not the problem, Sam said. The faction that is on the Crow's planet is at a rank B, called the Parasites. In all honesty, they probably would have had the same strength as the Crows from before. Because we are new in the system, we are still treated as a rank F faction. It hasn't been a month yet since our contribution points have been added up, so that should change in a couple of weeks. Still, we haven't been able to go on as many hunts either. At most, we will get a D rank. With such a low ranking, once we get rid of them, another faction will soon be on their way here thinking we're easy targets. Kick their arses. Get our rank up. Simple then, right? Peter said. I wish it was. Sam sighed. With a single planet, the highest rank we will probably ever be able to achieve is B. This is not enough to deter anyone away. Especially during these times, at the moment, there is more fighting than ever between these medium-sized factions as people think eventually one of them will come out as a winner. A winner to win what? Quinn asked. Reports online and on the internet is calling this whole thing a race. A race to get the third seat. If one can display enough dominance and unite these medium-sized factions under their banner, they will become another well-known name. Part of the Big Three. With two powerhouses out of the picture, there is now enough room for another. Sam explained. I think it's as simple as Peter said it is then, Quinn replied. We get that rank up and we take that third seat. We become the Big Three. We needed to make a move at some point. And at the moment, while the other big leaders and military are too concerned with the demon tier beast, this will be our best chance. The others looked at Quinn and smiled. There were no complaints from any of them. It would have sounded crazy or barbaric in the past for any of them to think of such a thing happening in their lives, but after witnessing what he had done, they could believe he could do it. After bringing everyone up to date on their current findings, the meeting was stopped there. They had come to a decision that they would also participate in claiming these now unclaimed planets left behind by the Sunshields, but before that, they needed to sort out the faction that had parked themselves on their already owned planet. No action was to be taken just yet. As Blip said, the people were still recovering, and more information was needed on their power structure, so for now, they would continue to share the planet and go out on hunts regularly. Quinn also wished to go out on a hunt. After fighting those two twins and spending time with Borden in the jungle, he realized that he needed to improve his fighting. He was hoping to train with the Shadow more and unlock the last skill at level 7, bringing it up to level 8. Maybe I should go out to the new lands? There should be some Emperor tier beasts out there. I'll see if anyone wants to come with me when I go, Quinn thought. When the meeting had ended, Blip had asked to speak to Quinn alone, and the two of them were now talking around the ship having a general talk. Is there something wrong with my sister? Blip asked. Huh? Quinn nervously replied. What makes you say that? It's just, Ever since the incident with the Emperor Tier Beast, she has been making up excuses and not going out on hunts with us. She thinks I'm stupid and gullible, but honestly, I just don't want to ask her about it. If she's decided to keep something from me, then it must be a big deal, but the curiosity is killing me. I'm guessing something happened to her during that time that she doesn't want to talk about. Yes, something did indeed happen. A little out-of-control vampire slit her throat, and I had to turn your sister into a walking undead creature. Quinn wanted to just blurt out and say, but it was impossible to tell him the truth. In all honesty, Quinn was sick and tired of keeping it a secret. He wanted to tell the others what he was and what the others were. Now both Linda and Sam were vampires as well, and it would be harder to keep the secret and use their full strength. These people trusted him, and he was sure even if they did find out, they wouldn't care. Just like Logan and Vorden didn't care. He didn't understand why the vampires thought it was such a big deal to hide their secret. Why couldn't they live together, humans and vampires? Although, his time living as Vincent gave him the answer to that one. There were just vampires who didn't agree with it, who saw themselves as above humans, and would never allow that to happen. If such a group existed or was established, he was sure those vampires would act behind the scenes and try to get rid of it. It was probably what happened to Arthur and the other Punishers when they left as well. However, it wasn't just the vampires' fault as well. He was sure some humans would see them as a threat, especially when their food source was human blood. I'm sure she's fine, Quinn said. She did get badly injured, and there were a few Crow members that were killed in front of her. Maybe after seeing that, she doesn't want it to happen again. So she's just a little worried. Maybe you're right, Blip said. Seeing him walk off a little disheartened, Quinn felt guilty. Because wasn't here, he would have told him everything. Maybe someday, but not yet. With everything happening, Quinn decided to try to see how the original gang was all doing. Syl was being looked after by Borden. First, Borden didn't like it. He claimed this person looked like his brother but was nothing like him. But as the two started to talk, they seemed to get on, and Syl started to latch onto Borden as well. Quinn was wondering if it was because Borden was a clone of Vorden. It was strange, but Borden took on more of Vorden's personality rather than Syl's. Regardless, somewhere deep down, the two of them felt connected. Next, on the list of things to do was to try and contact the two girls. They knew the moment of all the other groups but not Pure so much. At the same time, he was wondering how they were doing. He just hoped they weren't in trouble as well, like Vorden. He didn't want to have to go on another rescue mission, especially with a group like Pure, wrapped up in mystery. No one even knew their real strength. A call was made out to their masks from the command center, pinging them, saying he wanted to speak. He had done this in the past and only once gotten a reply from them. Springily today, they picked up. The video feed was showing both CIA and Layla on the screen. Behind them, a plain metal background. A brief general catch-up was made to see how they were doing, and it looked like this time they weren't as in a rush compared to before. We were both accepted into Pure quite easily, Layla said. Although they are watching us more than before, only now, after a few months of us not trying to run and escape from the place, have they let their guards down a little. No information has been revealed. In fact, it seems like Pure has been too busy with other things one after another. Have you been able to do what you wanted to do? Quinn asked. Layla looked a little sad when Quinn asked that question. No, I haven't been able to see my mother or talk to her. The leaders were never this active before. It looks like big things are starting to happen. I'm sure you've heard the news about the sun shields being wiped out. Quinn hadn't had the time to update Layla about everything that was going on with them, or everything to do with Vorden. Yeah, Quinn replied. Well, this civil war has been quite the boom for Pure. More people are chasing to align themselves with them than before. They want to use this chance to show the world more of their power. So they've decided to split up their forces. Half are focusing on claiming the unclaimed planets, while the leaders will be heading out to the Demon Tier planet. It looks like we might not be able to meet up with you on the Demon Tier planet after all. Our ranks are low, so we might just be asked to take base at one of the unclaimed planets. Don't worry too much about that, Quinn replied back. We will see each other eventually. Let me know if you need anything. and update me when you can on your current situation. Layla didn't really have any idea of Quinn's plans and what they were planning to do. After learning what Pure was about to do, he thought it was better that way. He was sure if he did say that they were aiming for the unclaimed planets as well, she would try to stop him. Instead, after the call, Quinn realized that he would need to prepare for an upcoming clash with members of Pure as well. Luckily, it seemed like the stronger ones of the group were preparing for the demon-tier beast. Quinn hadn't given up on that yet either, just he had always planned to move a small team, so it was much easier than what these big powerhouses were planning. Thinking of all of this, Quinn's hands started to twitch. He was itching to fight something, to get stronger. Before heading out, he wanted to see what equipment Alex was able to make, which reminded him about their current fund situation, which prompted him to give a call to Logan next. While Quinn was passed out, Logan had returned to his house on the planet owned by the Bree family. It seemed he was quite desperate to find out something. "Quinn," Logan said when answering the call. Quinn could see many terminals and computers in the background, and Logan looked to be busy away working on something. Quinn went on to explain their financial situation, how they needed funds to purchase more glathrium, and the Green family was filthy rich. "I'm sorry, Quinn, but I can't help you," Logan replied. Quinn was shocked by this answer. He never saw Logan as the type of person to care about money, so why the rejection? "I'm trying my best to recover as much as funds as possible, but ever since we've returned, someone has been restricting my access to all the Green's accounts." "Huh. But isn't that impossible? I mean for you? You would think, but it seems like there are people out there that have powers that would rival my own." Quinn knew exactly the type of people he was talking about, people like Richard Eno. But why would he be going after the Green family funds? "Quinn, perhaps it's time for you and me to have a talk. This has been needed for some time now," Logan said. "In private if we can." Moving to his own room, the two of them began to talk. Logan had a lot to say. He realized that his family were linked with the vampires and perhaps involved deeper than he originally thought, and Quinn might know a bit more. After what had happened with the fund situation and on the island with Brock, he thought it was time to try and figure out this whole thing together. The two of them shared information back and forth between each other, and there were multiple theories and revelations brought up between the two. After sharing their thoughts, they had come up with a few theories or conclusions. First, there were the facts on Quinn's side of things. Vincent belonged to the 10th family, and real name was Vincent Eno. During his time other than him, he had an uncle named Jim Eno who was older than him. In the vampire world, Vincent was in charge of trying to make a blood substitute for the vampires, but he had never succeeded. Falling in love, as well as dealing with a few other problems, he had moved to Earth. Wanting to live and die along with his wife, Vincent decided to leave a book which was passed down from his children. The book was what Quinn had received. Worried about his family and future generations, he wanted the book to teach whoever got hold of the vampire powers, so he made a system. The system was created with the help of a mysterious person that Quinn had seen once before. That man who looked almost identical to the first leader he had seen in the Boneclaw's memory. The first leader that was currently missing. It was clear that the first king and the mysterious scientist who helped Vincent were the same person, but Vincent never saw what the first leader looked like, so he was unaware of it. On Logan's side of things, the Green's power was originally given by an Eno, with the condition of always helping them when in need. Through generations, an Eno would keep on appearing through their lives, asking for help. However, although the man always used a different name, he looked almost identical. "Stop there for a second," Quinn said. "Before we move on, this man, what did he look like?" "Sometimes his hairstyle would change, but everything about him was the same," Logan replied. "He would have deep sunken eyes with small pupils, his eyebrows thick and bushy, but his posture was always one of confidence." "It sounds very similar to the first leader and the scientist Vincent met. However, we can't be 100% sure," Quinn said. At one point in time, this Eno had come and asked one of them to help him create a system. One that was similar to a game. When hearing this detail, Quinn thought that maybe then the scientist that Vincent had worked with was actually a Green, but it didn't match up with any of the details before. They could think of two possibilities. One of them was using a disguise, maybe had a transformation skill of some sort, or the Eno who was with the green worked with them while also working with Vincent, acting as a bridge with the two never meeting. Then the confusing details started to come into play. At some point, another Eno, this time one that didn't look similar to the description from before, had come asking for Vincent. Of course, the Green family never met Vincent, so they had no clue. Later, that same man had come back and kidnapped the Green family to carry on Vincent's work, eventually creating the Dalki, using a demon-tier beast. When returning to Earth, the original Eno had come back and gone off once again. The Green family never heard from him after. Do you have any clues as to who could have possibly been looking for Vincent? Logan asked. His parents seemed to trust Richard Eno, which meant he was most likely the first Eno they had met all along. If it wasn't Richard Eno behind everything, then it was most likely the Eno who had helped create the Dalki. Still, it would make no sense why he would go after his parents after letting them live. There is one person I can think of, another Eno that should still be alive, Quinn replied. When I lived through Vincent's life, his Uncle Jim seemed to be obsessed with his research on blood. Every day they would ask to help Vincent. According to Edward, this knight was also very fond of Vincent as well. Now they had two Enos to look for, Jim Eno and Richard Eno. The real question was they had no idea who was good or who was bad in this. On top of that, they had no leads either. The call was ended, and both of them were pleased with what they were able to figure out between them. However, it didn't really change much. Only that Quinn was looking for the first leader, who was most likely Richard Eno, and Logan would be better off finding Richard Eno compared to looking for Jim, who no one had heard of. Still, none of this stopped the original problem. Logan had lost near enough most of the Green family funds. Someone was trying to sabotage him. This also meant that Quinn had to find another way to get the materials he needed to help Alex. Heading off to the forger room, he was there to break the bad news and hopefully get some ideas on how to solve their problem. Entering the room, just like before, Alex was busy hammering away. When Quinn came in, he stopped and took a seat. This time, he removed the helmet rather than just taking the front cover down. He was covered in sweat and he even had bags under his eyes. "Have you been getting enough sleep?" Quinn asked. "Yeah, just try hammering a hammer all day. It will really wear you out," Alex replied. "The more crystals people bring in, the more work for us, and it's starting to take a toll on me a little bit." Quinn looked at him and was wondering maybe he should bring that up. "How about the king-tier crystals I bought you? Any luck?" Quinn asked. "Actually, sorry to say this, but we just ran out of glathrium before I could turn them into anything. Right now, they're just piling up being unused. If worst comes to worst, we're gonna have to chuck them in the engine for energy, which would be a waste." Alex replied. "Whoa. What? Can't we at least sell some of the crystals to buy some glathrium?" Quinn asked. "You sure you want to do that? King-tier crystals and above are really hard to come by. People often lose their lives just trying to get those things. Selling even one of them for credits seems like a waste in my eyes. Didn't you just say to chuck them in the ship's engine? That was a joke. Look, if you're looking for something, then why not head over to the Crow's planet? I heard about the other faction. Maybe they will be willing to make a trade. We have plenty of advanced and intermediate crystals that I'm sure they would be willing to snatch up." Thinking the conversation was over, Alex went to pick up his hammer to carry on his work, but then it slipped through his fingers and fell to the floor, showing how tired he was. Picking it up before Alex could bend down, Quinn had a proposition for him. "What if I told you there was a way you could hammer all day without getting tired, or at least work harder and better than you do now?" "I would say show me that magic genie," Alex replied back. Looking around, Quinn was trying to see if Kaz was around, but she was nowhere to be seen. Lately, she had been sticking to Paul like glue, more so than usual. "You trust me, right? Come with me," Quinn said. Quinn had decided he would tell Alex all the risks and let him decide what he wanted to do. Quinn felt like he had figured out the system when turning people a little bit. Although Vincent said it was random with a few conditions, perhaps it was more random when it came to vampires turning people. But Quinn's system influenced his vampire powers greatly, so it looked like it also influenced his turning powers as well. He remembered Vincent saying that Quinn created more subclasses than a regular vampire usually would, which made him think that there had to be a reason for that. Breaking everything down, it seemed like people would turn based on what situation they were in, a near-death state like Linda and Peter had turned them into undeads, or based on their personality. With Alex, Quinn was sure that there would be no problems as well. He was a little excited, hoping he would say yes. Then he would have his own little vampire forger. It was a win-win situation for them both. With the rings, they could practically live a near enough normal life. Depending on what they changed to, of course. After Blip's talk with Quinn, he knew something was up. He was doing his own little investigation into what had happened that day. He saw that she had no injuries coming back from the fight with the Emperor Tier Beast. That on its own was strange. Yes, Quinn was with them with his great strength, but even he looked to be hurt along with the rest. What tipped him off the most was that Fex had told his own tale of events. He knew if anyone was going to crack, it would be him. Blip had questioned everyone that day what happened, and most of them gave vague answers based on the information that everyone already knew. When asking what happened, Fex had made up a complete lie that didn't fit with what the others had said. Yet he was clearly there. "Stop worrying about your sister," Dennis said, punching him on the arm. "She's strong. In some cases, I think stronger than you." Blip gave Dennis quite the stare back, not because of the punch but because he and his sister were on very close terms, but after the meeting it looked like he was also close with Meg. Okay, Dennis said, feeling the piercing daggers on him. "I'll try to find out what happened." Walking off, Dennis was kicking himself. This is why you should never flirt with your friend's sister. Good things never come out from it. After taking Alex away from his forging area, the two of them eventually ended up in one of the empty training rooms. There were quite a few on board the ship, but this one, in particular, was reserved for Quinn and a few others. Linda was the person who actually suggested it. With her new body, she wished to train her new body and powers. Of course, Quinn wasn't against this idea. He also wanted a place where he could use his vampire powers without worry as well. So this place was claimed to be Quinn's special training area. There was a passcode on the outside door, but this was also given to Linda, Sam, Fex, Paul. All of the ones that needed to hide their powers. After walking into the room, Alex heard the sound of the door locking again behind him, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Quinn, I trust you and all, but you didn't bring me here to do anything strange to me, did you?" Alex asked. "Well, it might be strange for some," Quinn replied, which only increased the nervousness Alex felt. "If he was to force himself on me, I wouldn't be able to do anything to fight back. He's too strong." Alex thought. "I'm going to tell you the truth about me," Quinn said, "and then I will ask you what you want to do." The idea was Quinn would explain how he was a vampire and what a few of the others were with him as well. How he was responsible for turning them. Quinn also didn't shy away from informing him about the pros and cons of the transformation. Quinn was comfortable with telling him all of this because if Alex refused, then he could just remove this specific memory that recently happened from his head, not affecting him much mentally, and he wouldn't slip up telling them their secret by accident. Avoiding any trouble from a certain someone. "It sounds like I'm flipping a coin," Alex said. "There's a chance it can really help me, but you're saying there's also a chance that something bad can happen to me? So far the worst thing that happened was to Peter, but right now he has unlimited stamina, doesn't feel pain and needs no sleep. All of these things were things that a forger like Alex greatly suffered from. Losing his ability wasn't a big deal, and maybe with a restart, he could get something that was more suited for him. His whole life Alex had been considered weak. He actually originally joined the school learning an earth ability, but quickly realized he didn't like getting bossed around by those stronger than him. In the end, he went to forging and fell in love with creating every small detail of the weapon. However, when he was on the Eagles planet, he realized that there were people who just overlooked his talent. The person standing in front of him was the first person to recognize and see his skills, and had given him hope. Because of this, Alex found it hard to believe that Quinn would ever do something to harm him, and for him there seemed to be more plus than negatives. One part of Quinn's story that stood out to him was how Quinn used to be a nobody. Right now, Alex considered himself a nobody, But Quinn had turned into someone very influential, and he wanted to do the same. "I'll do it," Alex said. "Great. Open your mouth then," Quinn instructed. "Wait, here right now? I don't get a day or two to think about it," Alex said, looking for an escape. "What do you mean? You just said you would do it, so what's the point of waiting? There was a reason why I chose this room." Quinn was right. Alex was just running away from the inevitable. He knelt down on his knees and opened his mouth. The whole story was a little hard for him to stomach, honestly, and he still couldn't believe it himself. He was wondering if Quinn had gone mad. Perhaps this was all a sick joke. But he could see it in his eyes when he was telling his whole story. He was dead serious about it. Closing his eyes, he had no clue when the blood was going to come. But then the taste of iron had entered, and slowly it started to drip down his throat. "So far, I've been good with not creating anything bad. I hope it's not like that this time either," Quinn thought. Quinn didn't know the percentages of turned vampires that could go wrong, but if it was something along the lines of 10%, it would mean one of his 10 turns would go bad. Of course, the percentage could be higher or lower. It was in times like this he wished he still had Vincent with him. The rolling around on the floor and the extreme pain had begun. Hoping to make it easier on him, Quinn held down both of his hands and started to focus his chi. The feeling he was feeling from Alex right now was the same as when Quinn had consumed too many different types of blood at once. According to Fex, that was him becoming addicted to the blood, but thanks to his chi, he was able to fuse the two together and get rid of it. When Quinn started to focus, he could also feel Alex's chi inside his body. It was much smaller than himself, but this was also the first time he was ever able to sense another person's chi so closely like this. So he had no clue what was small or what was large. With Quinn's help, he was able to control the pain slightly, and Quinn started to think about whether he should teach Alex more about chi control. At least what he knew, which was the meditation part Leo had taught him. Maybe an increase in chi would help him make better weapons, and if his life was on the line, it could help him in a fight. This was why Quinn wanted Leo to teach them all about chi. For some reason, it seemed to greatly disrupt the natural healing ability of vampires when being used. If another conflict was to happen in the future, which he didn't doubt, there was a high chance it would give his group an edge. Finally, the pain started to reside, and now Alex's body was slowly starting to change. His ears were starting to become more pointed, rather than his skin becoming paler though. It looked almost as if it was smoothing out. His rough features that he had before and the deep calluses he had on his hand were all starting to go away. Getting off of Alex, he allowed his body to completely change. "I've never seen this before," Quinn said, noting that this change was different from the others. "Is it a Class C type?" Eventually, the transformation was done, and Alex stood up from the ground. He felt a little groggy and slowly started to open his eyes. When he did, he could feel something on his back. A little twitch was made, and a sound soon followed. Peeking through his arm, he could see something. For large, rounded, glowing wings were sticking out from his back. Their color a blood red. "Ag!" Alex shouted, seeing them. "What are these? I thought you said I would turn into a vampire." I know, and you have, I think?" Quinn said, stepping back, unsure what Alex might do. "I'm not a vampire, am I? Look, I have freaking wings." "Quinn, wings. 1, 2, 3, for wings. I can count, and I'm not blind." Using his inspect skill, he was desperately trying to find out what Alex had turned into. At least it didn't look like Alex was trying to kill him. Not yet anyway. Blood ritual success. 9 out of 10 blooded. The cursed family is growing. Congratulations. You have successfully created a blood fairy. What is a blood fairy? Inspect. Blood fairy. The playboy or playgirl of the vampire race. Reading the opening line, Quinn looked at Alex. In no way did he ever think this person was a playboy. He was too fixated on his weapons that Quinn didn't think he had ever even seen Alex talk to a girl. Nevertheless, he carried on reading. They physically have a superhuman body which is comparable to vampires, including their regenerative abilities. Although unlike vampires, they do not consume human blood to live and regenerate. They consume vampire blood. They are long-lived but not immortal by any means. The main traits of a blood fairy are its smooth, silky skin and its red blood wings. The description seemed to match what Quinn was seeing in front of him. He was thankful so far that at least the blood fairy had some traits of vampires, which meant Alex would have improved strength and stamina, which would certainly help him when making weapons. What surprised him was the information on what blood fairies ate: vampire blood. Judging from the explanation, it seemed to work the same way as human blood did for vampires. Quinn would withhold judgment for now, as he didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. The blood fairies are able to fly and use their own set of blood skills that are different from vampire skills. This is due to the blood inside the fairies being different. The fairies' blood is toxic and acidic to vampires. Now, this part really was interesting. It looked like the blood fairy was something that actually would be better off being used to fight against vampires due to its blood and skills. The sad part was that Alex was no fighter, and Quinn had no intention of letting him out on the battlefield, especially against the vampires. For one, Alex didn't want to, and two, it would be a waste of a good forger, which made him think if there was anything he could do to make use of him. Quinn quickly explained what he knew what Alex was, and to Alex it all sounded amazing, apart from the part where he had to consume vampire blood. "So, if I feel a bit peckish, I have to come and find you?" Alex asked. "Not just me, I guess me, Paul or Kadash, yeah, just come to me," Quinn said. "I still have some special flasks used to store blood. I've only used it really for human blood so far, but I'm sure it will do the same thing. Just keep it on you at all times. If worst comes to worst and I'm not around, you can go look for others, but Fex would be your best bet." Alex was excited. He could feel his body had changed. Just seconds ago he felt weak, but now he was full of life. Before he knew it, his wings were flapping around like crazy. "Damn, these are annoying," Alex said. "Can you not put them away or something? Maybe try to focus on them?" Quinn suggested. He closed his eyes and imagined his wings retracting back inside him. He could feel it, and in his head he could see it going back in. When he opened his eyes, they were still there. The image he was seeing in his head was all in his head. The wings had sprouted and ripped through his uniform he was wearing, and he couldn't go out like this. People would think he was a humanoid beast before assuming anything else. He also needed to explain to Kez before she saw anything. "Just stay here for a sec," Quinn said, leaving the room. While out of the room, Quinn thought maybe he should try and ask Fex if he knew anything else about the blood fairy. Often the system would only give basic information, and sometimes there were more to it. Also, maybe Fex knew a way for him to hide his wings or retract them. "A blood fairy?" Fex said, confused. "What the hell is that?" "A fairy soaked in ketchup. Aren't fairies those really small things? Like I said, Alex, the forger. I turned him, and he's turned into a blood fairy." Quinn repeated once again. "Well, I mean, you have to remember I'm young when you compare me to vampire standards, and turning isn't something that is often done. Still, I would have thought I would have heard of it from somewhere before, but it's not ringing any bells." Fex replied. "Well, if you don't know, then we are going to have to do something about his wings. Maybe we can use something like my string, but more permanent," Fex suggested. When returning to the room, Fex was brought along this time, and in their hands they had some medical wraps and a new uniform. Alex was naturally able to control the wings quite well, and it was easy to fold them in. Then wrapping his body around, the wings stayed close to his body. With the uniform over him, no one could tell he ever had anything on his back. "Do you feel okay?" Quinn asked. "It's a little stiff. I think I might have to stretch them out once in a while, but it should be okay," Alex replied. "I was actually hoping we could test a few things, or maybe Fex could teach you if he knew about the blood fairy. But even he doesn't," Quinn said, tapping his foot, trying to think. "Fex, you want to be a little useful, right? Why don't we do a little experiment?" Quinn said, smiling, and Fex didn't like the look of Quinn's smile. Alex's hand was hovering over Fex's hand, and Quinn had sharpened his fingernail. In this case, it should have been Alex shaking about, but instead it was Fex. "Will you stop shaking?" Quinn said. "It's only a bit of blood. What are you worried about?" If it was only a bit of blood, then why do you need to test this? Instead of replying, Quinn used his fingernail to cause a small scratch on Alex's palm, and the blood started to drip onto Fex's hand. A sizzling sound could be heard. Ah, it burns. What the hell? Is his blood made of fire? Fex said, pulling it away. Then, Fex's hand started to feel a tiny bit numb. Looks like the description was true. Seeing how effective it was even against Fex, a vampire noble, it sparked an idea in Quinn's head. Are you able to mix in blood while creating weapons? Quinn asked. Sure, I can. It won't be a high percentage, but it definitely can be done, Alex replied. Weapons made from the blood fairy's blood. He imagined just how effective it would be against the vampires. When you make your next set of weapons, let's mix your blood in there. Fex, hearing this, was a little worried. Was Quinn planning to go up against the vampires at some point, or was it just a precaution? It's a shame no one knows about the blood fairs. Otherwise they might have been able to tell us a few things, maybe even some blood skills they can do. Quinn said, I told you before I'm young, but you do have an old vampire with us, Fex replied. Huh, an old vampire who? Kez, I know she may look young and act a bit loopy sometimes, but trust me, she is quite old. As long as you're not the first person to have ever created a blood fairy, trust me, she will know about them. The three of them left, but before doing so, a flask was given to Alex with Quinn's blood in it. Alex said he might leave it to the last second to take the blood. It was still something he couldn't get used to, but Quinn said that was fine. If the fairies worked the same way as vampires, it would be more beneficial for them to build up a resistance and not get addicted to vampires' blood. Quinn had so many questions about the fairies. If they didn't consume vampire blood, did they have another deadly form like the bloodsucker? What were their skills like? In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to approach Kaz about it. He didn't want to, but he felt it was important to know what Alex exactly was, and he had this bad gut feeling. Kaz and Paul weren't actually too far away from where they were. They were in another training room as Paul would frequently practice his poison abilities. He had reached the top level of 6. It was the highest one could get unless he had a teacher or found someone with the ability book. But Paul was trying to see if he could become his own teacher. If he learnt the ability inside out, then at times people could improve the skill. This was how the first people who learnt the ability did it in the first place. Although this usually took generations of people to refine certain techniques, but Paul wasn't one to give up. Wherever Paul was, Kaz would be there too. Kaz, Quinn said. Quinn, she replied. It was awkward between the two ever since she had given him the information to save Paul. It wasn't bad between them, but it wasn't good either. Me and Fex were talking about different things, and a certain subclass came up. Something called a blood fairy, but neither of us had ever seen one before, and was wondering if you knew anything about them, Quinn asked. Blood fairy? Said Kaz. Well, it's no wonder you have never seen one. A blood fairy is one of the subclasses that, if created, vampires are ordered to kill it on sight. Quinn was afraid that this might have been the answer. Is there a specific reason why the blood fairies were deemed a subclass to be killed on sight? Quinn asked, hoping Kaz would think he was just genuinely curious. After all, he was just a human-turned-vampire that didn't know anything. Or is it something like the Wendigos that are uncontrollable? Kaz looked at him for a little while. She tried to look uninterested as she leaned up against the wall and then slumped down. A single eye opened and she looked him up and down before closing them again and answering as if she didn't care. No, they're not like the Wendigos. They are sane just as much as a vampire, and to my knowledge, they are also just as strong. The council is all about preventive measures. It seems like they have been hurt a few times in the past, so there are some strict rules that got added along the way. It's simple, if they think something can be used against them, then they will get rid of it. The blood fairies they saw to have more downsides than upsides. Why were you guys suddenly talking about blood fairies? Kaz asked. Oh, nothing. Fex was just talking about some rumors he used to hear when he was in his own castle. Quinn replied back, and was already on his way moving backwards. After leaving, Quinn didn't know how to feel. He didn't know whether to be overjoyed that he had something special that the vampires didn't like, or to feel like this was just something else he needed to hide. Letting out a big sigh, he thought about why things couldn't just be easy for him. At least the good news was he didn't actually have to worry about Alex, but just worry about him being discovered. Perhaps him being a forger worked out for the best. As long as there wasn't some type of large-scale battle going on where they needed to use every last man and woman, then the two of them should rarely ever meet. His wings were covered up, and his hair covered his ears anyway, so this would have to do for now until a later time. Heading over to the control room, Quinn wanted to make everyone aware of what he was planning to do. He realized now that he was the leader, it would be strange of him to just suddenly leave the base without informing anyone of what he was doing. When entering, the usual people were there at the usual round table. They were currently evaluating all the unclaimed planets and noting what factions were nearby. Quinn had made it his own personal quest to become one of the big three. To do that, he would have to claim some planets. But preparation was very important in these types of cases, and they were planning out what the best route was to take. Every time they would have a battle with another faction, their forces would be weakened and others would be ready to pounce on them. So they needed a good route, but Quinn didn't need to worry about all this stuff. He could leave it to the others since he trusted them. I wanted to let you guys know. I was thinking of heading to the Crow's planet and hunt some Emperor tier beasts. Quinn said. Alone? Megan said with a concerned expression. It was unbeknown to her that Quinn was now strong enough to take on an Emperor tier beast on his own. At least if he could use his blood powers. Yeah, I only have this mask and one Emperor tier crystal. It won't be enough to make a full set of armor. I was hoping before doing anything major, it would be a big improvement to my gear. He was also hoping to get his shadow skills up and unlock the last level 7 skill. Then finally he would become a level 8 shadow user. Perhaps he could even use some of the other skills that Arthur had shown that day. At the moment, Quinn had no way of contacting Arthur, and he honestly wanted to see how he was doing, yet somehow Arthur was able to teleport to him. Perhaps that skill was reserved for the top shadow users, and it was something he could use once he reached level 8. Well, if you're going then count me in as well, Nate said. All this planning is hurting my brain. Well, you weren't really contributing much with that peanut. Sam pointed to his head. Nate heard it but chose to ignore it. It was true he was just listening, not really giving any valuable help at all. He was starting to wonder why he was even at the so-called leaders' table in the first place. It would be nice to go with the big boss, Dennis proclaimed while standing up. After seeing him pound those sun shields, I would love to pound some parasites with him as well. Hey, Blip said. Remember that at the moment we are under a pact with the other shelter. Both factions have agreed to not attack each other. You don't want us to be a group that has gone back on our word, do you? Using his eyes, Blip started to look in the direction of a certain someone. Took Dennis a while to figure it out, when he finally realized that it was Linda. Oh, well, you know me, Dennis suddenly said, speaking unnaturally. His phrasing and tones were all over the place. I might still hit a head or two. Someone is going to have to look after me and keep me in check. Linda, maybe you should come. Me? Linda said, surprised. I think you should, Megan added. You haven't left the spaceship. The people miss you. It would be nice for them to see you. She looked at Quinn and he just nodded, giving approval. He was confident he could protect her from any harm, at least on this planet. It is best if you take 5 with you, Sam suggested. Make it a full team. Quinn thought about it for a while. There didn't seem to be any more volunteers to go with them, and then 2 people popped into his head. I think I'll bring Fex and Sil along for this one. Sil lately hadn't been interacting with anyone, which was bad in Quinn's opinion. Sil was strong, stronger than probably most of them, and at some point they would have to face the Blades. He knew after Sil had told his story, he wanted to beat Hilston and get his revenge, but he wasn't going to do that by staying on the ship all day. After calling on the other 2, it looked like both of them were happy to go on a hunt with Quinn. Sil was surprisingly happy that Quinn had asked him for help. He was a bit worried that Borden would want to come along, but he actually looked relieved. It was as if a huge weight had been taken away from him. Blip was going as well, but he wouldn't be staying with them. He needed to head to the Crow's base just to check over a few things. Stepping through the teleporter, one by one they were transported onto the Crow's planet. Moving from the teleportation room to the outside of the building, they could see that the base was on a slightly raised platform compared to everything else. When Quinn looked at the shelter, it looked like a completely different place compared to the last time he had seen it. All of the buildings had been repaired, the market stalls were back in full swing, and there was plenty of action. There were even travelers and other people he had never seen before. "What's with all the people?" Quinn asked, noticing that there were a lot he didn't recognize. "They're from the parasites," Dennis replied in an angry tone. "They come to our marketplace and ask for extreme discounts. There have been times where they have gotten a little rough with our people." "Allegedly," Blip added. "While if we travel to their shelter, their prices are sky high." "Actually, speaking of the parasites," Blip said, "I have quite a bit of work here to do. I was actually meant to go and meet the parasites over some dispute they had the other day. Since you are actually the faction leader, do you mind popping over there before you head off and having a talk with them?" Usually Blip would come here with Dennis, and he was known for being a bit hot-headed. He hated bringing him along. Now with Linda here and Quinn, he felt like he could trust them to do a good job. At the end of the day, all major decisions would have to go through Quinn anyway, and this was a step forward for him to take more responsibility as a faction leader. "Yeah, sure," Quinn said. "Be careful," Dennis whispered. "These guys really know how to stir the crap. You might need to hold me back." Quinn was actually planning to head to the other faction in the first place before Blip had asked him. He wanted to see if they were willing to trade his advanced tier and intermediate tier crystals for Glathrium. He just wanted to hunt beasts first and then do the annoying tasks later. Judging by the way others spoke about the faction, Quinn wasn't looking forward to this interaction. He grew tired of the people who had a superiority complex just for being a higher rank or claiming to have stronger powers. The fact that the faction was taking advantage because they thought they were a weak rank was already annoying him. At the same time, he didn't want to cause any meaningless deaths on either side. The travel was quicker than the group had thought. This was because Quinn had used his shadow travel to place everyone inside and head over to where the parasite shelter was. Many of the vehicles they did have at the shelter were destroyed, and they were unable to purchase new ones. All the funds they did have went to rebuilding. "This is a really handy ability you have, boy," Dennis said. "Yeah, we're going past beasts and they aren't doing anything," Nate added, looking up. When in the shadow, they could still see the outside terrain. As the shadow went past the beasts, they could see they chose to ignore it. The shadow was also quicker than moving on foot. However, it did use up MC points, so Quinn did need to be careful about using it freely. With the shadow, the journey that would have taken them around half a day was done in around half an hour. Most of their time was cut out due to them avoiding useless confrontation with weak beasts. Jumping out of the shadow, they approached the outer shelter walls. Standing at the gate, there was a group of around 5 people who looked like travelers dressed head to toe in beast gear. Quinn, approaching them first, had nothing. "Stop. Do you have permission to enter?" one of the guards asked. "Permission to enter?" Quinn replied. "This is our planet that we fought for." Quinn was struggling with the way the parasites were thinking. On the surface, it was meant to be 2 factions sharing a planet and working together, but they seemed to be already claiming parts. These words rubbed him the wrong way. Dennis and Nate had a smile on their faces. It looked like Quinn wasn't going to be the pushover like Blip had been. "Wait, Quinn!" Linda went to call out. "Move," Quinn said, with his eyes glowing red, and the first man had stepped aside. Not in control of his own body. "Open the door," Quinn said to another, and the man started to input the codes to open the large shelter gate. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you listening to him?" Another replied. "Is this another power of a vampires have? I still have a lot to learn," Linda thought. Placing his hand on Quinn's shoulder, Fex went to give him a little whisper. "Quinn, I know these people are annoying, but you have to be careful about your influence skill. Remember, Dennis and Nate don't know what you are. They know you have the shadow ability and your soul weapon, but nothing else. If you keep using it like this, they will know you have another power and start to ask questions. They start to ask questions, and Kaz starts to ask questions, which leads to the council asking questions, and even more questions," Fex said. It was a roundabout way of saying things, but Quinn understood. "Sorry, I was just impatient. We don't know when the vampires will ask us to come back. I need to get stronger before then. Once again, Quinn was planning to get stronger. What for? Fex didn't know. But he did know that there were plenty of vampire leaders against his existence in the first place. So it couldn't hurt to be prepared. When entering the shelter, it wasn't as well built as the Crow's base, and one could see that they were still in the middle of construction. Yet, they were still housing around 2,000 or so people. Half of them fighters belonging to the faction in one way or another, while the other half family members living there. There were also a few of the Crow's members here as well. The advantage of having multiple shelters on one planet was allowing people to rest and gather resources. Safe routes could be created between two shelters, and it could be used as a stopping station. At the moment, many of the Crows that were hunting out here were using it for that exact reason. Quinn then looked at some kids playing and laughing, a mother buying food perhaps to cook for that night. This is why we can't just go for an outright fight with them, Linda said. It's not like when the Sun Shields were attacking us, and we were just defending ourselves. If we can, it would be better to recruit this faction under our own, and grow the cursed faction. Quinn knew this. No matter how much he would dislike certain individuals, ruling with an iron fist was not the answer. The military tried that. So please, let's try not to cause a fight, Linda said. I will always try, Quinn replied. Looking around, Quinn was trying to spot something else. That's when his ears picked up the sound of clanging, and then he spotted it. There was a forging area, which meant they most likely had glathrium, something they really needed at the moment. However, before Quinn could even go over to try and strike a deal, a group of people were already walking over towards them. There were 10 in total, and standing at the back of the group, one of them stood out in particular. It was a middle-aged man who had messy green hair and dark eyebrows. On his back, something that looked like a giant slingshot, only made from a mixture of metals and beast gear rather than wood. Inspect. Using his inspect skill, he didn't get much information. The man's ability had come up as question marks, but it was clear that these people were stronger than all the other travelers they had seen, although not strong enough to give him an instant level-up quest. That damn cocky brat, Dennis said. I'm guessing that's the leader then, said Nate. Damn right. Look at his narrow eyes. I would claw them out if I could, Dennis said again. Dennis! Linda snapped at him like a wild dog, trying to get him to calm down. Are you the ones that barged through the front gate? A man next to the green-haired one spoke. He was near enough bald and had 2 large circular eyes. It looked like the man was in permanent shock. His eyes were so big. Whoa. Now tell me that guy doesn't have a girlfriend? Nate said. Hey. Have you ever tried not looking for one? Fex replied. Maybe that would work out better. Works out for me. Nate then looked Fex up and down. Although he had a bad attitude, he had seen how the girls at the ship looked at Fex. He didn't have a problem getting girls. He wouldn't understand the pain Nate went through. We're here to solve a dispute, my brother. Blip sent us saying something happened between a group of ours and a group of yours, Linda said. Oh. Stepping through his own people, the green-haired man came forwards and was staring hard at Linda. You are as beautiful as your brother always claimed you were. The name's Mantis. I hope we can resolve this matter in a civil way. Linda stepped back when Mantis held out his hand. She didn't know why, but she was getting this strange feeling from him. Perhaps it was the creepy smile. At that point, someone else went to shake his hand. The name's Quinn. While doing so, Quinn did so with a firm grip. Who are you? Mantis asked with an annoyed look. Sorry, I didn't get to introduce him. But he is the faction leader of the Cursed, Linda replied. Him? When looking at everyone there, Mantis had ignored Quinn out of everyone. Dennis, Nate, and even Linda had the strong aura around them, but when looking at the other two, he felt nothing, yet they were saying he was the leader. Is he really the leader or just a token? Very well, Quinn. I hope the two of us can get along. Why don't we head inside? The two groups started to walk inside the main shelter base, and while doing so, Mantis explained the situation. You see, a few of your people were complaining that our prices were too high, so at the time our merchants came up with a suggestion. Something to have a little fun. They suggested playing a game. The conditions were set out clearly before they agreed to play. If they won, then we would give a discount. If they lost, then they would have to buy the product at the price set. They couldn't walk away. PFT, Dennis grunted. Hearing this story seemed to annoy him. It seemed like he had heard similar stories, but on the crow's side. When your group lost fair and square, they claimed we cheated, but they were unable to say how or prove it. We took the allegations very seriously, and now they refuse to pay. So that's when I asked Blip to intervene. Knowing you guys, you probably did cheat, Dennis said. Now I can see where they get their bullish small brains from, when they have people like you leading them, the big-eyed, bald man said. If you really think we're cheating, then you're free to play the game yourself? Mantis asked. At that point, it looked like Dennis had suddenly backed down. The others didn't know why, but it was because Dennis had been stung by this game in the past as well, losing each time. Sure, I'll play your little game, Quinn said. But if I find out you're cheating? What? The big-eyed man said. We can leave that for after the game. Quinn smiled. Mantis hated this. Whenever he looked at Quinn, he couldn't read him. Why was this kid so confident? The group were led into a room inside the base, and when Quinn set his eyes on a certain machine, he knew what the game would be instantly. He was quite familiar with it and had played it a few times in the past as well. The game that we challenged them to was Block, Mantis said, pointing at the machine. Looking at the thing was bringing back bad memories for Dennis. He started rubbing his arms in certain places that felt a little sore, even though his injuries had happened a while ago and had long healed. It was more mentally damaging than physically. Refusing to give up, he stubbornly tried playing the game multiple times and each time losing. Block. It was a game played using a cylinder object that was as large and as thick as an adult male. The pole was split up into 6 different segments. On each segment, there were 2 poles that would stick outward. There were multiple different levels of the game, and depending on what level, more segments would move at the same time, and the speed would vary. The player was to block each of these segments from hitting their body. The only parts of the body that were allowed to be hit by the incoming poles were the area from the hands to the elbow and the foot to the knees. If the pole touched any other area, then the game would end. Hence the title of the game, a person was to block all the oncoming attacks. The question was, how were the parasites cheating on a game like this? The last time Quinn had played this was during the inter-base military event. At the time, a group of people cheated in the past as well, using their abilities to break the machine. However, these weren't students. They were now playing the game with seasoned travelers who had a keen eye. If someone was using an ability, then it would be quite obvious. We play the game as intended. No beast gear. No abilities are allowed to be used. So it all depends on natural talent. Mantis explained. How could we even cheat on a game like this? I think at the end of the day, the parasites just have many talented people that belong to our faction. Smiling and standing forward, Nate looked at the machine. Hey, Quinn. I know you wanted to play, but do you mind if I take this one? Nate was a martial artist and he loved things like this. He knew Quinn was strong and had even shown impressive martial arts, but if it was a game of reflexes, he thought he would fare better. Go ahead, as long as it can solve this silly dispute, Quinn replied. Excellent, Mantis sighed. So the deal is, if you win this game, then we will allow your people to back out from their previous deal. If we win, then you must provide us with the credits needed to purchase the items they wished at our set price. The whole thing seemed petty, but Quinn knew this wasn't just a single incident, especially judging from Dennis. If they wanted to sort this out, they would have to figure out how they were cheating. And if we find that you are cheating? Quinn asked again. I'm afraid that's not on the table, because we aren't cheating. Quinn decided to leave that for now, and could perhaps use it against them for later. The game started with Nate going first. It started at level 1, which was quite easy. It was probably something Nate could have done with his eyes closed. Only the top segment of the machine moved for this one. On the parasite side, a small adult man named Webnovel was playing. There was no surprise here as the game was easy for him. Quinn was observing carefully. Nate's blocks were confident and powerful, while Webnovel's seemed more quick and smooth. Just with the first level alone, it was hard to tell who was more skillful, but both of them were doing well. I remember seeing you play this game before Quinn, Sil said. Oh. It was at the inter-base tournament. Didn't a video go around of you? He asked. Ah, yeah. Luckily I didn't get caught. Linda was listening in on the two's conversation. She was wondering why a video of a person would have gone around of someone playing a game like this. Sure, there were those who enjoyed the game so much they watched professionals play. But it sounded like they were talking about when they were still students. The two participants carried on through the levels of the block game until they had reached level 6. Is Nate really doing all this with no abilities? Dennis said with his mouth wide opened. I guess I should get him to teach me sometime. Remembering that Dennis and only reached level 4, sometimes even performing worse, getting knocked out at level 3. Quinn preferred not participating. If he was going to catch anything the parasites were doing, it would be from watching. Level 6 onwards in the block game was where it got really hard. It was starting to get to the point where professionals would be playing something like this. However, Nate, concentrating to the max, had managed to clear it, lifting his hand and leg up, blocking the last 2 strikes. When it was Wevel's turn, the parasites were cheering him on and not a single one of them looked nervous. Unlike Quinn's group. Then when it started, Quinn noticed something almost immediately. It wasn't anything suspicious to be called cheating, but it was Wevel's movements that had suddenly changed. Up till this point, his movements had been flowing quite naturally, and now they seemed quite robotic. Still, he had managed to clear the level, which meant Nate would have to go to level 7. I'm glad I took over instead of Quinn. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing to have our faction leader lose to this little guy. I didn't think they would have someone so skillful. The game started, and again Nate was doing well. That was until the last 10 seconds had come. This was where the machine would ramp up, and unfortunately, he had lifted up his shoulder, blocking the pole form hitting his head. But it was still declared a loss. Still, there was a chance they could win. If Wevel was knocked out as well, but lasted for a shorter time than Nate, he would be declared the winner. The game started, and once again, Quinn noticed that his movements had the same feeling as in the last round, robotic. Soon, the sound of the level being complete appeared. Now, did any one of you spot us cheating or using an ability? Mantis asked. I didn't think so. I'm sorry, Nate said, looking disappointed. He really thought other than professionals he could have beaten anyone at a game like this. Don't worry, it's not your fault, Quinn said, stepping forward. You don't mind keeping the bet on, do you? Sure, go right ahead, Mantis said, so confident in winning. Quinn, you don't have to do this, Nate mumbled. Let's start from level 7. There's some things I have to do, Quinn said. The machine was repositioned, and the level was set. Hey, you went to military schools the same time as Quinn did. So were you at the inter-base tournament? Linda asked. Yeah, why? Level 7 selected. Was there some type of video shared around about this game during that time? Come to think of it, yeah, I remember it being shown to everyone everywhere. The person had done something that had never been seen before, even for professionals. It looked like rather than blocking the attacks from the machine, he was hitting it. It sounds simple, but if you hit a non-moving target, the machine also considers the game to be over, which meant he had to be hitting the machine so fast, as soon as it moved, that it looked like he was attacking it. Stop joking, Linda chuckled. That would be impossible. Game begin. Impossible, Sil said. Not for Quinn. As soon as the game started, Quinn concentrated, using his ears to pick up the different segments moving. His eyes reacted as quickly as he could, snapping out his hands and legs lightning fast. This continued on for an entire minute. The whole time the parasites were waiting for a game over screen, but it never appeared. Don't tell me, Nate said. That guy was Quinn? Watching the video at the inter-base tournament was something Nate would never forget. It was a sweet memory for him. He was memorized by the sheer skill and got excited as he thought about meeting this person one day, from the video and challenging them to a fight. He had the same feeling as he did when he saw the blood evolver, the same feeling when he saw the cursed child, and now the world was telling him that each time it was Quinn, someone who was standing by his side. Damn it, Nate said. If only you were ugly, why do all good genes get passed on to one person? Returning from the gaming area and heading back to his friends, the parasites were left with their mouths open wide for a while. He cheated, the big-eyed man said. He must have, the game must be faulty. Entering the game area himself, he began a match and went ahead to hit the machine, but immediately the game over screen appeared in the air in front of them. Now look at the ones who are accusing us of cheating? Dennis replied with the smug look on his face. He was basking in this moment more than anyone. I checked the game server and it says there's no problems. Another parasite member said. A bulging vein could be seen starting to pop on the top of the bald man's head. Level 7 was unheard of. He couldn't believe that someone could beat the machine the way Quinn did without cheating. It's an ability, he had to have used an ability if it was a speed ability or something, he proclaimed. Sorry, but my ability has nothing to do with speed. Quinn replied, raising a dark shadow above his back. Seeing this, Mantis took note at what Quinn's ability was. He had never seen anything like it before. A strange ability. After the accusations were over, Webnovel entered the game once more, also selecting level 7. If he didn't pass it again a second time, then it would be considered a loss. The game started and the robotic movements happened once again, and finally, it clicked in Quinn's head how they were cheating. It was something that probably only he would be able to notice. Level 7 complete. The parasites didn't even congratulate Webnovel as they knew he was going to win anyway. They were now waiting for Quinn to progress and attempt level 8. But he never stepped forward and was just smiling. Remember your words, that you wouldn't be caught cheating? Well, looks like you are a bunch of liars as well, Quinn said. Although Mantis didn't look fazed by these words, Webnovel's heart sank a little. They really were cheating, I knew it, Dennis shouted. Truthfully, he was a little worried that the Crow members were just bad at a game like this. For a second, I believed them. I thought maybe we were just horrible because we don't have one of these games at our base. Even if we didn't have one, that shouldn't be a problem as long as the game wasn't rigged, Quinn said. Does he really know? Mantis thought. But how? You see, one of the main factors of the game is that the attacks patterns and speed are random, meaning each time the parts move differently. But that seems to be the case only when we start to play the game. Webnovel's movements, they're too robotic, the reason being, he knows where the attacks are already going to come from, as if they were predetermined. You've probably played this same level 1,000 times, not making a single mistake perfecting it. Webnovel was fidgeting. Quinn had guessed correctly, but they thought no one would ever find out. When watching someone play a level, especially at the higher levels, the machine moved too fast. They thought it was impossible for someone to remember which part moved when and how. Also, after someone was hurt and lost the game, they wouldn't usefully come back and play it again, apart from Dennis. How was he able to see all of that? He only watched the machine play level 7 twice. Did he really see all its movements? Webnovel thought. This was something that took him months of hard work to do. He had even slowed down the machine and wrote down each of the attacks, memorizing them, speeding it up until it had reached its original speed to perform something like this. Clap, clap, clap. It's a great theory, Mantis said. But that's all it is, a theory. It looks like to me you're just making this all up. There's no way to prove it. Block with left arm, then right leg, another with knee, down with the foot, then up to the right side with hand, down to the chest with elbow. Over back to the left side with foot, to right hand covering ribcage and lifting elbow back to the head. I just described the first 9 moves that he will perform if he was to take the level 7 test again. If you want, I can describe the next 100 moves and we can see if he performs them. Quinn explained. Mantis glanced at Webnovel, and Webnovel nodded his head, confirming what Quinn had said were the exact moves. He knew because he repeated these moves in his own head several times before. Go ahead, Webnovel, Mantis said, and Webnovel sheepishly walked over to the game. When the game started, the first segment to move was not one that Quinn had said. Webnovel had blocked the first 2 strikes, but soon after he was hit, not even lasting 10 seconds at level 7. Wait, so was Quinn wrong? Dennis asked. The first set of movements weren't what he said. No, Quinn was right, Nate replied. It wasn't the same thing Quinn had said because they decided to set the game to random again. That's why he couldn't even last longer than 10 seconds. However, it also means we can't prove they cheated, Linda said. Although there was something Quinn could do, he could use his influence skill to get a confession form Webnovel himself, but before that, Quinn went ahead and completed the level 7 game a second time, blocking the attacks more normally this time. Well, it looks like you won, so the dispute is settled, Mantis said, looking almost happy. However, you weren't able to prove we cheated after all. Quinn was going to use his influence on Webnovel to admit what he had done, but there was an odd look on his face. One that looked frightened. Quinn had seen this a few times before. It was the face someone made when they feared their own death. If he gets outed here, then will Mantis do something to him? Not wanting to cause any trouble for the others just over a few credits, Quinn decided to leave it. It's okay. I was just trying to mentally get him out of the game, said Quinn. I could see that if I claimed he cheated, it would throw him off his game, and it looked like it worked pretty well. He's giving him an out, Linda thought. Oh, I see, so it looks like you're not just the leader of the faction because of your skill but your brains as well. It's good to know that the other faction that shares this planet isn't filled with completely useless people, said Mantis staring in Dennis's direction. I'm going to pull that green hair of his out and use it as grass to crap on, Dennis thought in his head. If you really want to improve our relations, then I was wondering if you could do us a good deal on some glathrium, Quinn asked. This was the other reason he was being nice. He was trying a different approach as Linda had suggested. Oh, I guess glathrium is becoming harder to come by these days. Very few planets have it, and the military has already dug out all there is on Earth. I'll tell you what, in order to improve our relations and to forget about all these silly complaints, I'll give it to you for free, Mantis said. Quinn couldn't believe it, getting it for free. Maybe being nice was the way to go. There was no unnecessary fighting, no deaths, and now no credit cost. I do have a favor to ask in return, said Mantis. Of course there would be, Dennis sighed. Our group is still new to this planet, so we don't really know the best hunting spot for beasts. We were wondering if you could take a group with you when you go out for your next hunt, Mantis suggested. Dennis didn't like it, and neither did Linda honestly. She felt like something was up, the deal was too much in their favor, but honestly Quinn didn't care. Even if they were planning something, from using his inspect skill, he knew every single one of them were nobodies that wouldn't cause him any trouble. Whatever was going to happen, he was going to get that glathrium. We're going on a hunt right now, said Quinn. Excellent. I'll gather a group of 5 to go with you then. A group of 5 was composed to go along with Quinn and the others. What they were surprised about, though, was that it didn't send either the Big Eyes Bald Man, who was the vice leader of the parasites, or Mantis. However, it did contain Webnovel, the short-haired green man with 2 daggers. The other people in the parasite group included a man that was twice his size that stood tall, who carried a large mace as his beast weapon. A female with short spiky hair, who only had her hands wrapped up but used no beast weapons. Another middle-sized man with glasses and a shield. Finally, another female who also had no beast weapon. Usually, those that didn't carry beast weapons were elemental users or an ability that required the use of the hands. Quinn's inspect skill showed most of their abilities apart from Weevil's. What Quinn did take note of were their traveler ranks. Webnovel was the highest, a rank B, while the others were all rank C. Quinn had expected this. One would have to be quite skilled to pull off what he had done in the game, even if they were cheating. On Quinn's side, Dennis was a rank A, Nate and Linda were rank BS. Fex and Quinn were both C, and lastly, Sil was a rank D. This was because Sil wasn't registered as a traveler before, so they had to get him a new traveler's ID. There was no point in him taking the test. Quinn already knew plenty how strong Sil was, and being the leader he just assigned him the highest rank possible. This was usually considered irresponsible for a faction leader. It was dangerous to do this, but he was sure Sil would be okay. The spiky hair women named Hannah noticed all of this while everyone was preparing to set off. They were just outside the shelter and talking about which way to go. After learning about everyone on the other team, she went back to Webnovel to give her report, informing him of all their ranks. A rank D. Why would they bring him along? Webnovel replied. Watching, it did look like Syl was a bit afraid, awkward standing away from others, and his form looked terrible. It was the signs of someone who was a closed person, scared of the whole world. We already knew about Dennis, so it looks like the parasites do have stronger members in general. Most of the parasites were rank Cs. During their time here, they were checking out what the cursed family was like before making enemies. Even though the faction was a rank F, they were very surprised when they came across Blip and Dennis, who were both rank As. There were times where strong people would come to gather and create a new faction, and they were starting to wonder if this was one of them, but with the faction leader himself coming here, they thought now they had seen the extent of the cursed faction powers. What do you think of their leader? Hannah asked. He's only a rank C, but he did really well on the game. It just proves that his ability must not be that impressive, Webnovel said, although he did have a thought. He certainly did show something that just seemed impossible to do on the game, and Webnovel was wondering why he had chosen to save his backside. Honestly, right now he didn't want to be doing this, but Mantis ordered it and he had no choice but to follow. He placed his hand over his stomach and his face clenched up a little. You have a stomach ache? Vex asked. You better go now before we head off for the hunt. You don't want to go crapping your pants in front of a beast. Actually, that might help if it's like a dog and has a good sense of smell. I'm fine, Webnovel snapped. Let's go. No sense of humor, huh? Vex replied. The two groups were off, and for this one, they were traveling in a large sealed-looking military van. It was quite spacious inside. Enough room for all of them to stand in. Taking the driver's seat was Linda. The van itself was made out of strong material but not as strong as Glathrium due to the rarity and high cost. So if they did run into a beast on their way there, it would be best for them to step out and deal with them first. Webnovel was standing next to her, as he was making a note of what areas they were passing by and where they were heading. This area, is it really a good hunting ground? Hannah asked, a little suspicious. You're not going to lie to us and just keep the best places for yourself, are you? Don't worry where we're going. I'm hoping there will be plenty of Emperor-tier beasts, Quinn said. Hannah started to laugh. That's good. We need some high-tier beasts, she replied back sarcastically. With a group as small as this, there was no way they were hunting Emperor-tier beasts, especially with how low-ranked everyone was and how calm they were. Not only that, but Quinn had stated, a few. Who do these guys think they're fooling? She thought. Oh well, as long as there are some advanced tiers in the area, it shouldn't be a problem. The van was driving on part of a wasteland heading to the new land. To get there, they would have to climb up the mountain, as the whole of the new land was on higher land compared to what they were currently on. Once in a while, the wasteland would have pools of black water, because the ground was also dark in color. It was hard to see and avoid, and Linda was trying her best. However, soon they came across a large pool of black water that the vehicle would have to drive over. All right, it looks like we are going to have to get out, Linda said. Huh, why? Webnovel asked. The black water looks shallow. Can't we just drive over it? Because there are advanced level beasts in the water, we need to get rid of them first. We don't want to ruin our ride back now, do we? Said Linda. Quinn looked almost bored and tired. While the others left to deal with the beasts that would appear, Quinn decided to sit on the ramp that came down from the van and watch. While doing this, he would focus on improving and controlling his chi. Isn't he going to fight? Hannah asked. He's saving his energy for the big boys. Don't worry about him, Vex said. Hannah and Webnovel assumed it was to do with his rank. It would be quite dangerous, especially for the leader of the faction to hunt advanced tier beasts. Linda had also stayed behind by his side, looking after the van, which seemed to only further prove their point. When they approached the black pool of water, ripples started to show, and soon after, human-sized creatures started to crawl out from the black water. The black water seemed to be quite thick and sticky in nature, like a type of tar. When it started to fall off, they could see the beasts a bit better. They were green in color and had 9 red eyes on their rectangle face. 2 large tusks, and its hands were like that of a mantis, bladed. The first one leapt, going for Webnovel, who stood in the front. It swung its bladed hands but was stuck mid-air, tied with some string. Time for a warm-up, Fex said. There were quite a lot of advanced tier beasts, and Wevel thought they would be in trouble. They were strong enough to take on some, but not this many, yet still, Quinn did nothing and looked calm. However, when the fighting started, they soon saw the strength of Dennis and the others. Syl also took part as well, copying Dennis's ability, transforming parts of his body into that of an eagle. He mainly used his strong wings to defend himself, more than using them as a way to attack. Seeing this, Wevel gave his teammates a signal, telling them to not try so hard. It was a signal that they had prepared beforehand. They weren't lying. Look how many advanced beasts there are here. This is a great hunting place, Hannah said with excitement. I know, and Dennis and that D rank are a lot stronger than I thought. Let's start the plan. Dennis had ripped the arms of one of the beasts and held it up with its claw hand in the sky. He was about to grip tightly to finish the beast off, but just as he was about to, he saw a dagger go right through the beast's head. Oh, sorry, I guess that beast kill is mine, Wevel said. Damn you, Dennis said in anger, but the beasts had targeted him due to his strength. As the fight continued, it looked like the parasites were continually getting the last hit on the beasts. So that's their plan? Quinn said. The rules were simple. The person who killed the beast was able to keep the crystal. In this case, the parasites were getting most of the kills while the others did all the work. Maybe I should get involved? Quinn said, standing up from the van and walking forward. Seeing what the parasites were doing, Quinn couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Is this what the parasites were planning on doing? This was their way of getting revenge for making them lose their little game. It seemed so small in the grand scheme of things, factions such as this one. If they were putting such emphasis on things like this, they would never be something that Quinn needed to worry about. Usually, kill stealing wasn't something people had to worry about too much. In the first place, all of the crystals would be going back to the faction, unless one desperately needed money or was hoping to rank up. However, this was a joint outing session. Honestly, Quinn couldn't even get upset about the kill stealing. It wasn't even annoying. There was the reason why he didn't bother to participate in the first place. If he were to kill these beasts, they would grant him so little EXP it wasn't worth the effort. To level up, he would probably have to kill 1 million of these beasts. Besides, how could he complain when he had done one of the biggest kill steals himself, and that was to the crows who were currently under him? It's a valid tactic, Quinn thought, nodding to himself. It wasn't personal, but it was the principle that was making him act. He couldn't just allow people to steal in front of him and his group. In a way, it felt like an insult. I guess I can show you guys a thing or two about kill stealing, Quinn thought. Fex, Nate, Quinn shouted, and letting go of a beast he had held with his string. Fex went over to Quinn's side, and so did Nate. Both Syl and Dennis were faring well. They hadn't even been hurt due to the strong wings created from Dennis's ability. Arg! Dennis shouted in frustration, seeing another one of his kills get taken. If one more kill was stolen from him by those parasites, he was going to knock them into the ground. He had to remind himself this is probably what they wanted, and he would just be falling into their hands. What's up, Quinn? Are you going to join us? Fex asked. No, but I am going to help you guys, Quinn replied. Attack when I say so, and to which one, trust me, it will be quite easy. Fex didn't understand but trusted Quinn. He had this air of confidence around him. The two of them waited. Quinn pointed towards one of the beasts. It was one that had just been whacked away by Syl's wing. That one, Quinn said. Moving fast, Fex went over, and with a single strike with just his hands, the beast was dead. One could tell when a beast died because the beast's skin color would slightly change as the crystal power no longer powered through it. If Fex wasn't ready, then he would call Nate to help as well. I didn't notice that one, Wevel said, waiting and watching carefully. When Fex and Nate returned to Quinn, he did the same once again, waiting for Quinn to point out which one to attack. This repeated over and over again, and suddenly none of the parasite members were getting any of the last hits on the beasts. Every single time Wevel was ready to move, being a step ahead of them, the two would get there beforehand and defeat the beast in a single hit. Wevel was starting to wonder if Fex and Nate were just naturally strong. It was hard to sometimes gauge when the last hit would be that would kill the beast. Sometimes even Webnovel would have to give it a few more hits, but Fex somehow knew the exact time to attack each one of them. Looking at Quinn, he understood the reason why. Their faction leader is just full of mysteries. The reason why Quinn was able to determine when to give the last hit was due to his system. With the upgraded inspect skill, he could tell which beast was in a weak or critical condition. With Fex's and Nate's strength, they were able to kill the beast in the weak condition with a single hit. Eventually, they had cleared the beasts in the area, and Dennis couldn't be more pleased. As the groups collected the crystals, only seeing a few in the parasite's hands put a great smile on his face. "Good one, kid," Dennis said, slapping Fex on the back. But Fex knew he had nothing to do with it. It was all Quinn. Could any of the vampire leaders do what he just did? Fex started to think, although it was hard for him to even answer that question. He had never seen the vampire leaders even fight at full strength. There had never been a need for them to. "And you," Dennis said. "What's your name?" Sil, sir," Sil replied, twiddling his fingers. "Your wings are great. They're nearly as good as mine." Dennis spoke loudly, unaware it was because they were the same as his. "It's good to see them all get along," Quinn said, heading back into the van. "Yeah, I wonder if everyone knew what happened to me, if they would still get along that well," Linda thought. Traveling in the van, they continued onward to their destination. Hannah was surprised that the van hadn't turned around. She thought that they had already arrived at the hunting grounds and were done for the day. "Aren't we heading back?" she asked. "Why would we?" Linda replied. "We haven't started to hunt yet." Not sure what she meant by that. She decided to just sit back down and wait. After all, if they were going to show them more hunting grounds, then the better for them in the end. Eventually, they had reached the large mountain they had before. It brought back some tough memories for a lot of them. "Haha, finally, I guess I can see how much I improved from the last fight," Nate said. The van was parked at the foot of the mountain. From here, they would be traveling on foot. They knew the area was cleared from last time and based on the information their scouts would give them. Weaker beasts didn't try to get close to the new lands. Apart from the king tier and demon tier they had already dealt with. Climbing up the mountain, they had no encounters, and finally, when they were halfway up, they stepped onto the new land that stretched as far as their eyes could see. It was a mixture of many sights in just one view. They could see sandy areas that looked like a desert and abandoned wasteland, like what they currently stood on, forest and jungle areas to the other sides, and large fields and mountains. "This place is beautiful," Hannah said, with her mouth wide open. "Shadow equip." Shadows started to surround Quinn's body, including his face, and his equipment appeared. It was the first time the parasites were seeing Quinn's gear and him use part of his ability. "Impressive," thought Webnovel. "But a leader has to have good gear at least." The group decided that they would head to the more closer open areas and went for the sandy terrain. It was quite clear for them to see how to get out of the sand and move to a new area if they wished. They had also decided that they wouldn't travel too far out. They needed to still see the wasteland that they had just left, moving sideways along, rather than deeper in. "I'm ready, come on out. I'm ready to fight you all again," Nate shouted, hoping to attract some attention. "Do you have to be that loud? Or do you want to attract a horde of beasts our way?" Hannah complained. "Don't worry," Nate replied, rubbing his head. Now that he had a second look at Hannah, although she complained a lot, she seemed a little cute. "Strong beasts don't group up in large groups." Again with the lies, Hannah thought. They kept talking about Emperor-tier beasts this whole time, that she was getting tired of them keeping up their little game. The group had entered deep in the sand, where to their left and to their right, large mountains of sand could be seen. "This is the perfect place for us to get attacked," Webnovel said. It had been some time since they had seen any beasts, and he was getting a little nervous. At that moment, from one of the large hills of sand, they could see it starting to move. Slowly from the sand, a large shape started to come out from the hill, and sand started to crumble and fall off. Soon, they could see that they had their eyes on a giant beast. It was as large as a 3-story building. It seemed to have no lower body and had a large upper body of a human. Its skin was a similar color to the sand, and it had large claws coming out of its hands. In several places of its body, there were white large bones sticking out. Its neck was long like a worm, and at the end, it had one large oval mouth. Inspect. Emperor Tier Beast, Sand Ruler. Just based on its sheer size, the parasite group was scared. With its large hand raised, it swiped at them, aiming to sweep up the whole group. Gumpa! Defend! Wevel shouted. Bringing out his shield, Gumpa ran to the side. He used his ability to suddenly grow the shield, and now it was as large as the hand itself. Just because a beast is big, doesn't mean it's a high level, said Hannah. However, when the claws of the beast reached the shield, it had sliced through them and sliced through Gumpa. Impossible! That must mean, it's really an Emperor Tier beast, Wevel shouted. He was too frozen with fear he couldn't move. With such a small team, they stood no chance of killing such a thing. The hand continued to move forward, aiming towards them, when a loud clanging sound was heard. Small drops of blood were dripping into the sand, but the large hand had been stopped. This is what I was waiting for, said Nate, and the others were soon attacking the beast as well. There's no way they can kill that thing. We have to leave them and get out of here, Hannah suggested, and they started to make a bolt for it in the other direction. A few steps were made, and the giant hill of sand on the opposite side started to move as well, when another sand ruler came out and stood in their way, its shadow towering over them. We're all going to die, Hannah cried, falling to her knees. Move, Quinn said, pushing past all of them. This one is mine. While the others were fighting against the other sand ruler, Quinn would take on the other all by himself. Jumping in and landing by the beast's body, a large shadow dome was activated, encasing the two of them. They were unable to see anything that was going on inside. Is he dead? Hannah said. Not yet, but that person's crazy. Of course, he'll die fighting them on his own, Wevel said, turning his head to check on the ones behind him. All of them seemed to be faring well. He couldn't believe it. Not one of them was badly hurt. He watched them for a while, seeing their skills. Wevel, look, Hannah said, tapping him on the shoulder. When Wevel turned his head around, the shadow dome was no longer there. Instead, Quinn was seen walking back towards them with a crystal in his hand. He killed that thing all on his own, an Emperor Tier beast, and so fast. I have to warn Mantis, if he does what he's planning to do, then we're all going to die, Wevel thought. The battle for the cursed members against the Sand Ruler continued. A few things made it quite tricky for them to fight, even though there were many of them. Its hands were large, and there were clear white claws that protruded from them. However, when Dennis and Syl would attack the beast's hands and arms, it felt like they were physically just attacking sand. Large gash marks would be made, but more sand would soon cover them up, and the beast would seem like it was healing in seconds, even though it was never getting hurt in the first place. It had a strong suction force with its strange mouth and neck that would try to pull the members into its razor-sharp teeth. After their parasite member's death, the rest were cowering and shivering behind Wevel, not helping out one bit while the others fought. But honestly, even if they did help, they would probably just get in the way. The center of its body isn't covered with sand, Linda shouted. I think this is where we can attack. So far, Linda had been fighting on the ground with Nate, which Dennis had made a note of. She hadn't been using her abilities either but was dodging the attacks coming her way quite well. Listening to her advice, Nate went forward and tried to attack the center of the Sand Ruler's body. He stepped forward. It wasn't as fast as what Quinn could produce, but his wasn't meant for dodging. His was to increase the force of his punch. Crumble to pieces, you ugly sand monster, Nate shouted. As long as his fist hit the actual body of the beast, it would do some damage. However, as soon as his fist got close, strange white bones started to appear out of the sand covering the beast's body and created what looked like a ribcage over its midriff. Nate's hardened hand smashed into the ribcage, and the bones snapped, but it wasn't strong enough to go through the bone and damage the physical body. watching everything unfold. Syl was carefully avoiding the suction from the beast's head and blocking attacks every now and then. Is it time to help them? He thought. Before going out, Quinn had told Syl to hold back using his full strength. He knew Syl was plenty strong, and the others around him were as well. Based on the way Syl's ability worked, the more people that were strong around him, the stronger he would be. It wasn't a time for Syl to show his strength though. The others in the faction needed to improve their skill and abilities. For now, while it seemed like everything was going okay, he would hold back, like Quinn had asked. Worried for Nate, Linda had overstepped her zone that she had created where she could perfectly avoid the large hands of the Sand Ruler. She was hoping to go in and follow up if Nate couldn't finish off the beast. With an Emperor-tier beast, it was dangerous, and she might not have been able to hide her new strength, and she knew that. Now stepping in too close, one of the large hands was swiping her way, and all she could do was brace herself. As she was hit by the large hand, the others could see her body flying through the air and landing somewhere in the sand. "Linda!" Dennis screamed. They needed to take out this beast, and they needed to do it now. While one of the hands were low, Nate dashed forward towards it and used his soul weapon. He was able to solidify the hand and make it stiff, heavy, and slower. With this, it wouldn't be able to use the sand around it either. However, one of the other hands was still free. It wasn't for long, as Fex tied it up with his red string, using all his strength to tie it down. Syl had its head focused on him, and with its rib cage broken, it now had no way to defend itself. Dennis was no longer in the air. He had flown a distance back and was hovering slightly above the sand, kicking up a mini storm as he flapped his wings. Moving forward, he charged in as fast as he could, spinning his body. Then, he activated his soul weapon, and what looked like a golden arrow had formed. Hitting the beast, he had gone right through the center of it, causing a large hole in its body, and soon it started to crumble to the ground. The Emperor-tier beast was defeated. They did it. They really managed to defeat an Emperor-tier beast, one of the Parasite members said. Other than Hannah and Wevel, the others had only been watching the cursed family fighting, unaware of what happened behind them. The Parasites cheered as they thought they could live to see another day. But there was no celebration for Dennis. He had rushed over to where Linda was last seen, where she had landed. Panic filled him as he wondered what happened to her. A single attack from the beast was able to slice through a large beast shield. He dreaded to think what it would do to her. When he got closer to the area, he could see someone walking through the sand, and he eventually slowed down. "Linda, are you?" Dennis started fumbling his words, looking all over her, to see if he could spot anything. "You're completely fine?" he said, confused. "Yeah, I was lucky that the attack mostly hit my Emperor-tier chest piece, so I wasn't really hurt," Linda replied, smiling. "Is her chest piece that good? I thought it was only as good as mine." Dennis thought, if they were fighting a king-tier beast, maybe he could see this was possible, but an Emperor-tier beast. It should have done some damage, and she had fallen from a great height too. She had been hit with such force, and yet, there were no broken bones. There wasn't even a single scratch on her body. The truth was when Linda was hit, she was greatly hurt. Her hand landed awkwardly, breaking the bones in her arm, and the bones from her ankle were sticking out from her skin. But soon, the effects of her new body were taking place, and she started healing on the spot as if she was never hurt in the first place. Dennis wanted to ask more questions about why she hadn't used her ability and more, but he was a little tired and thought now wasn't the time for questioning. Maybe that should be a job for her brother. Heading back to the others, they could see that there was an argument going on. "What the hell happened?" Nate shouted. "You guys just froze there and didn't even help us." "I'm sorry," Wevel admitted with his head held down in shame. "We were unaware of what we were about to go up against." Hannah, who was by Wevel's side, wanted to complain, to shout out that they should have told them what they were planning. But Wevel said they did. From the beginning, they had said they were going to fight an Emperor-tier beast, but they were the ones that chose not to believe them. Because of that, one of their members died. They couldn't argue or complain. Without the cursed family, Wevel knew that all of them would have died. Which is why he had his head held down now. "You think a sorry is going to fix our team?" "Mate," Towards the end, Nate started to trail off as he could see that Linda had returned completely fine. Seeing this, the anger in him began to diminish. "I'm still angry with you guys," Nate said as he went off to look over his teammates. Now that everyone was safe, they could celebrate what they had achieved. To Nate, it felt like each of them had made huge improvements compared to last time. When fighting an Emperor-tier beast before, 2 of their people had died doing so. It was a humanoid-type beast and was slightly stronger, but it was clear they had improved. Was it the fight with the sun shields? Even though we don't have better equipment, it looks like everyone really grew from that, Nate thought. While thinking this, he spotted one more person that he hadn't seen during the fight. "Quinn!" Nate yelled, running over to give him an earful as well. "What were you doing this whole time? I understand why you didn't join for the advanced tier beasts, but this was an Emperor tier. We could have been in serious trouble." Although Linda and Dennis didn't express this towards Quinn, they felt the same way. With Quinn's strength, why didn't he help? Even if he wanted them to improve, he could have at least been by their side helping them. Nate was the only one that was able to say what was fully on his mind to him. "Yeah, you're right," Quinn replied. "Someone could have seriously gotten hurt if I didn't get involved," Quinn said, throwing a crystal in the air up and down, catching it in his hand. The others could see the clarity of the crystal. Nate looked back at Dennis, and they could see that the crystal was almost the same color and clarity. "Huh, you mean what?" Nate jumbled his words, and staring past Quinn, they could see another sand ruler's body. "Please tell me I'm dreaming right now." After a battle like the one they just had, the group needed to find somewhere to rest. At the same time, they wanted to be careful not running into any more beasts. In the fight, both Dennis and Nate had used their soul weapons, which took a lot of energy and MC cells. They needed time to recover before they could fight again. In the desert, there were several areas where large rocks would be sticking out of the sand, although most of them were small. Eventually, they managed to find one big enough that allowed them all to fit under, taking cover in the shade. It wasn't hot like a regular desert back on Earth or on other planets. The planet itself was quite cool, but it was still a nice spot for them to gather their thoughts. While doing so, it felt like Quinn had the eyes of the parasites on him, but it wasn't only them, as those in his group were staring at him as well. "Quinn, I thought we were progressing fast," Nate thought. "I knew you were strong, and you surpassed me a while ago, but just how have you grown so much in a short amount of time? Will me and the others get left behind?" Nate was clenching his fist. For some people, this would get them down. However, for Nate, seeing someone strong and improving so much just made him want to reach that place quick and just as fast. Nate wasn't the only one who felt this way. The others did too, including Fex. The questions on their mind were, how much stronger could Quinn get? It was only a short while ago where he needed help from others to defeat an Emperor tier beats, and now he was able to beat one on his own. "Let me know when you guys have recovered," Quinn said, "and we can head off and look for the next one." "The next one?" Hannah shouted. "What do you mean? Are we not going back? You already got 2 Emperor tier crystals, and one of our people died." Although these people were strong, she felt like they were fools. Even between different tiers of beasts, there were different strengths as well. Maybe the Emperor tier they had fought with was weak compared to others. If they continued, she was sure more of them would die. Mantis said this was a joint hunt. "We agreed to bring you along, and we have shown you this place," Quinn replied. "Look, I don't think it's the best idea you guys come with us either. Otherwise, some of you might die, and I don't want you to die for no reason." "We will end our hunt when the sun goes down," Linda said. "If you want, Syl or Dennis can take you back to the van, and you can wait for us to return." "Fine," Hannah yelled. "But if you don't return after 2 hours when the sun has gone down, then I will assume you all have died and return without you." Pulling out his strong large wings, Syl was getting ready to take the 2 of them back to the van. With his fast flying abilities, it was easy for him to head back and return, but he could only carry 2 people at a time, and Dennis was still recovering. "Do you want to go back with them first?" Hannah asked. Wevel was silent for a second before he eventually replied. "I'm not going back. I'm going to stay with them." "What Come on, Webnovel, have you gone mad? Hannah asked. You will be killed, and you're not part of the cursed faction. They won't protect you when it really matters. Webnovel placed his hand on his stomach once more, as if he was in slight pain, and then looked at Quinn talking to those in his group. I can't let this opportunity slip by me. Don't you think he's special, Hannah? Do you know anyone who could have done what he had done, and shown the skills he did at the game? When I look at him, I think they're going somewhere. They follow him because they feel it too. When I look at Mantis. Once again, Webnovel placed his hand on his stomach. Fine, Hannah huffed. You two go ahead. We'll meet you at the van later tonight, she said to the others before turning back at Webnovel. If you're staying, then I'm staying as well. I don't see what you see, but I can't have these guys burying your body. Thanks, Hannah, Webnovel said. Sil was off sending the other two back to the van, and before they left, Webnovel made sure to tell them to contact the base and inform Mantis to not do anything to the cursed family for now. Otherwise, they would be in for a whole pain of trouble. While Sil was away, Quinn decided to go over to Dennis and try a few things. He got Dennis to sit down and close his eyes and relax. Quinn would then place his hand on his back and focus on his chi. As he did this, he tried to get Dennis to focus as well. Although meditating and learning chi control couldn't help one get their MC points back, it did help with recovering their stamina a lot faster. By the time Sil had eventually returned, Dennis felt energized and was ready to fight again. What was that? Dennis asked. I feel great. It's something my teacher taught me a while back, Quinn replied. Can you teach it to me? Dennis asked. With a faster recovery time, he could fight more often and get more out of his hunts. It's not mine to teach, but in the future, I hope to introduce him to everyone at the cursed faction. The group was off again, and decided to stay as close as they could along the borderline of the desert. They didn't want to go too far in. At the moment, they had hardly made a dent on their maps. As they explored more, the digital maps they carried would update themselves, and other travelers could use this information in the future. Along the way, they had discovered more Emperor-tier beasts, only this time it was only one rather than two. Quinn got involved with the fighting, helping them out, and with him it was a lot easier. Webnovel and Hannah would stay back observing for the first Emperor-tier. But when they came across another Emperor-tier beast, Webnovel decided to try and help out. However, although brave in his actions, an Emperor-tier proved to be too much for him, and it looked like he would come to his demise. Hannah wanted to step in, and she tried, but she knew it would be useless and her legs wouldn't move, but none of that mattered. For, when Webnovel was about to get hit, the shadow came in front of him, blocking the attack. If you are helping me out, then I will help you as well, Quinn said, and went on to kill the beast again. In total, the group had defeated an additional 3 Emperor-tier beasts, giving them a total of 5 crystals. They were having a break once more at the same rock as before. It had become their resting spot. They knew it was void of beasts, so it was good for them. This place has plenty of Emperor-tier beasts, Linda said. It's like we thought. The new land is quite a dangerous place compared to the rest of the planet. We have only scratched a small part of it according to the map, Nate said, holding the digital map in his hand. It's best not to go in too far if we don't want any more trouble. Both Hannah and Webnovel looked at each other. You're not planning to go further in, are you? Webnovel asked. Of course not, Dennis replied. If there are that many Emperor-tier beasts just this close in, then that means the further we go in, there is more of a chance of us running into the next tier. The next tier, Quinn thought. So far, the highest tier beast Quinn had fought against was an Emperor-tier beast. He was confident in his current skills that no matter what Emperor-tier beast came his way, as long as he could use his full strength, he could beat them. The next tier they were talking about was legendary tier beasts. I wonder how well I would do against them? The sun was starting to set, which was the signal, saying it was time for the hunt to end. For Quinn, Fex and Linda, they weren't really worn out or tired. They could also fight just fine in the dark. However, the same couldn't be said for the others. Although Quinn could use his chi control to help out Dennis and the others in recovering, it could only do so much. If forced too much, Quinn was afraid that he might start to affect them badly. After all, he only knew so little about chi. as Leo hadn't taught him much beyond controlling it. After reaching the van, the parasite members seemed to be overjoyed that both Wevel and Hannah were still alive and hadn't gotten injured. Linda took the wheel and they were off again. While traveling back, Quinn started to think about a few different things. Seeing how he was able to defeat so many Emperor tiers without too much struggle, he thought it was a waste of time for Alex to make him a set of King tier equipment. Now, he wanted to use the crystals to create a full set of Emperor tier armor. At the moment, he only had the mask, and it was barely considered Emperor tier due to only one crystal being used to make it. If he wanted high-quality Emperor tier equipment, he would need several crystal pieces for each different part of the body. Out of everything, what he thought was most important to think about was a weapon. For him, the weapons he had always used were his hands, and the gauntlets with the electric shock skill had helped greatly. It had even enhanced his powers when using it with his shadow scythe. His gauntlets were only at the advanced level, and back then, 3 lighting attribute crystals were used. If he wanted an active skill just as powerful, he would have to do the same for the Emperor tier crystals. At the moment, I have 1 fire elemental Emperor tier crystal. If I get 2 more of these, that will be the easiest thing for me to do. Elemental beasts were rare to come by, just like humanoid ones, so he wouldn't worry about it too much for the rest of his equipment. It could take him months to find the specific beasts, and he didn't have months. A chest piece to be made would require 3 crystals, for boots 2, legs 2, shoulders 3. If including the crystals for the gauntlets, it meant he would need a total of 13 Emperor tier crystals to create a full set, and he had 5 at the moment. Although 4 of them were gathered with the help of the others, he would have to ask them whether or not it was okay to take the crystals and compensate them in some other way. It was only fair. There were also other items that could be made on top of this, a helmet, but Quinn already had a mask, and he didn't like items that covered his whole head. Accessories, such as rings and earrings. With these, the beast usually had to be oddly specific. It felt like chance if a person was to run into a beast crystal that could be used to create one of these. That's a lot of crystals, and the elemental beasts will be harder than the ones we fought against today. Quinn thought, maybe it would be better if I went out hunting on my own. This way, I would be able to use all of my strength without worrying. I won't have to worry about the others either. It had felt like a long day for everyone, and they just wanted to head back home and sleep for the night, but Quinn didn't want to leave until they had gotten their Glathrium. Exiting out of the van, they immediately headed for the parasite's base along with Wevel. "You're back," Mantis said with a smile, but it soon faded when he noticed that one of his members was missing, yet none of the cursed were. "What happened?" he asked. Quinn was about to speak, when Wevel cut him off. "Sorry, sir, it's our fault. They did as asked, showing us hunting spots, but we were unprepared." "I see," Mantis said with his finger on his chin. The others couldn't see it, but sweat was running down Wevel's face, worried for what was about to happen next. "Very well, these things tend to happen. People die out on the field all the time. You should know this being a faction leader," Mantis said, looking at Quinn. "I'm sure we have all had our fair share of deaths. After all, anything can happen on a hunt. We did as asked and showed new hunting spots you were unaware of before," Linda explained. "It was unfortunate that we couldn't stop one of your members from dying. Always taking the political stance, sitting on the fence." Dennis thought, "I know what you are going to ask, and don't worry, I am a man of my word. We shall apply you with 20 kilos of Glathrium free of charge. I'm afraid any more than that, and the members will kick up a fuss." 20 kilos? Quinn had no idea how long that would last, but he imagined it couldn't be enough for a long time. They still needed more in the future. Quinn didn't want to just use it to create weapons. Like the military did, he wanted it to be used to create structures in the future. This was just a temporary fix to the problem and by no means a permanent solution. Still, Quinn would have to see this as a freebie. They were already planning to go out for a hunt, and now they had enough for him to create the equipment he needed. After collecting everything, they were off heading back to their shelter, using Quinn once again, and heading back for the cursed ship. "What's wrong, Linda?" Dennis asked. "You've been quiet ever since we left their base." "Yeah, it's just, I thought the reaction of their leader was a little odd when they found out one of their own had died. It's almost as if he didn't care, and the look on the others' faces, they were... She paused for a second. They were scared. Quinn finished her sentence. He could hear their heartbeat rapidly change the second they had entered their own base. He knew it too. Something was wrong. Back at the parasite base, Webnovel and the others had been brought into Mantis' office. Now, explain to me how a member of our parasites died, yet not a single one of their team is gone. They had a D rank on their team, for frick's sake. Mantis shouted out of breath and panting. When he finally caught his breath, he continued. And all I got from you was a message telling me not to mess with them? Speak. Explain yourselves. They were hunting Emperor-tier beasts, sir. We were never a match, Hannah explained. She went on to tell Mantis everything, the abilities they used, their strength, and so on. Most of it made sense to him. All of it, apart from how their faction leader was able to take down an Emperor-tier on his own. Someone that strong would have been known by everyone. That wasn't even the level of an A rank, it was at least the level of an AA rank traveler. This just means that we won't be able to deal with them directly as I first thought, said Mantis. And we'll have to do something about that troublesome leader of theirs. All four of them stood there straight nervously, and Webnovel's stomach was starting to hurt again. Finally, Mantis sat back down in his seat, and seeing this, one of the men let out a little sigh of relief. Oh, you think I'm going to let you off for allowing one of our men to die? All four of you shall suffer for 2 days. 2 days, the large man said, coming forward and falling to his knees, begging. Please, I can't last 2 days. I can't go through it again. Don't worry. I assure you you won't die, but you might wish you were dead. On the cursed ship, it was a new day, and standing in a room full of kids with their beady little eyes, they were all staring at a certain someone. What the hell am I meant to do with these guys? Peter thought. One of the spare rooms had been converted into a classroom. This had already been made the case before for the people who wanted to live on the spaceship and bring their family on board, although many members refused. The ship was merely a base, while their homes were still at the shelter. Only a few actually enjoyed being on the ship, apart from the leaders that would be pretty much based there all the time. The classroom was made with the children in mind, creating an environment where they could still be taught. Before it was never full, but now it was a different story. All of the kids that had been saved from the Blade Island were there. Peter had been asked to be their teacher and to look after them. It was requested after learning the truth of how he had risked his life defending them. But he was not alone in this. He also had a little assistant called Borden. I don't even know what to teach them, Peter whispered to Borden. I have an idea. Taking the kids out of the classroom, they had moved to the training room. Let's split the tasks up, Borden said. You teach them maths, English, the essentials, and I'll teach them the essentials in fighting. Standing at the front, Borden started to explain some moves, and would demonstrate soon after they would follow. They did so quite naturally, as this was also similar to how they were taught on the Blade Island. It had become routine for them. Borden was quite popular with the kids. They thought he was quite cute, and it reminded them of Borden. Although Peter thought they would change their mind if they saw the crazy things he could do. Borden was anything but cute. If he was angry, he could shove a whole human through a door quite easily. The other travelers couldn't help but feel a little unsettled at what they were seeing in the training room. Young kids being taught to fight at such a young age. Even for them, during war periods, they were only taught such things in military school, while these children looked to be under 10. Because of this, there were a few concerns that had been passed on from the adults, and Megan had arrived to see what exactly the problem was. They still felt like they couldn't talk to Peter about it directly. They hadn't spent enough time to get to know him or see him as one of the leaders. Instead, they decided to confide in someone like Megan, who was one of the old high rankers of the Crows. Hey, the others are wondering if training them to fight is really the right thing to do. They're just kids after all? Megan explained with a soft approach. Even she was a little cautious when talking to Peter. He unsettled her at times. These aren't normal kids, Peter replied. They have seen more death than some adults will ever see. They have a heavy burden to carry. Is it right for them to train to fight for their lives at this age? Of course it's not, and I never want it to come to that. But, the second someone knows what their abilities are, they will try to use it for their own sake. The simple truth is, I don't want to see them die, and neither does Borden. Megan took a second look at the kids, and it was true they all did have a different look to them. The look of someone who had killed before. What did these poor kids go through? After a good night's rest, Quinn was excited to head to Alex to speak to him about his plans. Thanks for getting that glathrium, Alex replied. Will it be enough to create a full set of armor? Quinn asked. It should be enough to create around 4 sets. So I can get to work on those king tier crystals for you if you want? Actually, do you mind holding the glathrium for me? Quinn explained his plans about how he wanted a full suit of Emperor tier armor, and that he wanted it soon. He explained that he was planning to go hunting for the whole of the week. To him, he was happy to hold off, and was excited at creating the next best thing for Quinn. He could imagine if he had joined another faction, it would have been years until they let him work on such high-level and quality crystals. Only top factions would have been able to bring in so many Emperor tier crystals. He wanted to thank him at the bottom of his hearts, and suddenly, with excitement, he was feeling a twitch on his back. Quinn saw this almost instantly, and something was drawing him. He almost wanted to touch his back. Hey, what are you doing? Alex said, walking away. Sorry, said Quinn. I was just curious about them. How have they been? A nightmare, Alex replied. I can keep them hidden under the wraps, but after around 6 hours or so, they start to feel really sore, so I have to suddenly leave and spread them out a bit. Although it's not all bad news. I did get to fly a bit. Didn't I warn you? What if someone saw you? Quinn said, looking around. But if someone had seen anything, he was sure Kaz would have already killed him by now. Relax. It was only in my room. And just a hover, really? Quinn was actually quite jealous. As a vampire, he could do many things that humans could never do, but flying wasn't them. He was sure it was something magical that he would never experience. Leaving the forging to Alex for the future, it was time for him to see Sam. Before leaving, Sam was in charge of creating a plan for the cursed to take over the unclaimed planets left behind by the Sunshields and to become a name for himself. Big enough to the point where the cursed were considered part of the Big Three. The two of them were inside the meeting room. Did you come up with a plan? Or a route for us then? Quinn asked. Yeah, we have received a lot of information, so we have had to plan our movements carefully, Sam explained. A lot of factions are after the unclaimed planets. After being under one of the Big Three, it seems a lot of those factions refuse to join up with the remaining two. There are constant fights every day, but it is giving us a clear picture of who to look out for. The planets nearby have low-level factions that we don't have to worry about. After taking over a few of them and calming our spots, they won't cause us much trouble. In my eyes, there are only 2 groups that we have to look out for. Groups? Quinn replied. Yeah, the first group is a AA-ranked faction named Daisy. After the Big Four, they were the highest rank faction, and it seems like they still are. Every planet they have approached, they have taken over it with ease, and more factions are agreeing to work under them day by day. Now, for the second part, you'll understand why I used the word group. It's because they are a group and a pretty well-known one. Members of Pure have made their move and are also taking over planets rapidly. If we plan to make a move, we need to make one soon and keep an eye on these 2. If you want to become one of the Big Three, then you will have to face both of these. Pure, the group where CIA and Layla were currently at. There was a chance that they might be meeting up soon. But before starting their advance, Quinn needed to go hunting for a week to get his crystals. He was sure the Emperor tier set would come in handy. He just hoped nothing troublesome occurred this week. To Quinn's surprise, the others were happy to allow him to have the Emperor tier crystals. They did ask for a few things in return, King tier crystals and funds to go towards fields they were interested in around the ship. Still, they didn't mind Quinn getting the crystals they obtained together. They knew what they were facing, the enemies that might come after them, and weren't arrogant enough to think that they could succeed without Quinn. The stronger and better he got, the better it was for them. At the moment, the Cursed family couldn't compete with the other factions just based on sheer size. They had more members, and if a full-scale battle was to happen, they were likely to lose. Even if Quinn and the other leaders lived, what was the point? There would no longer be a faction to run, and what was the point of them creating one in the first place, if not to protect the people in it? What they could do was minimize that risk by making Quinn just as strong as the leaders. They saw the damage his soul weapon could do, and improving their best weapon was a must. This was why no one complained when Quinn asked for the Emperor tier crystals. There was some kickback about Quinn going off on his own, but in the end he was free to do as he wished. Also, both Sam and Linda were on Quinn's side, allowing him to go on his own. They knew why. He had powers he couldn't show or use compared to others. Using the teleporter, Quinn arrived at the shelter. He had everything he needed. After giving Alex his flask to hold his own blood in, there were no more flasks to hand out. For once, Quinn had asked Kaz for a favor, asking that when she made her report back to the vampire world if she could bring back more with her. The simple request was accepted, and she didn't even question why. For now though, he had borrowed Fex's flask and had 2 of them on him. He had the blood bank with 200 milliliters of blood and 2 flasks, each holding another 100 milliliters of blood. In total 400 milliliters of blood. This was one of the longest solo journeys Quinn would go on, and he would feel hunger. There would be no people to feast on in an emergency on the new land, so he had to come extra prepared. Looking at the map, Quinn could see how far they had traveled last time. This time he would be going further into the new lands. The reason was because he was looking for fire elemental type beasts to make his new weapon. Maybe he could find something in the desert, but there was a risk, so he preferred to try and explore the other areas. He had rented a small jeep and was on his way to the new land. Quinn was saving his MC cells for battle. What Quinn was unaware of was that the parasite members that were in the shelter were keeping an eye on all of his movements. "Boss, the faction leader just left the shelter on his own," the man said into a receiver on his watch. "I checked the quest board, and it seems like he took the highest one possible, exploring the new land, which is the place you mentioned." "On his own," Mantis replied. "Are you sure?" From Wevel's report, they knew Quinn was strong, but going out in the open on his own was still dangerous. Many mistakes could occur. He was surprised that the faction members would have even allowed this. "Well, I guess this is the perfect opportunity to start our little act then. When he's on his way back, you know what to do. Whatever it takes, delay him from getting back." Reaching the foot of the mountain, he abandoned the jeep, and it was time for him to start his hunt. Other than gathering crystals, Quinn was also here to try to improve his shadow skills as much as possible. The fight with Vicky and Pi had taught him a lot, and without Vorden he could have possibly died. Turning into the bloodsucker wasn't a good solution to the problem. He was hoping he would increase the level of his skills and finally complete his level 7 shadow ability to move up to level 8. It was going well by not rushing things. Quinn was dealing with the Emperor beasts as needed, and resting whenever he could. The same, however, could not be said back at the cursed ship and shelter. A few days had gone past since Quinn's disappearance, and just like before, the parasites and cursed members were getting into more and more arguments. The price hikes continued, and eventually even Blip was getting sick of it. He didn't like discriminating between faction members as he wanted to treat everyone the same, but it had gotten to him as well. So they retaliated, only charging members from the parasites high prices for materials in the marketplace. Still, the parasites knew that they were actually good business for the cursed, who were low on funds. At the moment, they couldn't really trade outside to any factions for fear they might turn on them and attack. They may even just steal the items and run off. If it was a match of who could last longest, then the cursed would lose this one. On top of this, the parasites started to take the same quests the cursed were, almost mirroring their actions, and they were doing what they did best, leeching off the hard work of others and stealing the kills at the last second. This was just making Thier's situation even more dire. And eventually, a certain someone had snapped. Out on a hunt, Dennis couldn't hold back any longer. It wasn't a kill steal that set him off, but an accidental stray attack that hit one of their members. Whatever damage was done to the cursed, Dennis had returned it threefold to the parasite member. Because of this little incident, the two factions were at the brink of war. It had gotten so bad that they were no longer allowing either faction members to enter their shelters, and the cursed leaders had decided to stay at the crow's base on the planet rather than on the ship. leaving Peter behind in charge once again. Inside the building, they were having a meeting about what to do. Sitting slumped down in his chair with his head held down, Dennis couldn't look any of the others in the eye. "I'm sorry guys, we tried so hard to avoid this. And now because of me, maybe people will." Dennis paused as visions of his own planet appeared in his head. How the Eagle faction members and their families were burnt in front of his eyes. Back then, he couldn't stop them from attacking, and now he felt horrible that he could be the cause of something like that. "Don't be sorry," Nate said, slamming him hard on the back. "If I was there, I would have done the same thing. What's done is done. And now we have to come up with a solution to solve this. And playing a game with them won't work this time," said Blip. "We are waiting for them to get back to us with a solution," Sam explained. "It seems like the parasite members themselves are restless to attack, while our members are more on the cautious side. Just in case, we have already started to move residents temporarily back to the ship until tensions have quietened down again." "Don't you think it's strange?" Paul said. At these meetings, Paul often wouldn't say much. He didn't want to get too involved, and he thought that the former Crow members did a good job caring about everyone. Most of the faction members belonged to them anyway. "I'm just speaking my mind, but Quinn is away, and they want to fight us now. Usually, factions who truly don't want war with each other will try a number of things before resulting into fighting. You attempted multiple times to be reasonable with them, yet instead, each time they retaliated by being even more unreasonable. And although none of us are worried about Quinn, we have been unable to contact him, which is unlike him when he knew he would be away." The others thought about what Paul said for a while. The parasites were being difficult. They were making it so hard that the others were wishing they had just tried attacking them when they came here in the first place, rather than all of this passive-aggressive nonsense. The light on Sam's watch started to flicker, and tapping on it once, a projected screen appeared. It was a message from the parasites. "What is it?" Nate asked, wondering if they could be fighting any day now. "They have come up with a suggestion to the problem. One that actually might favor us. They claim that because both sides don't want unnecessary bloodshed, and the factions are a similar size, that the two sides should have a duel instead. Pitting their strongest 5 against our strongest 5. Whoever wins, the faction will serve under them from that day." Nate and Dennis smiled, thinking that the parasites were underestimating them. This would be an easy win, but the others weren't too sure. However, this was clearly better than war. "So it seems like we are all in agreement to accept the terms?" Sam said, and they all nodded in response. "Then the next question is, with Quinn out of the picture, which 5 of us will fight?" Huffing and panting, Quinn was covered in sweat. He was standing on black ground, which had several fissures running through it. The sound of hot steam was heard gushing out from behind him. Turning around to take a look, he could see the hot steam evaporating from the fissures into the air. On the floor lay a rock beast with a strange red energy glowing through its body that slowly started to fade. "That one was a bit harder than I thought." Quinn tipped the sweat from his forehead and pulled out the flask to take a small sip. It was a must. He had been pushing himself too much, going from one Emperor-tier beast to the next, and he had made the fatal mistake of overestimating himself. He thought he still had enough in the tank to go on fighting another one. However, this Emperor-tier beast was more powerful than the last ones, making the fight difficult. Still, even though he was tired, he couldn't be upset. For finally, he had gathered the 3 fire element crystals needed to create a new weapon. "Now I just need the other crystals." Before Quinn's backside was scalded by the hot steam, he rushed to find a nice place to rest and climbed a small hill of rocks that overlooked the place he had just fought in. Looking around, he no longer recognized the area he was in. He was naturally just going to the place where he thought the fire elemental beasts would be. It worked, and he finally got the most important crystals, but he had been traveling for days and now he was lost. As long as he had his map with him, he would be able to tell where he was and just head in the right direction. Pulling it out, he started to shake it a few times. The small shakes started to become frantic as panic settled in. "This thing, why won't it turn on?" When he first started his hunt a couple of days ago, he checked that the map and all of his equipment was working fine. Yet, for some reason, now the map did nothing. He was a little concerned. He had made no reference, no marking to know which way he had headed. He simply was relying on modern technology to help him. It had never let him down before, so what a time for it to do just that. Quinn wasn't too worried. It just meant that it might take him a little longer to get back than he originally thought. But he thought he should also make the others aware of this, so that if they needed him for anything, they would know where to pick him up. Lifting his hand, he noticed the light on his watch wasn't activating either. Don't tell me. The watch now wasn't working. Is this a coincidence? How could both of them not work? Quinn thought. He was either one of the unluckiest people in the world, or someone was behind this. Inside the meeting room at the shelter, they had been given more details about the upcoming duel. Duels weren't so uncommon between factions to settle things. In instances like this one where two forces were of equal power, it made sense to settle it this way, decided by the top dogs. However, these duels did have certain rules. There were two styles of duels. One-on-one bouts or a group duel. In this instance, they had asked for a group-style duel. A 5-on-5. In cases like these, each faction would have to contact a third party to step in and keep the peace. This was to make sure that the other party would follow through with the deal whatever the results were. A third party? But we don't know any other factions? Nate said. Well, I know one, but they are unlikely to be able to help, Dennis replied. They are aligned with one of the big families. I can still try, but their answer might be no. It was hard in the current times to set up a proper duel. Most factions have already chosen to side with one of the big four. It was worrisome if they even had a different motive. Banging his head on the table and grinding his teeth, Blip had a suggestion. There is someone I know who might be happy. Maybe not happy, but at least willing to help us out in this. Leaving the meeting room, Blip reluctantly lifted his feet and went to his old office to get in contact with the third party. A short while later, he returned and gave everyone the thumbs up. With a third party secured, they could move on to the next step. Who would be the best choice for our team? Sam said, as he had a list of names up on a digital screen and next to it 5 slots. I have to be on the team, Dennis said, shooting up like a school child from his seat. He startled Megan, who was sitting next to him. This whole thing is my mess in the first place, so I have to fix it. Dennis is a strong fighter and a rank traveler, one of our best. I see no problems in that one. Sam replied. If we are going by rank, then shouldn't Blip be involved as well? Megan suggested. Both Dennis and Blip have good chemistry together as well. Based on the suggestions, Sam moved both of their names into the slots, leaving 3. I'm happy to fight for the family, but unless Linda is as well, then I think it's best you pick someone else. This came as a surprise to many, and they were wondering why Blip was being so stubborn. Before Dennis, the two of them had worked together all the time as well, so perhaps that was the reason. However, the truth was Blip was trying to take advantage of the situation, to see if his sister would step up. If she didn't in such an important event like this one, something was definitely up. Okay, I'll take part, Linda replied. This response not only surprised her brother Blip, but Fex at the table, who was looking at Kaz and Paul, who didn't show any signs of interest at all. Damn. All of you keep talking and won't let me say what I want to say, Nate said, standing up. If it's fighting, then you gotta count me in as well. Now, hold on a second, Sam said. So far, we have 3 members who were originally from the Crows. I know we all belong to the same faction, but those that should be representing the cursed family should be more varied. Do any of you want to take part in this? Paul shook his head. He was strong, but his ability probably wasn't at the level where it could be useful without having the need to demonstrate his vampire powers. After Paul refused, Kaz did as well, but she was only known as a healer in the first place. Sam then turned his head to Fex, who was wondering if there was anyone that would be a good fit to fight. Peter was a strong white who was just as powerful as Quinn. With his sheer raw power, he could overwhelm them, but he was in charge of the ship currently, and in terms of pure power, they already had plenty of that. Borden was out of the question. His true form was a Dalki, and the second people saw what he was, maybe everyone watching the fight would turn on them. Then there was himself with his strong ability in a group battle. It was incredibly helpful. It could be used to block attacks, tie up enemies, and even more if he was willing to show his vampire powers. Maybe he would even get a chance to use that, but it was unlikely judging from their impression of the parasites so far. It might sound a little big-headed, but I think myself will be a good addition to the team, Fex volunteered. It's not big-headed, Sam replied. I think it's a good choice as well. If no one else wants to jump in, then I guess that only leaves me, Nate said with a smile on his face, but Fex had his hand raised once more. Fine, Sam said, sliding it in. They looked at the list and it was Blip, Linda, Dennis, Fex and Nate. This would be their final 5. Can I make a suggestion? Fex said. I don't think that should be our final 5. It's not that I doubt anyone's strength here, but I'm sure you all thought about it as well. If the parasites have requested this duel, then they might actually have something, a reason why they think they can beat us. Just in case, I really think we should put our strongest people forward and give our team the highest chance of victory. The others were a little confused by what Fex was saying. They looked around the table, and other than Nate, they couldn't think of anyone else that was stronger than him. Who would give them a better chance of winning? I recommend Syl for this fight if we absolutely want to win, Fex said. That strange boy you brought back, the one that won't talk to anyone? Megan asked skeptically. The others didn't know Syl's ability, not even the extent of it. To them, he was just a friend of Quinn he had brought back with him. I promise you, even if all of us were struck down and he was the last one left standing, we would win the fight, said Fex. Well, if you're that confident and he agrees. But who do we swap him with? Sam said, hovering his finger over the names. He slowly let it hover over Nate's name, and it looked like he was about to be replaced. Swap him with me, Blip said. We already have 3 aerial fighters, and mine and Linda's abilities are the same anyway. Besides, I've had a really bad shoulder these days. It was a lie, an obvious lie that didn't get past anyone. Sam looked at Linda, seeing if she was okay with it, and she nodded. Alright, so this is our final team: Linda, Dennis, Nate, Fex, and finally Syl. Let's crush those parasites. Quinn tried to use the map and the communicator on his watch several times, but there were no results. If the map was the only thing that was affected, then he wouldn't have been so spurious, but his watch was the final straw. These things were created to last a human lifetime, never needing to be charged. Yet it wasn't even turning on, as if it had run out of battery. The thought crossed his mind whether or not he should return. After all, something serious could be happening right now. They'll be fine, Quinn. They don't need you to babysit them, Quinn thought. There were plenty of strong people in the cursed faction now, and that was only on the surface. There were even stronger people in hiding, such as Kaz. Trusting the others, Quinn thought it was best to continue his journey as he was doing, and he would also try to recognize some of the places he passed. He no longer needed to look for a specific Emperor tier beast, so it should be easier than before. A distance away from Quinn, a group of 3 men were nervously looking around. One of them had their eyes closed, while the other 2 were looking through the greenery, tiptoeing about. He's on the move again. The man with his eyes closed opened them. Hey, how much longer do we have to do this? One of them whispered loudly. This is crazy, we're lucky to still be alive. The man who had his eyes closed went up to a strange device that had been propped up and had a small antenna placed in the middle. It was a jammer. It allowed for all electronic devices to cease working within 500 meters. They were hardly used because if one knew they were being used, they could easily be destroyed or a countermeasure device could be placed. Its short range was also a problem, but it was perfect for doing their job, delaying Quinn from returning. He's really out here alone fighting these things? Another said. Is there really someone that strong? If the parasites go against him, we'll all be goners. Why do you think we are out here doing this? At that moment, one of the men placed his hand on his stomach, and his face winced in pain. Is it that time already? Just then, leaves could be heard ruffling and coming their way from a distance. Is it a beast? One of them panicked. The man closed his eyes again and tried to see what was coming towards him, and when he saw it, He immediately opened his eyes. "How?" he asked. Standing there, he knew it was already too late. "What is it?" Coming out from the trees, the other two men were absolutely shocked at what they were seeing. It was no beast. Instead, it was the very person they had been following this whole time. Placing his finger in his ear, Quinn stood there looking at the strange device and the three men. "You guys are quite the noisy bunch, aren't you?" said Quinn. "Is that the thing that's been causing me trouble?" The announcement had been made to both of the shelters, and it seemed like it had done its job. Quests were put on hold, and there were no longer disputes or fights happening. However, now everyone was waiting in anticipation for the event. A location was sent for the crows, an empty wasteland that was void of beasts, stationed not too far from their shelter, but a bit further away from the parasites. Standing there waiting were the 5 people who would be taking part from the cursed faction. Dennis, Linda, Nate, Fex and Syl. Behind them, many members of the cursed family had come along to watch the event. A lot of them had a deep hatred for the parasites after everything that had happened. In the crowd, there were also the leaders Blip, Megan, Paul and Kaz. "Damn. I guess I have to be a little careful about what I show," Fex thought, and he was looking at Linda wondering if she would be okay. If they could finish this fight quickly, then maybe she wouldn't have to show any of her abilities. Meanwhile, Nate and Dennis were busy looking at Syl. "Is he really as strong as Fex said? He had a great pair of wings on him, but he didn't do much when we were fighting," said Dennis. I haven't seen him fight, but he also doesn't give off the fighting aura either. But if Fex said it's true, it has to be right. I mean, he's close friends with Quinn." Nate replied. Linda looked in the direction of her brother, but she wasn't nervous. She then briefly looked at Kaz as well, and her fist clenched even tighter. "I'll get you back for the trouble you have caused. But today is not the day. For now, we are on the same side," Linda thought. Then off in the distance, the parasites could be seen traveling on many vehicles, mainly jeeps and vans, while the cursed family had walked on foot. "Are they just trying to show off?" someone from the crowd said. "Hey, aren't there a bunch of vehicles on the ship? Why can't we use them?" another asked. "I think they're saving them for something." The vehicles stopped and Mantis, along with the others, started to walk over. They too had brought many members from their faction to watch the fight. However, only the 5 taking part walked towards the center to meet the other 5. There was Mantis, Wevel, Hannah, the big-eyed guy whose name was Tony, and finally, a strange hooded man they hadn't seen before. "Hey, you see that one? It looks like something's wrong with him," Nate whispered to Dennis. The hooded man's skin was deathly pale, and his fingers were twitching constantly. On his back he had 2 hammers with large heads on it. "Before we go over the rules, it would be best until we both wait for the third party we have called," Mantis said. They agreed. After all, they would be the referees of the fight. They waited a few moments, and everyone was visibly nervous. "I hope you brought a decent faction over. You will be surprised when you see who we brought," Tony said, smiling. "Is it really a big deal?" Fex asked Linda. "They're acting like this person they invited is a part of their faction." "It is. It shows the connections or relations one faction has. Although they might not be part of the same group, it will make others think twice about attacking them," Linda explained. They could also have no relation at all, and just someone who is interested in the 2 groups, but neither side knows the truth. Finally, a ship could be seen coming towards them, and when they saw it, it certainly set a few people back with its strange design. It was pink in color and had a giant love heart on the front. It stood out and definitely wasn't common for a ship to look like that. However, Sam's face was full of concern seeing what group the parasites had called. "They know Daisy?" Sam said. Mantis and Tony couldn't stop smiling looking at their members panicking. Daisy was one of the top factions, considered the strongest just underneath the Big Four. It came as a surprise to them all how a small group like the parasites would know or have contact with them. And yet, they even had said yes. At the moment they were busy trying to take over the unclaimed planets, and still they had the time to come here. Parking their ship on the parasite side, a group of 10 females came out walking. Most of them were dressed in bright-colored beast gear as they left their ship. Each of them stunning in their own ways, and at the front of them was the leader of Daisy, Helen. She stood out the most, with her bright pink hair and stunning long legs. The beast gear she had on was worn tightly to show off every curve on her body. The leaders here, is this why they were so confident? Blip asked. No, if their relationship was so close, then they would have asked them to help in the fight. Sam said, they're just trying to intimidate us. Helen with two of her girls walked out to the center where the parasites and cursed members were. Thank you for coming, Mantis said, bowing his head down. I didn't expect you to come yourself, Helen. There was something I wanted to see. She looked at the other group to see if she recognized any of them, but she didn't. These are the guys that successfully defended an attack from the sun shields? She thought. When Mantis had asked her, due to the favor she owed him, she was going to send some of her people. But when she found out what planet the duel was to take place on, she was suddenly interested. At some point in time, this planet was on her list to take over as well. However, her information gathering was top-notch compared to the other factions, and she knew about the attack on the Crow's planet. She's so beautiful, Nate said. Maybe I should go over and introduce myself. Before he knew it, his body was walking towards her. Hey, she's on the enemy's side, Dennis said. Why don't you introduce yourself after we kick the parasites' arses? Won't that be more impressive? Vex suggested. Shaking his head, Nate was back to his regular self. You're right. I have to fight for love. That's not what I said. But all right. Look at them, Tony said to Mantis. They must be shook up after seeing Daisy. I didn't know you were so close with them. You even brought their leader here, boss. Now whoever they bring will look like a pebble. They might even run away after seeing Helen here. At that moment, another spaceship was seen approaching the area they were in. It didn't look to be anything special at all. It was just a regular ship that could hold around 20 or so people. When it landed, the parasite faction members didn't even seem to care who would be coming off the ship. I thought I would never have to see him again, Blip said. The ship's door opened and out came 10 men dressed in white robes, and standing at the front was Hector. What? Someone from the parasites shouted. The white robes gave away their identities in a second. They were from the Greylash family. Damn it! How can this be? Tony screwed in his head. Looks like things are going to get interesting around here, Helen thought. As soon as the men left the ship, everyone there knew exactly who they were. Their prominent white robes had been displayed many times on different T/V stations, news broadcast shows, and they were currently in the center of the Civil War, being one of the only big two families remaining. The question on everyone's mind, including those in the cursed family, was what were they doing here? Leaving the ship, Hector stood at the front. He wore a similar uniform to those behind him. However, his uniform had a green trim around the edges, and his sleeves had a slit showing his forearms. This uniform indicated that he was part of the Altum class within the Greylash family. The highest class there was out of the 3 classes. The 9 men behind him, though, had no such color and only wore pure white, which indicated they were the Humulus class, the lowest Greylash class. Still, the fact that they had sent someone of the Altum class meant they deemed this as important, which had blown the others away, especially Helen. Walking towards the center, Hector looked around as if he was looking for a certain someone, but he was a little disappointed, as all he could see was Blip, avoiding eye contact, looking away and whistling. When Hector and 2 of his men joined the center and walked towards the 2 groups, everyone there gave them a respectful bow, including those in Daisy and the parasites. Where is your faction leader? Hector asked. He's busy at the moment, but will be returning in a few days, Linda replied. Hector looked a little disappointed by the answer. If Quinn wasn't here, he felt like him being here was a waste of his time. When the request came through, the only reason why it was accepted was because of Owen. Owen was too busy doing his own things to travel to the planet, so he had asked Hector to oversee things and to look out for Quinn, hoping to see his skills in the duel. What are they even doing here? Tony asked. Why would they help an F-rank faction like this one? Don't you know? Helen replied. This planet belonged to the Greylash family, and the faction called the Crows used to work for them. Information is key, and you guys should have done your own research. However, I thought the relationship was broken off between the 2 of them, but it seems like they might still be linked. In Helen's mind, it was the only way to explain why they were here right now. This is why they accepted the duel. Is this why they've been acting so cocky? Mantis said in anger and walked forward so the other group could hear them. We did not know that this planet was owned by the Greylash family, and this faction was under you. We do not wish to fight and cause trouble with the Greylash family. The duel is off. Mantis demanded. Hector turned to look at him, and just the sheer stare and name had frightened Mantis. In truth, Mantis was hoping to show his power to Daisy today. That way, after calming the planet, it would be easy for him to join up with them and he could get a high position in the faction. He had no intention of dealing with any of the big powerhouses, not yet anyway. He knew his strength and how far it could take them. I think there has been some misunderstanding, Hector said. This planet does not belong to the Greylash family and belongs to the cursed faction. We are only here to officiate. If anything happens to them, it is none of our business, and the two of you are free to do as you wish. Lifting up his hand, Hector pointed at Blip in the crowd. If you wanted to, you could tie up that man and beat him until he could no longer speak, and the Greylash family nor I would do a thing to stop you. Damn it! I knew you still had a grudge, Blip shouted. It seemed like what the Greylash family was saying was the truth. They also had no reason to lie. They were so strong that if they wanted to, they could get involved and stop all of this in an instant. There was no reason for them to do this. So they thought they could just scare us? Tony said. Throw us off our game by getting in contact with an old flame. If this planet used to belong to them, of course they would say yes. Although the others' nerves were settled a little after what Hector had said. Helen thought a little differently. She made note that Hector had asked for the faction leader personally. Knowing that they had successfully defended an attack from the Sunshields and now this, it was certainly something they needed to keep an eye out for. The rules were explained to both groups, and the third parties were both there to listen in. It was clear that if death was to happen, it was not the fault of one or the other. If a member was knocked out, then Helen or Hector would come in and take the knocked out person off to the side, and they would no longer be in the fight. There were no boundaries for the fight, but they would try to keep it within a certain area so it did not hurt both crowds of people that were watching. If there were any stray attacks, those from Daisy and those from the Greylashes would try to protect the crowds. A team could either admit defeat, or until all of one side was killed or knocked out. This would be the end of the duel. Both teams had got into position, and it was finally time for the fight to start. We should win this pretty easy, right? Megan asked. I'm not too sure, Paul replied. The one that worries me most is that hooded man, his skin. It looks like he's been poisoned. Start, Helen shouted, signaling the battle. Did you come up with any strategies for the fight? Megan asked. No, Sam replied. I thought it would be best to leave it to them. After all, we have no clue what their abilities are. The first one to act from the cursed family was Dennis, transforming immediately and flying towards the center of them. Wait, Vex shouted. He knew they were all strong, but the best thing to do was to learn all of their abilities first. Being arrogant would be the death of their team. With Dennis charging forward, they would now all have to move to support him. Even if he was strong, it was 5-on-1. Everyone dashed forward knowing this. But that's when Fex noticed Syl had stayed back. Syl, what are you doing? Come with us, Fex asked. No, Syl replied. Quinn said to only help if I think you need it. He said you need to get better. Huh? Don't you think we need it right now? What happens if we all get knocked out, and you're the only one left? Then I will help and beat them for you, he said, smiling. It was strange. Sometimes Syl had confidence, sometimes he didn't. However, Fex, being distracted by all of this, was unaware of the others that were already locked in combat. Dennis, flying straight into the center of the five, was hoping to knock them all down like a bowling ball. Mune, deal with this, Mantis ordered. Moving from the side to the front, the hooded man stood in front of Dennis's path and placed both of his hands outward. Dennis collided right into Mune, and dust was thrown towards the other side from his large wings. When the dust started to settle, Mune could be seen holding onto Dennis's clawed hands, not having moved from the spot. The veins on his hand bulged, bleeding as the claws were dug in. Mune then lifted Dennis up and slammed him into the ground, creating a crater underneath him. "How much strength does that guy have?" Blip said. Dennis was hurt, and in pain he tried to move but was being pinned down by Mune's strength. All he could do was turn his head to see Mantis now standing by his side. "This is going to hurt a little," Mantis said as he placed his green-colored hand on top of Dennis's body, and a cry of screams was heard after. "It's as I thought, one of them has a poison ability," Paul said. "I'll knock him off," Nate shouted, moving slow, but stood in his way. Wevel came attacking with his 2 daggers. Nate had blocked, using his hardened hands, then reached out to try to grab Wevel, but he had already moved back using his super speed. "I know what your soul weapon is," Wevel said. "Do you think I'm going to let you touch me?" The next person to try and help Dennis out was Fex. He threw out his string and was going to pull Mune off of him, but the string never reached as it looked as if it was hit by an invisible wall. "A barrier?" Fex thought. "Us two will deal with you, pretty boy," Hannah said, throwing out slashes of wind. Fex moved to dodge them easily, but when the third attack appeared, he felt his body bang into something else. It was another barrier. "This fight isn't as easy as you thought it was going to be, is it?" Tony said, laughing. Without Syl helping and Dennis pinned down, it didn't look like a good start for the cursed faction. The members were nervously watching away. Their confidence from before had disappeared. "Get off him," Linda shouted, throwing her fist as hard as she could. "Why isn't she using her ability?" Blip thought. Even if she transformed a little, it would have helped her have some extra strength. But her transformation wasn't known for strength, and her attack was definitely weaker when compared to Dennis. Mune, with a single hand, continued to hold Dennis down, and raised another to block the attack. Everyone watching thought it was a useless attempt, until the fist was blocked. "Big mistake," Linda shouted, and immediately, Mune's whole hand was crushed within itself, and with another punch to his body, he was sent flying off from Dennis. "Linda, what happened to you?" Blip said, with his mouth left wide open. The cursed faction cheered as they saw Linda deliver a devastating blow to the other team. It was the only good thing that had happened since the fight had started, and they needed something to celebrate about. They didn't care how she had such great strength at the moment. They could figure that out later. They just wanted her to win. Paul, on the other hand, was glancing at Kaz to see if she would act. "What?" Kaz replied, staring back at him. "I'm not going to do anything. Super strength can be explained in many ways. No one is suddenly going to think she's a vampire. Even if she showed healing or multiple abilities, people won't just assume they're a vampire because of this." Paul didn't reply back, but at least his worries were diminished. Kaz couldn't act with all these people around them already, and she was right. The blood aura was different because it was something only vampires could perform, which was why right now, Fex was struggling with his opponents. Fex could easily dodge the incoming attacks, but the barriers that were being made were invisible. He had even tried hitting one to try break it, but using regular strength there was no luck. To break one he would have to use full force or maybe his blood skills, and that would reveal him. So he was in quite a difficult position. The same could be said for Nate. Nate wasn't getting hurt by Wevel, but at the same time he wasn't able to hold him, stop him or damage him in a situation like this. It was a bad matchup for Nate. If he was patient, then he could just wait for Wevel to run out of stamina. But Nate wanted to act now. "My Princess Helen is watching me. If I don't show I can do something, then she will think I'm weak. And who would want to go out with someone weak?" Nate thought. Seeing Fex in trouble, and figuring out what was happening, Nate decided it was time for a change of plan. Ignoring Wevel, he went towards where Fex was, and when he was close, with his fists hardened, he threw out a punch, smashing the barriers. "Do you mind swapping with me?" Nate asked. "My pleasure," Fex replied. Immediately, when Wevel came towards him, Fex had set up a trap with his strings, tying his legs up and then punching him in the stomach, sending him to the floor. Wevel got up and took a few steps back, bent over from the blow. "His string is really not good for my ability, but there is still something I can do," Wevel thought. Activating his soul weapon, he managed to enhance his speed. For a brief time he could now move twice as fast. With this, he won't be able to catch me going this fast, Webnovel thought. Changing direction, moving left and right, Webnovel was ready with his daggers, but Fex just stood there trying to keep track of him. Then when Webnovel jumped, he was stopped again, held by the string. But how? How could you still see me? I know people who are a lot faster than you. And if I couldn't see them, then I would be pretty useless, Fex said, pulling him forward with the string and punching him right in the face. Meanwhile, Nate was smashing through barriers as they were being made, and the wind attacks were proving useless against him. I'm just wasting my time here, Tony said in frustration. His ability was more suited to reflect those that used elemental abilities, but against someone with strength like this it was useless. Looking around, Tony was trying to see if there was anyone else he could go for, and that's when he spotted Syl, standing at the back with his hands by his side. He looks like an easy one, Tony said, going right past Nate. No! Nate called out, trying to stop him. But Hannah, attacking with her wind strikes, stopped him from moving. Nate was worried. He knew Fex said Syl was strong, but he hadn't seen any of that to prove it. Laughing like a madman, Tony thought he had Syl right where he needed him. A barrier was raised behind and to both of his sides, so if he was to try and escape there was only one direction he could move in, but Syl just stayed there still. Grabbing the beast's spear from his back, Tony thrusted it forward. Die! Touching Syl's skin, a clang noise was heard, and the spear hadn't moved a single inch into his skin. Hardening, Nate thought, but I thought his ability was transformation, like Dennis's. Grabbing hold of the spear, Syl pulled Tony forward and placed his hand on his head. Tony tried punching Syl as hard as he could, but his body wouldn't budge and he had only hurt his own hand in the process. You have quite the fun ability. Is this how you use it? Lifting his hand, Syl created a barrier that perfectly fitted Tony inside. He tried to move, but he couldn't even move enough to build up momentum to strike the barrier. Hannah, seeing this, threw out a wind strike at Tony. When it hit, there was nothing, the barrier wasn't damaged or destroyed at all. How is this possible? His barrier, it's stronger than mine, Tony said, but no one could hear him. At that point, all the others understood what Syl's ability was. He was able to copy other people's abilities. Syl decided to go back, and continued to be uninvolved with the fight. Seeing this sent a shiver down Helen's spine. That boy, if he had joined the fight from the beginning, this would be all over, but for such a strong ability there has to be a condition. Is it when he touched his head? Now this is interesting, it seems like a lot happened while I was away, and it's good to know Syl is listening to what I said before. A voice from the crowd said. When Blip turned around to see who the familiar voice was, he was surprised. Quinn, when did you get here? Quinn laughed a little. A while ago, but I didn't want to put pressure on you guys. I thought something might have happened when I found some troublesome people following me, but it looks like everything will be over soon. Back at where Mantis was, now that Mune was no longer holding Dennis down, he was able to move. He grabbed Mantis's leg and pulled him down, causing him to fall to the ground. You don't know how long I've been waiting to do this, Dennis said, pulling his fist back. Too bad you won't be able to, Mantis said, smiling back. We are forfeiting the fight, he shouted. What? No, Dennis said, pulling him by his collar. Put him down, the match is over, Helen ordered. She's right, if you refuse we will have to step in, Hector said. Reluctantly, Dennis threw Mantis back on the ground and went over to the others. It was inevitable. The fight had turned around, and they were going to lose eventually. Helen, the Parasite members, and the others could see this, so no one faulted Mantis for giving up the match. At least he had protected his people that way. A healer was brought out and started their work on the participants' injuries. When all was done, the two groups were to meet in the middle, and this time Quinn, being the faction leader, came out as well. Oh, so you were here? Hector said. Nice to meet you again, Quinn replied. Who are you? Helen asked. It's okay, Mantis interrupted. He's the cursed faction leader. Helen took a look at Quinn, wondering what to make of him. Right now he wasn't giving off any type of aura, not one of a fighter at least. However, what was scary about it was he wasn't giving off anything at all. It was like he wasn't even standing in front of her. This is someone I need to watch out for, she thought. The outcome of this duel has been decided. The cursed family are the winners. The parasites now have two choices: to abandon as a faction, or work and join under the cursed family banner. Mantis bowed down in front of Quinn, and put out his hand. We will work under the cursed family banner. I can tell that this faction will be able to go somewhere in the future, Mantis said. Quinn looked at the hand for a few seconds before giving his reply. No, Quinn replied. I don't want any of the parasites working for us. I want you off our planet. Do what you want, but not here. Wait, Quinn! Sam tried to call out. They could use the parasites' people and their resources to help them. And they needed more people for the future as well. Felt like Quinn was wasting this opportunity. Opening up his hand, 3 shadows were opened and 3 beat-up men fell from them. You can take these guys with you as well. Fine, we lost, so we shall do as you wish, but it will take us at least a week to gather our things and leave this place, Mantis said. With that, an agreement was made, and the two sides walked off in different directions. However, as Mantis walked back towards his group of people, he wasn't upset by this decision at all. Instead, a smile on his face was seen. As Quinn walked off, there were many that were questioning his decision. At the same time, they couldn't really say the one he had made was completely wrong either. There was a good chance that disputes would continue to happen based on their previous relationship, if Mantis wasn't truthful in working under the cursed faction. Based on his underhand methods to try and stall Quinn from coming back, Quinn felt like it was enough to not work with them. After all, soon they would be going to try and take over other planets, and it was a time when they didn't need internal fighting. It was unlike when the Crows had joined the cursed faction. They were willing and felt like they owed Quinn and the others. As for the parasites, some wouldn't accept this fact. It was a shame because of all the resources they had, but stripping the parasites of everything was basically a death sentence to them in the way the current world was. A bold choice, Hector commented as Quinn walked past. Thank you for coming, Quinn replied respectfully. And thank you for the information about the blades before. I hope Owen is doing okay. If it wasn't for Owen relaying the information of where the Blades Island was, they perhaps would have never found Vorden. The information they had given was vital in allowing them to pick the perfect time to save him. Hector looked towards Syl for a second, who seemed to be surrounded by others who were curious about his ability. They now knew why Fex was complimenting him so much, and they were wondering how it worked. However, his face was flushed red, and Syl didn't know how to deal with the sudden interest. That boy, he's a blade, correct? Hector asked. Quinn didn't know how to answer at this point, and he didn't know if he even should answer. Don't worry about it. I just hope that you came to an agreement with the blades rather than made an enemy out of them. You have made quite a good group for yourself here, Quinn. As you get stronger, there will be more eyes on you, Hector said, looking in the direction of Helen. A message from Owen. There's an open space for you where you can become a major powerhouse in this world. Us coming here today was betting on you becoming it. We hope our relationship in the future can continue. With that, Hector and his men were off, leaving Quinn with a lot to think about. New quest received. Become recognized as one of the big 3. Quest reward. Unknown. Maybe this is what Quinn needed to finally level up to the next evolution. A couple of days had gone past since the event had happened. There were no disputes between the two factions, but at the same time, there were no chances for any disputes to happen. The cursed faction had still put quests on hold until the parasites eventually left the planet. What Quinn didn't want was for them to use his people in any sort of way. In the meantime, they were in the command center discussing their next move, taking over the unclaimed planets. At the moment, Daisy has a total of 4 planets, Pure have 3, and are currently in the middle of taking over their 4th. Sam started to explain, showing them a part of the area of space the Crow's planet was in. The actual cursed ship was still located nearby Earth in the Greylash area. Daisy has managed to get the other factions to submit by making deals or showing their outright strength, making it easier for them. Whereas Pure has been met with resistance everywhere they go. Still, even though this is the case, they have taken over the planets at a fast rate. We have confirmed that their leader has not been seen. Just as Layla and CIA reported, it is a smaller team. Still, they have brought with them some strong members. At the moment, 6 unclaimed planets are left nearby that have a few small factions hovering around. I have made a route going from one planet to the next. Even if we are able to beat them quickly, it's most likely that we will have time to only claim 3 planets by then and the other 2 claiming the majority. If this is the case, it will be a hard struggle to defend the planets we have, or convince people over to our side. I think we're not being aggressive enough, Quinn said. You said these factions weren't that strong, right? Then why do we need all of us to go there? How many factions out there could deal with an Emperor-tier beast? We have many past leaders here who I think could lead a small team to victory. I'm not saying to risk the lives of those that don't want to fight, but with the king-tier crystals we have, with Syl and Peter, I think we have a chance. Are you prepared? Paul said. I'm not saying what you're proposing is wrong, but going about it this way will ensure people will die. You can't save everyone. Paul was honestly surprised. Surely Quinn wouldn't have suggested such a thing? He had always wanted to protect others. If we don't do this, then what happens? Quinn replied. We get taken over by Pure or Daisy and are forced to fight. Like I said, I'm not forcing anyone to fight. I want everyone to be well aware of the risks they are taking. At least this way we are giving people a choice and not treating them differently for choosing not to help. If I have to fight alone and take on the burden for everyone, then that's my choice. Paul smiled, thinking Quinn sure had grown a lot. Slowly Quinn was finding his answers through all these different experiences. With much talk, 3 different attack teams were made. One with Quinn taking charge with him being the main attack force along with Paul, Kaz and Fex. In all honesty, Quinn was pretty much a one-man army anyway. Blip would be leading another force. Behind him would be Dennis, Nate, and Linda. Finally, the last force would be Peter, Syl, and Borden, leaving Megan and Sam as the only 2 leaders left on the ship. Quinn knew Syl would have wanted to go with him, but Syl and Quinn were too powerful. It would be a waste to put the 2 of them together. Syl was happy to accept though, as soon as he knew that Borden would be coming along with him. Enough trust had been built between the members to the point where Quinn could now trust the old crows. Especially Sam, since being one of his turned, had to follow his orders anyway, but he didn't think Sam would do anything like that. There was risk with their plan. All of their attacking forces would be out taking over planets as fast as they could. Meanwhile, leaving only a small team for defense on the ship. Another suggestion was made. They would move the cursed ship through the space station and allow it to be placed near the Crow's planet. It would be a deterrent for other factions that were thinking about attacking the place. And on top of this, the only people closest that would attack them were the Greylash family, which owned the planets behind them. Based on their actions and words, Quinn thought it was unlikely that they would attack them. With the plan all set, now all they were waiting for was for the parasites to leave their planet. When asked what their next move would most likely be, Sam guessed that they would head to one of the planets where Daisy were located on. If they were close enough to contact them like that, then it meant Mantis at least had an in with Helen. When the meeting had ended, everyone left the room to do their own thing. Going from the command center across the bridge, Linda was about to go off and do her normal duties when she felt someone grab her by the wrist. Her heart panicked for a second, as fear went through her mind. Is it? When she turned around, she could see it was her brother, calming her back down. Me and you need to talk, sis. You can't keep running away from me. You need to explain to me what you did in that fight. Blip said, holding on to her hand. Her brother Blip could tell something was up because as soon as he had asked this question, she immediately started to look around all over, as if someone was watching her. For as long as he knew her, his sister was a strong, confident person, and it was the first time he had seen her like this. That cuz can't be everywhere at once, right? And lately, I've seen her hanging around Paul more and more. Linda thought. As she looked over her 2 shoulders, she couldn't spot her, but just to be safe, there was still one place the 2 of them could go to. Let me just ask you, do you believe in Quinn? Linda asked. Quinn? Does this have something to do with him? Blip replied. Please, I just need to know, do you trust him? He looked into her eyes and could tell that this question carried a lot of weight to her. Of course I do. If I didn't, I would have never willingly trusted the crows over to him. Now pulling her brother by the wrist, the two of them headed off to a certain place. Quinn knew that something like this might happen, and there were two reasons why he had asked for a private training room with a code. The training rooms were soundproof, and the code was given to others but not Kaz. Kaz and Paul didn't know about it, so they never asked. If they did, Quinn would explain his reason, saying it was because he wanted to train particular skills away from others. The code was given to Linda, Fex, Alex, Peter, and Sam if they ever wanted to try and practice their vampire skills and more. When the two of them entered the room, Linda held both of her brother's hands and took a deep breath. Now you have to remember, when I tell you everything, it has already happened, and there is nothing we can do about it. We can't turn back time, so there is no point in getting upset. Blip nodded, wondering what could even be so bad, not realizing that whatever he was thinking, the truth was 10 times worse. Linda told him everything about what happened with Quinn that day, and how she had nearly been killed by Kaz. How Quinn had saved her life, but it had come with a drastic change in her body. The reason why she had been hurt, to keep the big secret Quinn and the others were hiding from everybody, and now her telling him this, he needed to keep this big secret as well. After telling her story, she could feel the grip around his fingers tighten, his head shaking slightly. He was silent for a while, his eyes not even looking at Linda but looking straight through her. They were filled with rage. That bitch! Blip suddenly shouted. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. Please, you have to keep this a secret. Linda shouted. Don't you think if anyone is more angry, it's me? Besides, it doesn't seem like her and Quinn are pleased with each other either. The way it's been explained to me, they are from two different families, similar to the factions we have. Suddenly, Blip gave his sister a big hug, holding her tightly. She started to feel something warm on her shoulder. They were tears coming out of his eyes. Sister, I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you. I promise I won't ever let something like that happen to you again, he cried. Linda smiled and patted his back. She was lucky to have a brother as good as him. Kaz, I promise I will make you pay for what you did, Blip thought. Another day went by, and what the cursed faction were planning to do was explained to the rest of the faction. Members who were interested in joining them were free to do so. Surprisingly, many of them wanted to be a part of this. After being pushed around by the parasites, being under the control of the Greylash family, and facing discrimination while they were in the military, they wanted to fight for their own way. For their own future. Life in the cursed faction was good for them, and they wanted to keep their freedom. There were many who wanted to go with Blip and his group since they originally belonged to the Crows. This was quite obvious. A lot wanted to join Quinn's group as well. They were memorized by what he had done with the Sunshields that day and felt like going with him was a safe bet. However, there was one group that there weren't many willing to join, and that was Sill's and Peter's group. It wasn't that they didn't feel they were strong, but out of all the personalities of the leaders, these two were the most difficult to get on with. Peter had a short fuse, and Sill was just socially awkward. It didn't inspire confidence in them. We're going to have to think of something, maybe an incentive of some sort, Sam thought. Later that evening, a leaders' meeting had been called by Sam. The others thought it was about the current situation, but to their surprise, it was about something unrelated. When everyone was sitting down, Sam started to play a video. On screen, a brown-haired beauty could be seen. She wore full beast gear, but what stood out was the microphone in her hand. The others thought they had recognized the girl from somewhere before. Yet none of them could put their finger on it. I remember her, Nate said, standing up. I remember all the beautiful girls in this world. She was the reporter at the inter-base tournament. Now that Quinn was taking a second look at her, Nate was right. She had asked Quinn a lot of questions after his surprise victory in the tournament. She's what's known as a war correspondent or a war reporter. It's a dangerous job where reporters have to dive right into the middle of what's happening. All just so they can update the general public on the world's affairs. Sam explained. There were many news channels like this one when things started, but slowly as things started to get worse, more and more channels started to stop reporting. Her name's Bonnie, and she and her cameraman have become quite famous recently, for they're one of the only few people still reporting. At the moment, there is an unwritten rule between everyone not to mess with war reporters. They're just civilians in all of this after all, but being in the middle of a war can sometimes prove quite difficult. The group continued to watch the video, and they reported on a number of things, updating them on the situation with the military in Earth. Then they moved on to the situation with the unclaimed planets. In the video itself, it turned out that Bonnie was on the planet that was in the middle of a fight with Pure, a faction going up against Pure. The cameraman was showing ability users fighting against strong weapon users. In the video itself, for a brief second, Quinn had spotted Layla and CIA. Pure did send them to join the fight after all, Quinn thought. He didn't like the fact that he wasn't with them during this time, but he was thankful that the two of them looked unhurt. In the video itself, it looked like Pure was dominating the faction quite heavily. The report would switch from the hectic battle to Bonnie being in a safe place as more information was passed on, and towards the end of the video, something had caught the attention of them all. In recent news, a new faction on the rise, seemingly out of the blue, has come from nowhere, appearing on the top half of the faction rankings. When checking last month's data, the group known as the Cursed Faction was rank F, have now jumped up, becoming a rank B. When asking other factions for details, it seemed like no one has any idea who or where this faction has come from. The news report continued to waffle on about unrelated stuff, but everyone smiled hearing this. "We made it on the news, we're famous," Nate said. "I need to get a haircut." "Have you gone mad?" Megan asked. The news report was only for a second, and it only mentioned our faction. "Why would they suddenly come over here and interview you?" The rest of the room chuckled. "Megan is right," Sam said. "But I just wanted to bring this to everyone's attention. What we're doing is being noticed, and after this, soon the whole world will know our name. I thought it would be good encouragement for you all." Although the Cursed Faction hadn't been going out on many quests this month, it didn't start that way before the parasites had arrived, and they had racked up a lot of points from their hunts, but the main contribution to their ranking was Quinn. His Emperor tier crystals had been inputted into the system, jumping his traveler rank from C to A. The planet was a gold mine of Emperor tiers that the others didn't know about, and this was a great contribution to their success. Now about Sill's group dash, as Sam was going to continue to move on to the next agenda. A coughing fit had interrupted him in the middle. It was quite the bad one that went on for a minute. "Dennis, are you okay? Do you want some water?" Megan asked, concerned. Dennis stood up from his seat, and the coughing started to get more violent and still hadn't stopped, until eventually, he had thrown up all over the table. As soon as he did, a strange scent filled the nose of many in the room. Dennis had thrown up blood. Spread out across the table straight out from Dennis' mouth was blood. Immediately, two people in the room started to feel strange as the scent entered their noses. Paul felt himself drawn towards the blood, slowly moving his body forward. "Snap out of it, not here, I don't want to kill you," Cass said. Those few words were enough to rein Paul back to his senses, and he was able to control himself from the urge. He had already had to deal with blood a few times, so it was easier for Paul, but as for the other, it was Sam. He suddenly stumbled, keeping his head down. He knew from what Quinn had told him that when a vampire couldn't control their urges, their eyes would start to change color. Slamming his hand on the table, he was trying to stop himself. The others were starting to show concern towards him as well. "Sam, is it a bug that's spreading around? Are you feeling all right?" Nate asked as he approached him, but Quinn then stood in his way. "Take Dennis to the medical bay immediately. Make sure he's okay," Quinn ordered. "What about Sam?" Nate asked. While Quinn stood in his way, Sam grabbed his flask that he always kept attached to him by his side, took a sip from it, and his sudden thirst was quelled. "Don't worry, Nate," Sam said, lifting his head. "I was just worried about Dennis. Let's see if he's okay." There were no doctors on board the cursed ship, however. There were some nurses that acted as healers with healing abilities that tried their best to heal Dennis. His skin was starting to look pale, and he looked incredibly weak. Although he hadn't thrown up again after, he stated that he still felt a pain in his stomach. No matter what the healer tried to do, they were unable to make the pain go away. Once the healer was done, Quinn decided to pay him a visit as well, hoping maybe he could do something with his chi. When he entered the room, he could see Dennis lying down on a hospital bed. His eyes were tired and half asleep. He had never seen Dennis like this before. Placing his hand on his chest, Dennis knew what Quinn was doing as he had felt this before. A warm glow was felt through his body, and the pain started to go away. "Thanks, Quinn," Dennis replied, coughing a couple of times after. "Do you know what happened?" Quinn asked. Dennis shook his head. "As I said to the girl before, I felt fine, strong as always, and then a couple of days ago, there was this small pain in my stomach. I thought it might have been something bad I ate. I knew I shouldn't have eaten that slice of pizza on the floor, but 5-second rule and all. The pain started to get worse, and then this all for a slice of pizza," Dennis explained. Before leaving, Quinn lessened the pain for Dennis one more time and went off to talk with the others. He wasn't so sure that it was a slice of pizza, although the healer said that there was no reason to panic. It looked like whatever had happened, the worst of it was over, and Dennis probably just needed some time to rest now. Soon he would be back to his normal self. Quinn hoped this was the case. Before going to talk to the others, he decided he would stop by a certain place, the forging area. When entering, he could see Alex hammering away as usual. When he saw Quinn enter, he stopped and placed his hammer down on the workbench, but the other workers' sounds still hammering could be heard. "Seeing you here, you must have some nice gifts you brought?" Alex said with a smile. Quinn dropped all the Emperor tier crystals he had, and Alex's eyes opened wide. The back of his jacket could be seen moving as if something wanted to poke out from it. "Ah, so whenever he's happy, his wings feel like moving," Quinn noted. "I didn't think you could do it. I know you said you were going to, but you actually got all the Emperor tier crystals you needed?" Alex said, surprised. "We plan on moving out in around 4 days, as long as everything goes to plan. Do you think you can have everything ready by then?" Quinn asked. "If it was the old me, then it would have been impossible," Alex replied. "But the new me, I can work twice as fast and 3 times longer. Do you want me to add my blood to the gauntlets as well? If it doesn't affect the quality and outcome of the weapon itself, then go ahead," Quinn said. The order was made, and now in 4 days' time, he would have his full set of Emperor tier equipment, before heading out and letting the world know of the cursed faction. When Quinn left the room, and was on his way to head to the bridge, he spotted Megan looking panicked, out of breath. "Quinn, there you are," Megan shouted. "Come quick. It's Dennis, he's acting up again. He told me to come get you. Please, I don't know what's happening." Rushing off, when Quinn arrived at the medical bay, he could hear coughing from outside the door violently. When he entered the room, it was a bloody red mess. The bedsheets were filled with stains of blood, and it looked like Dennis had thrown up blood onto the floor once again. If any of the others were here, they probably would have been disorientated by the smell of blood. But Quinn was used to it by now. "My powers. I've tried everything, but it seems like nothing is working," the healer said, frightened. Still coughing, Quinn immediately went by Dennis' side and started to focus his chi. The coughing started to stop, and when it did, Dennis fell to sleep, not giving a chance for Quinn to even speak to him. "Quinn, what's happening? What's wrong with him?" Megan asked. "I don't know," Quinn replied, desperately wanting to know the answer. Just then, the sound of the door opening behind them was heard, and standing by the door, someone had his hand over his stomach. "Quinn, I don't feel too good," Syl said. "You too. Is it a pain in your stomach?" Quinn asked. Syl nodded in response. "Has whatever bugged Dennis got spread to Syl? Or is it something else?" Knowing that the healer could do nothing, Quinn decided to use his chi on Syl as well, but this was only a temporary measure. He needed to get to the bottom of this. Having a bad feeling, Quinn called a meeting, bringing Syl along with him. The others could see Megan's puffy eyes and knew she had been crying. She cared deeply about Dennis, which meant something must have happened. "Is this about Dennis?" Blip asked. "A little bit, but I need to ask you all, have any of you been experiencing stomach pains or anyone approached you with similar symptoms?" Quinn asked. "I need you to be honest." Eventually, Syl raised his hand, which Quinn already knew about, but the next person to raise his hand was Nate, and finally, Fex had raised his hand as well. Even Fex has been affected? Quinn thought, surprised. Only these had experienced symptoms and no one else on the spaceship so far. Seeing what Quinn was asking, Sam had figured out what Quinn was getting at, but there was one missing piece. Linda, don't you feel anything? Sam asked. No, I feel fine, better than ever, Linda replied. So far, everyone who had experienced stomach pains were those that had fought the parasite members in the duel. However, Linda was the odd one out. Wait, is it because she's an undead? Quinn thought. Like Peter, he isn't affected by certain things. Like poison. At that moment, as Quinn had figured out who was the most likely suspect in this whole thing, Syl by his side started to cough violently, and when he moved his hand from his mouth, blood could be seen. Looking up at Quinn, Syl looked deadly frightened. Quinn, am I going to die? Syl asked. No, I won't let that happen, Quinn replied, clenching his fist. But someone is, he thought, picturing one person, Mantis. The rage seeping out from Quinn's body was apparent to everyone in the room. It was almost suffocating to some, especially those who had never experienced something like this before, such as Megan and Sam. Just being in the same room as him reminded her of when she feared for her life against the humanoid Emperor Tier Beast. She never thought she would meet someone, a person that would give her goosebumps like so. Quinn, you need to calm down, Sam said. The worst decisions happen when one is emotionally attached. I know what you're thinking and it's quite obvious. The parasites are behind this and my bet is on Mantis. Even if that was the case, we don't know what this is or how it works. Do we need to? Quinn said. We can ask the person who caused this himself, and I'm sure he knows the answer. Sam is right, Paul interrupted. To me, this looks like a type of poison. Due to my research, I've been studying it more than ever, trying to improve my own ability. Honestly, as long as we have a healer, the poison shouldn't affect one this badly, and they should be able to recover. For some reason, Dennis seems to be getting worse. Poison this strong. The only thing I can guess is that it's part of Mantis's soul weapon. I'm sure this won't have been the first time he has done something like this. My guess is he either has an antidote, or is the only person who is able to get rid of it through his own skill. Quinn knew Paul and Sam were right. He needed to calm down and think straight, but his body was already moving towards the exit of the door. Don't worry. I'll keep those things in mind, Quinn replied. I know the perfect thing to calm me down. And before they could even try and stop Quinn, he was already gone. Should someone go after him? Linda asked, not sure herself if it was the right thing to do. It's not him I'm worried about, Blip replied. But the parasites, we all saw what he did against the sunshields. Don't worry about Quinn. He won't kill Mantis until he knows everyone is safe, said Sam. That's just how Quinn is. For now, it would be best if we isolate everyone with a stomach ache, and try to find out if there is anyone else experiencing these symptoms. For one, we don't know if this thing can spread. If Quinn goes on a rampage at the parasite's base, will Daisy get involved for breaking the deal? Nate asked. I doubt it based on how things are at the moment, Sam replied. Usually they are there just to make sure an all-out war doesn't happen at that point in time. If someone breaks the agreement, it will make it so in the future others wouldn't want to comply. The trust will be broken and you will probably be blacklisted from the other factions for doing such a thing. Getting blacklisted from the other factions didn't sound good. Different planets had different resources that they needed to share. That was a simple fact. And it was why factions even at current times still did trade, although they would try their best not to trade with someone who they were likely to go into battle with. If no one was willing to trade with them, then they would have to rely on their own resources, which at the moment the cursed family didn't have much of. Even basic things like food pills were running low, and the people were starting to get sick of just eating pills as well. If we can prove they broke the agreement first by getting you guys sick, then it won't be a problem, Sam said. The others got to it and headed to the medical bay. Their symptoms weren't yet as bad as Dennis's, but he had been directly touched. It felt like it would only be a matter of time before they were like him. Just in case, Linda went with those that were infected as well, isolating herself. On their way from leaving the command room, they noticed something. One of them was missing. "Where's Syl?" Vex asked. Chasing down the hallway after Quinn, Syl wasn't too far behind him. "Wait!" Syl shouted and started to cough shortly after, leaving a few drops of blood on the floor and wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "Syl, you should head back and rest. You're not well," Quinn said. "Quinn, I know what you're feeling right now. I've been there myself," Syl said. As he said these words, his throat started to choke up with emotion. Quinn remembered what Syl had said to him, how he had told him about his past. Just like now, Syl was once filled with rage. He didn't care for anyone and had even ended up killing his friends. "I know what emotions can do. If someone needs to hold you back, then I'm the only one that can." Not saying anything, Quinn continued to walk towards the teleporter, and Syl followed. When they arrived on the planet, there was only one destination that they were going towards. Grabbing one of the jeeps, they were on their way. Right now, Quinn was ready to fight the whole faction on his own, one consisting of around 1,000 plus members. If this was to happen, he would need all the MC cells he could get. While Syl was sitting in the jeep next to him, he continued to cough and was sweating even more than before. Every time Quinn looked at Syl, it just made him even angrier. Finally, they had arrived at the outside shelter wall, where the 5 or so guards were standing outside. Getting out from the vehicle, he walked towards the gate, not slowing down his stride or hesitating. "Hey, you again?" the guard said. "I told you last time, you can't just come up here without an invitation. We have banned all cursed members from accessing the shelter." Mantis had expected the cursed faction to come crawling back to them, and he had informed the guards to delay them if they were seen. What they didn't expect was that Quinn would be here on his own. One of the men in the back started to send a message back to the parasite base. It was in no rush. After all, they could only see 2 people. "Hey, stop. If you get any closer, I will high dash." Between the 2 of them, there was still a distance of around 5 meters, and the man was still not worried, but the next second later, Quinn was in front of him. He didn't know what happened after that, but the rest saw it. A fist was slammed into his face, and he was thrown down, slamming his body on the ground. His body laid there still and wasn't moving. Hey, that was Ron. He was a rank sea traveler. He just beat him with a single punch," the other guards said in a panic. "This is an emergency, the cur dash." Suddenly, the man felt something slip off from his wrist as he was speaking into it. When he looked up, he could see that Quinn had the watch held in his hand. With his fists, he crushed the watch to pieces and allowed the fragments to fall into the ground. "Come on. Let's all attack him at once," the other guard shouted, and the 3 men charged in, ready to use their ability. However, before they could even do anything, Quinn had dealt with them all, kicking one of them in the head, and then punching the other, and for the last one, he threw him up against the gate wall. Syl, who was following behind, went and checked on the conditions of the others. Thankfully, they still had a pulse, but if left out here with their injuries, they would soon die. When the nurse had attempted to heal Syl, he had copied her ability. He was hoping that, with a healing ability beyond level 8, he might have been able to heal himself or others, but there was no luck. Hovering his hand over those that were injured, Syl healed them just enough so they wouldn't die from their wounds, but wouldn't be getting up any time soon to try to stop Quinn. "You might not agree with me now, but later you will," Syl said, thinking about the 2 people he regretted killing the most. Standing in front of the gate, Quinn looked at it. He started to gather his chi. Then, channeling his energy, he stomped his foot down on the ground, pulled back and punched the wall as hard as he could, performing the blood hammer strike. A loud explosion was heard throughout the shelter, and dust and smoke were thrown up everywhere. Parts of the wall went flying outward into the shelter. Those with useful abilities managed to block the debris from hurting anyone. "Are we under attack?" someone asked. "Is it the cursed faction? I thought we had a deal. Why would they attack us?" When the dust started to settle, they could see one person walking forward. "Where is Mantis?" Quinn asked. "That's the only person I want." Sam and Megan were rushing around the cursed ship, trying their best to gather information. It was important they found out whether or not this was something that could be spread to others. They had multiple search teams asking others if they experienced any similar symptoms. There were a few that came forward and were placed in a different room from the others. After a quick rundown, it seemed like the symptoms were similar but not the same, but were still kept under observation. Just in case it would take a few days for anything to happen. It was also important that they didn't start to cause panic on the ship as well. So everything needed to be done in secret. So far it looks like the only ones that are affected are the ones from the fight, Sam said. Well, at least that's some good news, right? Megan replied, biting her nail nervously. She hadn't been able to calm down ever since Dennis was admitted into the medical bay. I just hope they can recover soon, and there are no severe side effects from this, said Sam. Losing them will be a big blow to the cursed faction. They are some of our strongest people. At that moment, one of the faction members came up to Sam to give him a report. Knowing where Quinn was going, it was quite easy to get a group to follow him from the base. Although they kept quite the distance away, not wanting to make the situation worse between the two camps. Quinn, Sam said under his breath, as he heard the news. Is it bad? Megan asked, unsure what had happened to warrant that type of action from Sam. We're getting reports that Quinn has just marched into the parasite shelter and destroyed the front gate. It was what they all thought he was going to do, but couldn't believe he would do it at the same time. Entering the shelter, as soon as the parasites saw someone they didn't recognize, travelers immediately started to attack the following intruder. In their eyes, Quinn was the one who had suddenly attacked them first. It was no time to ask questions and figure out what was going on. They were just defending themselves. All different types of attacking abilities that had some type of range, including ranged weapons, came towards Quinn through the air. They thought with a single person, it would be impossible for him to dodge so many attacks. However, Quinn never needed to dodge. Lifting up his shadow in front of him, he was able to block all of the abilities. It had used up a number of MC cells, but the attacks weren't strong enough to put a huge dent in them. When the shadow dropped, the attacks flung forward, destroying the ground beneath, and there was no sign of Quinn. Soon, cries were heard coming from nearby. A few of them twisted their heads to see what was happening, but all they could see were their men being beaten and bloody on the floor, but no attacker. Whatever was attacking them was moving far too fast. After defeating a few of them, using his fists and speed, the others had backed up, and more had come towards the shelter wall and gate. If there were around 50 or so men before, there were now around 200 faction members, all with their anger towards one person. With this many people, his MC cells would take quite the toll if he was to use his shadow to block their attacks. If he was only to use his fist, speed, and flash step, he would run out of stamina before beating them all, and using his blood skills was not an option. Not unless he didn't want to leave a single one of them alive. There was the soul weapon, but as the thought crossed his mind, he saw mothers running with their children, trying to escape the chaos and fighting. I can't use my soul weapon here. What if I hurt someone who's not involved? Quinn thought. Quinn, go. Leave this to me, Sil said, entering through the broken gate that Quinn had just destroyed, copying those that Quinn had beaten. Sil now had plenty of abilities to use and to choose from to deal with all of these. Quinn's enemy was never the parasites themselves anyway, using his shadow cloak. He disappeared in front of all their eyes as if he had turned invisible. Some tried to look for him and attack where he once was, but a wall of wind was raised that stopped all of that. I might not be at 100%, Sil said, coughing a few times, but I can definitely deal with a bunch of nobodies. At times when Quinn would use the shadow cloak, there were those that were strong enough to sense Quinn's presence. However, those outside in the shelter weren't one of those people. It might have been due to the panic, their senses were more dulled, and with Sil as a distraction. It allowed Quinn to go past them all and head right into the faction base. Now inside, he needed to look for them. But when he entered the base, a strange scent had entered his nose. I smell blood, but inside the faction base? What is going on? Following his nose, Quinn was eventually led to a set of double doors. The smell was strongest from here, but he realized while walking around the building. There was the smell of blood in different areas as well. Through the double doors, it could be a trap, but nothing was going to stop him from seeing Mantis. Pushing the doors open, it looked like Quinn had entered a storage room. It was large in size with crates filled and pushed off to the side. And at the very back, sitting on top of a crate relaxed, was Mantis. He wasn't the only one in the room. There was Wevel, Hannah, Tony, and the strange hooded man. All the people who had fought in the duel. Although there wasn't just one pale man in a hood, but three, with two of them standing by Mantis's side like bodyguards. As for what Quinn could smell, the blood was coming from those men. Dribbling from their mouths, blood was trailing down their body and onto clothes, and in the room itself, small pools of blood could be seen. "The second I saw your ability and you gave me back those three men," said Mantis, "I knew you would have some way to get here by passing all those people. Mantis, you're going to help or take back whatever you did to everyone, and then you're going to wish you were never alive. I'm going to drain you of your blood every day, just enough for you to survive." Quinn shouted in anger. Now, that's not a way to ask someone for a favor. After a threat like that, "Why the hell would I ever help you guys?" said Mantis. "You should be kneeling down, begging me to get rid of what is affecting their bodies. Let me ask you a question. How long has it been since they've been throwing up blood?" It was now clear that Mantis was behind it. "I can see by the look on your face it's already started. I'm sure at least that eagle-winged guy should have hurled up a few times already. I was extra sure to personally speed up the process with that one. If I remember correctly, he was quite the strong one. You see, the question you should be asking yourself, Quinn, is whether or not you should really be here or you should be on the ship. For those that are infected by my poison tend to get a bit wild towards the end." Back at the cursed ship, inside the medical bay, Megan had gone to check up on Dennis, who was still soundly asleep. She preferred him like this, at least this way when he wasn't awake in pain. The others were going through a checkup with the nurse in a private room. Leaving just the two of them, she looked at his tired eyes and went to brush his golden hair as her hand touched his skin. His eyes suddenly opened wide, bloodshot. "You're a dash." Before she could say anything, Dennis's hand was tightly gripped around her throat. What's happening to him? The life was being squeezed out from her by the second. Standing there, Quinn was unsure what Mantis meant by his words. However, whatever the case was, he was sure he was just trying to confuse him and distract him with them. It was clear the answer and person who would be able to solve his problems was right in front of him. Nothing else mattered. Looking at the others, Quinn was looking for a direct path towards Mantis, who was around 30 meters across on the other side. The scent of blood had wafted strongly into his nose from his right side, and he could suddenly see a hooded man jumping out towards him. He flashed, stepped away, and the man's fist pounded the ground so forcefully. A loud bang was heard, and with it, rocks and debris flew up in the air, and a small crater was left behind from where his fist had landed. Looking over at Mantis, Quinn could still see one of the hooded men out front and two more by his side. The one that attacked me is none of them, so there was one more? Do all of them have the same ability? Those punches are really strong, Quinn thought. Mantis broke out in laughter, seeing what looked like to him Quinn dodging the punch by the skin of his teeth, saving his life. "Look how much trouble you are having dealing with one, and I have three more like that," Mantis explained. "You see those men? They too have been affected by my poison. You see, after going through a painful process, their bodies end up like this. They become almost superhuman, gaining strong feats of strength and feeling next to no pain. Their minds aren't all there, but they listen to me for one reason, because I'm the only one that can save them. Too bad when they're this far gone. They are already set to die. Nothing can save them now. For all your friends, it's the same, and the cursed faction will no longer exist." Struggling, Megan could feel her conciseness fading away. She didn't know how long she had been in her current position, but her mind was fading in and out. In a way, she was thankful. She knew Dennis had the ability to turn his hands into a deadly claw, and if he had done so, used his full strength, he would have already crushed her windpipe. She would be dead. This gave her hope that Dennis was still in control, even if it didn't look like it based on his eyes. Trying to do something to set herself free, she lifted her hand, twisting it slightly, and tried to activate her ability. If she could just do something to let him go. Something small started to form in her hand, what looked like little bubbles. But then they quickly disappeared. She couldn't stay conscious or concentrate for long enough to form her ability. "I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything to help you," Megan thought. At that moment, coming into the room, the others had come from next door having finished their checkup. They were casually talking to each other, some of them coughing. This had strung up hope for Megan once more. All she needed to do was make some noise, and she eventually used her ability, throwing out what looked like a bubble to a vase of flowers that were by Dennis's side of the bed. They fell to the floor, smashing on the ground. Rushing towards the noise and drawing the curtain, Nate could see Dennis holding Megan up. "What are you doing? Let go of her," Nate shouted, as he went for Dennis' hand and tried to loosen his grip. But even with all his strength, he could only help slightly. As time went on, he was being affected by the poison more, and it made him feel incredibly weak. "Dennis! Dennis!" he shouted. Red string was tied around Dennis' arm, and although Fex was being affected by the poison as well, he had more strength than the others. Now was not the time to hide his strength when someone's life was on the line. He carefully managed to wrap string between his fingers, and yanked the hand off from Megan's neck. She fell to the floor, gasping for air. Finally she could breathe again, but she had to have a few moments before she could regain her strength. Now that Dennis was no longer holding Megan, he went for the person closest to him, and swung his arm out towards Nate. He managed to duck, avoiding the blow. "That nearly knocked my head off. I think the poison did something to him. Look at his eyes," Nate shouted, and the next second he started to cough, causing him to stumble. There was no time to dodge the next attack, and he was hit by another arm that swung by, throwing him across the room and into the door. "This damn thing," Nate croaked. Dennis had great strength before for a human, and now he was even stronger. Fex wasn't sure, even with how he was feeling at the moment, if he could do anything. "I'll deal with this," Linda shouted, running past both of them. She was the only person that was at 100%. By now she was starting to get a hang of her strength. When she came towards Dennis, he swung out both of his arms together like a baseball bat, bashing it into Linda's side. She had managed to block the attack with her elbow, but it was taken out of place in the process. A shooting pain was felt, but nowhere near what it would have been before. She still felt pain, unlike Peter, but they were heavily dulled. But by the time she would reach Dennis, she was already healed. Using her great strength, she grabbed Dennis by both of his wrists and pulled them behind his back. Fex saw this as an opportunity and pushed past the drowsy feeling he had. He used his red string to continually tie up Dennis' hands. "I think that's all I can help with for now." Bursting into the room, a surprising couple had entered. Paul rushed forward with his hands glowing green, and Kaz stood in the room and looked at everyone for a second. "Keep hold of him," Paul said. Dennis was now being held down by Linda, and when Paul approached, he placed his green-colored hands on the back of Dennis. He immediately started to whine and cry out in pain. "What are you doing? Are you hurting him more?" Linda asked, weary that maybe him and Kaz were working together. "Sometimes the best medicine for poison is another type of poison," Paul said. The cries from Dennis started to lessen, and eventually he was no longer shouting. They had a nice moment of rest, until they could hear Nate heavily coughing, and eventually, he too had thrown up blood onto the ground. "Damn," Nate said, wiping his mouth. "I hope we don't all become like Dennis. Otherwise, who's going to hold us back?" It was a big worry they all had. After all, it had taken all of them to just get Dennis under control. Back in the storage warehouse, Quinn had enough of listening to Mantis ramble on. Everything he said had just proved that he was running out of time. He started to walk forward towards them again. "Ha, idiot! Get rid of him," Mantis said. The hooded man who had just caused the large crater jumped in front of Quinn and pulled back his fist, ready to blow his body apart. Inside, Mantis was squealing like a little girl as he imagined the cocky brat exploding to pieces. "You have no idea," Quinn said. "You have no idea what I am." Stomping his foot on the ground, Quinn prepared and went through the motions of the hammer strike. While doing so, he activated his shadow equip, putting on his gauntlets, beast equipment and mask, giving all of his extra stats. The mask was set to improve his strength, and for the first time, against another human, Quinn didn't hold back, throwing out his fist. When the two of them touched, the force itself was causing the hooded man's own arm to collapse within itself. The force from the blow was so strong that wind could be felt blowing Mantis's hair from the other side of the room. Finally, the hooded man's upper half of his body had disappeared. Only his legs remained, falling to the ground. Since Paul did his little trick, it seemed like Dennis had calmed down greatly, and they were starting to wonder if they had found a fix to the problem. Judging by how dire the current situation was, they needed to make a decision and decide what to do next. For this, Sam was called over to the medical bay. There's a good chance that if we don't do something soon, you could all end up like Dennis, out of control and wild. Sam said with his hand on his chin, struggling with what to do. Could you perhaps do the same to the others? It looked like it worked on Dennis, so it should work on the others, right? Paul lifted and looked at his hand for a few seconds before replying. I'll be honest with you, what I did was quite risky. There was a high chance that Dennis might have just died on the spot, but I thought it was the best thing to do at the time. I was trying to get it so my poison was trying to take over whatever was already inside his body. However, when I felt Dennis, I could tell based on the symptoms what he is experiencing. My poison isn't strong enough. Mantis has to be a poison ability user who is at least at level 8. Mine currently is only at the level 6. Inside Dennis's body there is a struggle going on between the two forces. Mine is less deadly and is only meant to tire the user, but eventually it will lose out. All I did was buy us some time, and I wouldn't like to tempt fate trying to do it again. You experimented on him, Megan shouted. She started to walk towards him, rage filled in her. Calm down, Megan. There's no point getting angry over what could have happened. It's fine now. And who knows what could have happened to everyone if Dennis was able to rampage around the base. What would have happened if he left the room? While the others were arguing, Nate was sitting on the edge of one of the hospital beds. He started to close his fist and open it slowly. The veins running on top of his arm were bulging in a similar fashion to Dennis's when he was near enough possessed by the poison. I'm losing control, Nate said. I can feel it. You need to do something fast. I don't want to hurt anyone without me choosing to. If Paul needs to attempt his little experiment again, then so be it. Hearing what Nate said, Fex was starting to wonder about himself. He wasn't at the point the others were, and was wondering if the poison was spreading through his body slower, due to him being different from everyone else. What he was worried about was what would happen if he was to go out of control. So far there was something that was noticed between those that were affected. As the poison took over their body more, their ability to focus and use their abilities lessened. It was the most likely reason why Dennis didn't use his abilities to fight the others. His mind wasn't there and he couldn't activate it, but what about him? Sure, maybe when he got to that point he wouldn't be able to use his string ability, but his vampire blood abilities were different. They were just things his body could do. Maybe he would even turn into a beast similar to the bloodsucker. Whatever the case, even if it didn't happen, it was a concern for him. Don't worry, Kaz said, whispering into his ear. She could see that Fex was thinking about something. I'll deal with anyone that finds out. Quinn said he thought Kaz had changed. But I see she's still the same girl as always. Fex gripped his fist in anger. I have a solution, Sam said. Something that isn't as risky as Paul using his poison ability on you all. We confine all of you into one of the training rooms and lock you in there with each other. What if they start attacking each other? Megan said. Then at least they aren't out here, able to hurt anyone else. When Sam said these words, he struggled. He didn't want to just say others' lives were more important than theirs, but he had to think of all the people on the ship, not just his close friends. Honestly, I'm not confident with my poison ability either. One wrong move and I might be the death of them. Paul said. You can dash. It's okay, Megan. Nate cut her off. Lock us all up in the same room. I think that's the best thing right now. If we kill each other, then that's just one less problem you guys need to deal with. What about me? Linda asked, who had shown no symptoms so far. If we wanted to 100% be safe, it would be best to put you in there as well. But if we did that, you would be alone with all of them. Just like with Fex, it could be that it's taking longer than you to be affected. We could always wait. If you start showing signs, then we can place you with the others. With the decision made, everyone had agreed to be locked up in one of the training rooms. Fex, Dennis and Nate. However, when going in, Kez had tried to enter as well. Kez, you can't go in there, Sam said. I'm okay, I won't die, Kez replied. Sam shook his head. No, I'm not having your death on my hands. The two of them locked eyes for a second, and eventually Kez gave in, walking back. Having defeated one of the hooded men who had such strength, Mantis was speechless, not knowing what to say or do. Rest in peace, I could tell you were in great pain, and I promise I will punish the person who did this to you, Quinn said to himself. Seeing what just happened couldn't be explained by just simple high-level beast gear. Not unless it was at least at the legendary level. The other members knew this and were hesitant to go forward. Don't worry, I'll be coming to you, said Quinn, dashing forward. Seeing this, Tony started to act by placing up a barrier, but using his body with his shoulder forward and pushing off his feet. Quinn didn't even need to punch the barrier and was able to just run through it, as if it was made of thin glass. Hannah started to panic and threw out multiple wind slashes at Quinn. But his speed was far too fast. He changed direction, trying to deal with the annoying one first, heading for her. Quinn, don't kill her, Webnovel shouted, activating his enhanced soul weapon, allowed him to move twice as fast with his super speed. Honestly, he knew it was a lost cause ever since he had seen Quinn defeat the Emperor tier beast on his own. If Quinn ever got involved in a fight with the parasites, he told himself he wouldn't fight him, yet here he was trying to save Hannah. From his side, he came forward with the daggers ready to do anything he could. However, he suddenly was lifted into the air and felt something tight around his throat. While using his speed, Quinn had picked him up by the neck like a child. Just like that Fex guy, he could keep up with my speed. Swinging Webnovel's body, he hurled him towards Hannah, knocking them both into one of the crates and smashing them through it. Stop him! Don't let him come close, Mantis shouted. I don't even need to use my shadow or blood powers for these. It would just be a waste, Quinn shouted, now heading towards the back where Mantis was now standing on top of the crate. With his barrier able to do nothing, Tony knew he was more than useless, and tried to run away. Before he knew it, he felt that his whole body was leaning over and then his eyes were looking at the ground. Looking down, his legs were mangled. Quinn had kicked his legs, causing him to topple and crushed his legs in the process. Jumping down from the crate, the three hooded men came over. It was the last thing Mantis had. He could deal with one, but fighting three of them at once, the attack he did before took some time, he would get hit performing such a thing again. Mantis started to think, giving him a slight bit of hope. I suppose that I shouldn't care about you seeing such things if you're no longer going to live, Quinn said as the shadow started to stretch out from his gauntlets. Swiping both his hands, he grabbed the red aura with the shadow, creating two of his shadow scythes. Swinging wide from both sides, the hooded men had nowhere to go, and they just stood there accepting their fate. As the scythes touched their bodies, their heads were chopped off and were rolling on the floor. No! How? Who are you? Mantis shouted out loud. He turned around, hoping to find a way to escape. When he looked back to see where Quinn was, he could see no one. Then his body had hit something. It was Quinn. On your knees, Quinn commanded with his eyes glowing red. Possessed, Mantis's body was forced onto the ground with his knees slamming onto the top of the crate. Now look who's begging? Inside the training room, Dennis was placed on one side of the room, towards the right of the entrance up against the wall. He was still sleeping away, but at least alive. Nate sat down against the back of the wall, his head covered in sweat, and once in a while he would wince in pain. Fex could see by looking at him, he was fighting against something inside. While Fex himself was up against another wall, the one opposite Nate. They decided to stay away from each other. If anything was to happen, at least they had a few seconds to react if it did. Time was passing by, and it felt like torture, not only because they were physically in pain, but because they weren't even sure if they would live to see another day. Both Nate and Fex were strong people who would have liked to do something to try and put the odds in their favor, but all they could do was sit there and wait for the time to go by. Another coughing fit started from Nate. He had several of these happen while in the room. Each one seemed to be getting worse, and Nate's appearance was changing with it as well. The coughing got so bad. He stood up and used his hand to stabilize himself against the wall. Eventually, he hurled his contents out and the red blood could be seen. Yep, torture me more by putting blood in front of me, Fex thought. Fex, I can't anymore. You have to knock me out. Knock me out now, Nate shouted. Remembering how strong Dennis was before, and while Fex still had strength, he didn't need Nate to ask him again. Gathering his strength, Fex went over, tied both of his legs with the red string. Then when he reached Nate, he got behind him. Gathering all his strength, he whacked him on the sweet spot behind his head, hopefully knocking him out. He fell to the floor like anyone would do after a blow like that. I wonder how long I have left, Fex thought. The sound of groans started up. He looked over towards Dennis but could see nothing. They were coming from below. Even though Nate had been knocked out, it didn't matter. He was already too far gone, as the white could be seen in his eyes. Man, it's like I'm going up against steroid zombies. Why do I have to deal with this crap? Another set of groans was heard, and now Dennis was getting up from the floor as well. Quinn, please hurry, man. Looking around the room, Fex noticed that they were in Quinn's personal training room. This room in particular was void of cameras, so no one could do any spying. Nate, Dennis, Fex called out, but there was no reply. If he wanted to get out of this situation alive, then he might need to use his vampire powers. At least with the condition they were in now, they wouldn't remember anything he did to them. Syl stood outside the base. He didn't look tired. He didn't look like he had a single scratch on him either. However, around him on the ground were multiple people rolling out in pain. He had done his best to try to avoid killing people, but it was unlikely that they had all come out alive from something like this. The people just kept coming out, coming for Syl, thinking that eventually Syl's MC points would run out. After taking out around 300 or so of them, they stopped, knowing it was useless. They went back to their families, friends, and went inside their homes, locking up from the monster outside. When he looked ahead, he could see a kid and a mother peeking around the corner. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, Syl said, walking towards them. I was only hurting those attacking me. Still, as the Syl got close, the pair had run away. He was thankful that the others had run away, for his control was slipping away from him, as the pain started to take over bit by bit. Still, he had a goal in his head. He was going to help Quinn no matter what, and this focus allowed him to block out the pain and use his abilities. Entering the base, Syl searched and searched until he had eventually found him. He could see Quinn on top of the crate, while Mantis kneeled down in front of him. What is this? Is it some type of mind control? I can't move my legs, Mantis thought. But that's impossible. I've already seen his shadow ability. This isn't something someone should be able to do. If I don't break free, I'm going to die. How do I stop the poison? Quinn asked. Hearing this question, the frightened look he had on his face disappeared. He felt like he was more in shock. But now he was thinking straight. He could turn this all around. It looks like the tables haven't turned after all, Mantis replied. Even though I'm the one knelt down here, I hold all the cards. You need me, your friends. The poison will continue to affect their body, until eventually, they will die. As I said before, I'm the only person who can give them an antidote, but you know what? I wouldn't even give it to you if you were going to kill me. And even if I die, the poison will still remain. Mantis started to laugh like a madman. This was why he did such things. Quinn, you should learn. This is why you should detach yourself from the people around you as I have done. No one can use anything against me. I don't need you to do it, I just need you, Quinn said. His eyes started to glow once more. I order you to get rid of the poison from Syl's body, he said, pointing at Syl who had entered the room. Quinn had heard his footsteps as he entered, and it was at the perfect time. You think I would listen to you? Mantis said, but once again, as if not controlled by him. His body started to move and was already heading towards Syl. The order was repeating in his head and moving his body. He tried to fight back, but the subconsciousness was controlling him. Then, he had finally reached Syl and placed his hand on his stomach. Syl, being cautious, grabbed both of Mantis's arms to try and stop him, but soon could tell that he was under control. A strange sensation was felt inside, and after a few moments, when Mantis pulled his hand away, green liquid had passed through his body and was swirling around in his hand. You can control me? Mantis said. I won't let you have your way. You will not have the last laugh. Mantis shouted at the top of his lungs. His hands glowing green. He lifted the strange aura that was 4 times the size of what he had extracted out of Syl, and absorbed it into his own body. It didn't take long, and Mantis had fallen to the floor. Syl kneeled down to check up on him, and knew what had happened. Mantis had killed himself and was dead. Waiting nervously outside of the training room was Blip, Linda, Sam and Kaz. Coming to the training room had made Kaz aware that there was a room that everyone was using that she was unaware of before. She had seen them input the code while she had no clue what the code was. I guess that's Quinn's doing, deciding to keep that away from me, she thought. The reason they were waiting outside was to see if those that had lost their minds would start attacking those who hadn't. And if they had all lost their minds, the question was, would they all start attacking each other? What they didn't want was them killing each other, and Blip was ready to jump in and try to calm down whatever was happening outside at any second. The other reason was, if Linda started having certain effects as well. While waiting, as they thought, they could hear the sound of fighting inside. It wasn't quiet at all, as the ones infected had great strength, and every time they would hit the ground or floor, a slight vibration could be felt from the outside of the room. However, it was mostly soundproof, which was what made it more frightening to them all. I can't take it anymore. I have to go in there and see what's happening. We can't just stand out here forever, Blip said, filled with frustration. Tell me the code. Blip was one of the only ones who also didn't know the code. He knew the truth about Linda and the others now, but the others did not, so he had no access. I think it will be good if you don't go in there, Kaz unexpectedly spoke. You might get infected, or there would be troublesome things you could see. When she spoke these words, she gave a glance at Sam, as if she wanted him to speak up. Is she worried about someone inside? Sam thought, seeing this, then he thought about Fex. What would happen to him if he had gone beyond a certain point? Was Kaz trying to protect him from being found out? Sam was unsure what Kaz's true motive was, however. It still made sense that if Blip went in, then there was a chance he could find out the truth about everything. Let me go, brother, Linda said. I can deal with a bunch of hot-headed boys. Trust me. I have grown up with one for most of my life. Sis, but you saw their strength. How could I let you dash? She looked him in the eye and then reached out her hand above his shoulder, inputting the code in. The sound of the door behind Blip had opened. Don't turn around, and whatever you do, don't not come in, Linda said. She ran past, through the door, and it quickly closed behind her. Sis, the second you call for help, I don't care what kind of secret you need me to keep. I'm going in there. When Linda entered, she could see Fex, dodging the 2 of their attacks. He had one of their hands tied with his red strings and with his other hand 3. He had released a large line of red aura, knocking the other one away with his other hand. Fex was covered in sweat, and his eyebrows were scrunched up. Linda could tell he was in extreme pain. Is it the poison? Nate, who had been knocked away by the blood swipe, had already got up off the ground. He had cuts over his body, seemingly from previous attacks, yet was ignoring them and continuing to go forward. I can't hold on much longer, Fex thought, while still holding Dennis with his string abilities. If he was at 100%, then he would slap these 2 around no problem. With Nate coming towards him, he didn't know what to do. Using the blood attacks was just making him weaker, and if he let go of Dennis now, then he would be done for. Don't worry. I'm here to help, Linda said, as she threw out a punch, hitting Nate right on his ribs and sending him back into the wall. Man, am I happy to at least see someone, Fex said. and the relief and tension he felt in his body went. At the same time, the string that was holding Dennis's body was let loose as well. For once, as Linda approached Dennis, she was happy about her new body. When she fought before, she had broken her elbow. But without the need for a healer, she was able to fight once more. Her beast gear with her added extra strength. She was starting to like this style of fighting head-on. Dennis went to throw out a fist, and it was faster than Linda was expecting. If she was going to get hit on her head, then it would be over. At the last second, the fist started to move upward, and Dennis's whole body was leaning backward as if he was falling. When she looked down, she could see that red string had tied both of his legs and was attached to Fex. "I'm not completely useless yet," Fex said, coughing a few times. She looked back at Fex and gave a big smile. These guys were reliable in countless situations, and she was glad she had joined a good group, regardless of what had happened to her. "I'm sorry about this, Dennis, but this is the one is going to hurt. But you can heal from this," Linda shouted as she threw her fist down at his legs, crushing his knees. Dennis screamed in pain, and it pained her to see him like that. But if she didn't stop Dennis and Nate somehow, they would constantly come back. Nate wasn't responding either, so for a brief second she could catch her breath. "Quick!" Fex shouted. He was on all fours. His fists were pounding the ground, fighting back whatever was happening to him. "Get out of here now, quickly!" he shouted. Aegean. What is happening to him? Linda thought. Suddenly, unlike the others, something different was happening to Fex. His body was slightly transforming. Half his hair from his head was falling out. His muscles were bulging like the others, but when he lifted his head, she could see. With a creepy smile from Fex, only fangs from his left side were showing. Naturally, Linda took a step back. It was the first time she had seen something like this, and it was a reminder to her. "I forgot. Fex is a real vampire." "Damn it!" Fex screamed internally. "Am I really turning into a bloodsucker? But I haven't lost all my blood." There was one thing he could tell, though. He was losing his mind, and the only thing he could think about was blood. Stood there for a while. Quinn was by Syl's side looking at Mantis's body. It hadn't moved, and he could hear his heart was no longer beating. He really killed himself. He decided to run away after all that crap he caused. Quinn shouted. Even though he was frustrated, he wasn't frustrated at Mantis, but more so himself. He felt like he had let them all down. Everyone back at the ship. He couldn't even think of a solution to get out of this mess. At that moment, he could hear the sound of people moving. When he turned to look, it was both Webnovel and Hannah. They were hurt, and slowly walking their way out from the broken crate. When they came out, they were surprised to see Mantis lying there, dead. "Oh crap!" Hannah screamed. "What the hell do we do?" Her hands were by her hair, and it looked as if she was about to rip it out. It was expected. They probably thought Quinn had killed their leader. At least this was why Quinn thought they were upset. Right now, he didn't even have the will to fight them, and just allowed them to come close to the body. Then, when they were finally close enough, Hannah ran up to the body and kicked Mantis while he was dead and down. "You bastard! Did you really just die like that?" Hannah shouted. Now he was confused. What was going on, for her to attack her faction leader like so? "You guys are probably wondering what's going on?" Webnovel said. "We're in the same boat as your friends. Everyone who belongs to the Parasite faction is. In order for us to have absolute loyalty, using his sole weapon, he had infected us all with the poison. Although not as strong as your friends. Every week we are required to visit Mantis, where he will administer an antidote, or to remove part of the poison. How it worked we really don't know. The point is, all of our lives were in his hands." Webnovel then looked at the hooded men, who were dead. "Do you remember them, Quinn?" Webnovel asked. "Those men were the ones that you brought back with you at the duel that time. Because they failed their mission, he allowed the poison to get to that point with them. And now he goes and just leaves us, so we all have to suffer." Webnovel and Hannah both broke down, falling to their knees, and the last bit of hope Quinn had disappeared. He thought that maybe what Mantis had said was a lie, but even his own people had no answer. When Webnovel was wiping away his tears, he was surprised to see a certain someone stood over him. A hand was placed on his stomach. "I think it was something like this," Syl said, and when he moved his hand away, The green substance was seen coming out from Wevel's body. Looking up at Syl, Wevel couldn't believe it. The thing that had caused him so much pain this whole time was floating about, and it was there outside. A strange rush was felt. The agonizing small pain he consistently had in his stomach was gone. He couldn't even remember when the last time he felt like this was. The tears of anger had suddenly changed to tears of joy. The first words that came out of his mouth wasn't how, what, or why. Instead, it was, "Thank you, thank you," Wevel said, uncontrollably sobbing more so than he did before. "Wait!" Hannah shouted, so loud that Quinn thought his eardrum was going to explode. "You can extract the poison, but how?" Paul was a level 8 poison ability user. Even if you can copy abilities, surely it should take some time to learn something like that. Maybe for an ordinary person, but not for a blade. Quinn thought. When Mantis removed it from me, I just felt what he did and tried copying it. It's easier than it looks, Syl said, smiling. Quinn was relieved now. It looked like they finally had a way to remove the poison from his friends. With Syl having just copied the ability, they would have 24 hours to remove the poison, which was plenty of time. Walking away, Quinn was ready to head off back to the base, and Syl started to follow. "Wait, please," Hannah shouted. "Help us, you have to help us. And I'm not just talking about me, but the whole faction. We're all infected by the poison, and if it's not removed, we will all die." At first, Quinn felt like he had no reason to help them. They were the ones that had caused so much trouble, not just for him but for the whole of their group. But after realizing what Mantis had done, it wasn't really their fault, but he couldn't just help them with getting nothing in return, right? "And what's in it for me? Why should we help you after what has happened to us? You've set us back quite a bit," Quinn said. "Can't you just be a decent human being?" Hannah shouted. But at that point, Wevel stood up and pushed her to one side. "No, he's right. Even if we were under Mantis's orders, that still doesn't change the fact that their faction was affected by our actions," Wevel said, bowing down. "I can't speak for everyone in the faction, but if you do us this favor, then I'm sure everyone would be in your debt. We have seen your power, the things you are able to do, and I would like to join you. Join the cursed faction. I don't mean as part of the parasites either. With Mantis dead, the parasites will have died with him. Isn't that right, Tony?" Wevel shouted. "Arg. Yes, please. Just fix my legs and remove the poison. I promise. Glathrium, crystals, whatever you want," Tony shouted. Although Wevel seemed to be admirable and loyal, there were certain people that didn't seem to be the type like Tony. However, they really could do with their resources and people, and as long as Quinn didn't give them a reason to betray him, why would someone choose to move over to the other side? Seeing Quinn thinking about it, Wevel thought he could give one more push. "The word that you killed Mantis will get out to those in Daisy and the Greylashes. His traveler rank will no longer appear on the system. If this is found out by them, then they will blacklist you. I know you might think this was justifiable, but truthfully, everything Mantis had done was during the fight with the others. He didn't actually break any rules. You were the ones that attacked us, and I'm not blackmailing you. I just wanted to let you know, either way whatever happens, I will put in the word. Tell them that Mantis had started it." There were nervous looks all around, and all that could be heard was Tony groaning on the floor. "Fine, if Syl is happy too, then I will get him to remove the poison from everybody. But there are some conditions. I will be taking all of the resources from this shelter. Everything that did belong to the parasites now belongs to us. However, I will only accept those that wish to come over to the cursed faction. No one will be forced. If they want to join after helping them, then that's down to them. Quickly gather everyone you can and we'll get to work." The first one Syl went up to was Hannah, and he had done the same to her, moving the green liquid and then throwing it out on the floor. "There are around 1,000 faction members that have been poisoned. Removing it all at once. Won't that tire you out?" Hannah asked. "What if you can't remove it from your friends after that?" "Don't worry about me," Syl replied, smiling. "I have more than enough power to remove it from everyone." Saying those words so casually, and after witnessing everything Quinn had done. Just who were these people? Both Hannah and Wevel thought. One thing was for sure, they would soon be causing a huge shakeup in the Civil War. Once they quickly removed the poison from the parasite members, they would head off back to the ship. Quinn was just hoping that this small delay wouldn't be too much of a problem for them. Back inside the training room, Linda didn't know what she was staring at. Fex seemed to be stuck in the middle of a transformation. Half his head was bald, and one arm was bulging larger than the other with sharp long nails. "Fex, are you still there?" she shouted, preparing herself for possibly another fight. "Grah!" Fex snarled back, and there was nothing else. On all fours, he was on the move. She got in a fighting stance and was ready. But then, she noticed that he wasn't going for her. Instead, he was heading for Dennis, who was on the ground. "Is it the blood?" she thought and started to move out. Her being an undead, Fex did not care for her at all and was going for the thing his body was craving for most at this time. Linda, being closer, was able to reach Dennis before Fex had done. But she could see that Fex was even faster than before. She threw out her fist, but the crazed Fex had ducked the attack and dug one of its clawed hands into Linda's shoulder. As the nails sunk deeper into her skin, for some reason, the pain was worse than when she had broken her bones. "Arr!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. With his other hand, Fex then pushed her to the ground out of the way. "That scream, it was Linda's," Blip said. "I have to get in there. Sam, quickly, the code." "But Dash." "Sam, if she dies, then all of this will be on you," Blip said, pulling him forward by his collar. "Fine, we can deal with the consequences later," Sam said as he inputted the code to the door. Linda, having been thrown to the floor, was still conscious, and before Fex could reach Dennis's body, she had grabbed his ankle. She wasn't going to let go and let him kill Dennis. "Linda!" Blip shouted, running towards her. Seeing his sister on the floor bleeding, he thought she was in trouble. The strange beast that was being held back even started to claw at his dear sister's arm, and more blood and flesh were being seen getting ripped off. Filled with anger and not thinking, Blip ran forward. "Get off my sister!" he screamed. Eventually, the half-crazed Fex was able to slice Linda's hand to the point where he had cut through the bone and was free. However, instead of going for Dennis, he decided to go for another human that was running towards him. The speed coming from Fex was unexpected, and even Blip was only partially through his transformation. When it leapt up in the air, using its great strength, it had knocked Blip's hand away and then latched onto his shoulders. Using its fangs, it sunk them into the side of his neck, and the two fell to the floor. "Blip!" Linda screamed. Honestly, Quinn's mind was full, wondering if he was doing the right thing or not at the moment. Not because he didn't want to help those in the parasite group, but because he was worried about his friends back on the cursed ship. They had been infected with the poison for a while now, and when Quinn had left, Dennis was in serious trouble. He knew his actions now would delay helping them. The problem was that with Syl, his ability would only work for the next 24 hours. There was a chance traveling from the faction shelters that they could run into beasts. Even when using his shadow travel, there was the off chance this could happen. Upon returning, he felt that maybe by then Syl would no longer have his ability. He might have been able to copy Pules, but he was even unsure if that would work, or if they were exactly the same type of ability as they differed slightly. According to Wevel, even when crazed, there was still a couple of days before they would meet their end. It was only because Wevel had informed him of this that he wasn't too worried about returning so soon. Still, that didn't mean he wouldn't worry. Leaving the room with the others, they finally reached the outside where they could see the extent of Syl's work. There were hundreds of men, in pain, either knocked out, rolling on the floor. Seeing them spread out all across the shelter like so. "Don't worry, Quinn. We'll be back soon. I'm a lot stronger than Mantis." Closing his eyes, Syl concentrated. His hands started to glow green and a strange aura surrounded them. Before even accepting, Syl knew about the others that they needed to help. He was never planning to go around and remove the poison individually from every single person. The aura around his hands grew even larger than before. From each of the bodies lying on the floor, the green poison could be seen lifting out. Where they were standing, they could see little green particles of poison all over the shelter, and then at the same time, they all fell to the floor. "How? I've never seen Mantis do a thing like this before," Can any poison user even do this type of thing? Webnovel was wondering. The parasites should have at least done some research before even attempting to take on the cursed faction. That was their biggest downfall in this whole thing. I think I got everyone. Now let's head back to the ship, Syl said. Let's save everyone. I'm happy that no one will have to die, said Quinn. In the training room, everyone was looking at the horror that was happening before their eyes. Fex had turned into some strange beast, having half of his body transformed. He had latched onto Blip's neck and was constantly draining him of his blood. Blip wanted to do something. He tried his best to hit Fex off. He didn't even know it was Fex but was just trying to do anything he could to survive. But his punches seemed useless, and as each second passed, he could feel the power in his body fading away. Linda was still on the floor, hurt from her encounter with him. She wanted to get up and help her brother, but couldn't. Eventually, it seemed that Blip's attacks were hurting him somewhat. But now Fex was starting to slash at his arms, destroying any hope Blip had. Are we going to do anything? Sam asked. Paul was hesitant. He didn't know what this was in front of him, and was actually waiting for KZZ to act. He should have had enough blood by now to turn back, but he keeps consuming as if he has become an addicted bloodsucker. Maybe the poison is affecting him, Kaz said. Paul was wondering if he could do the same trick as he had done with Dennis, but he found no room for him to step in. Everything that was happening was so wild. Then he felt a breeze on his cheek. While him and Sam were thinking about what to do, Kaz was already starting to act. She had held the regular hand of Fex, stopping it from hitting Blip, then lifting his body slammed it into the ground. Soon after, with her legs, she continually dug her heel into his body, hitting it over and over. Finally, it looked like Fex had stopped moving. The two boys were amazed by this. She's far stronger than I thought, Sam said, stunned. Is this why Quinn told us not to act out against her? He's not dead, is he? Paul asked. No, Kaz replied. For now it would be best if I stayed by his side, in case he does get up. There was a slight groan from the ground near her, and immediately, she stomped her foot on Fex's body, making sure he was silent. By now, Linda had already healed up and she was running towards her brother, who was on the ground. When she arrived, she was devastated at the sight. Her brother was almost unrecognizable to her. One shoulder had been clawed completely down to the bone and tendons. His skin had shriveled as if it was extremely dehydrated. Yet, she could see he was breathing, still in pain, while the blood was still seeping out from his wounds. I'll go call the medic, Sam shouted, leaving the room to try to find someone. But the others, including Sam, knew that it would be useless. Too much blood had already left his body, and it looked like Blip was on his last breath. Lifting her brother's head, she tried to call out to him, but there was no response, as if he was deaf. His eyes were still open, but they were slowly closing in and out. Lifting his hand with little strength, he held Linda's and smiled at her softly. No, she shouted. You are not going to die here. Linda looked at Paul and Kaz. You two, you're both vampires like Quinn, right? Can't you save him just like Quinn did with me? Turn him into something, anything, so he can live another day, she cried. I don't know how, and I'm not sure if I really could, Paul replied. You can't and I can't, Kaz interrupted. Although I can turn him, it is against the vampire laws. If I did, then he would become an illegal. I do not have permission from my leader to do so. But he's dying. Can't you just forget about the rules and save him? She pleaded. Kaz shook her head and stood firmly. The only person who would be able to turn him is Quinn, as he is a vampire leader. Then he would no longer be an illegal. Please, please, Linda screamed at the top of her lungs. She was begging. She knew Kaz had the ability to. When she said she couldn't, it was just because she was following her laws. Quinn, she screamed. Where are you? With Kaz refusing to help, there was only one person she would ask. But her cries were useless. At that moment, Blip's eyes started to close and his breath had stopped. The sound of the heartbeat was silent. I can confirm he is dead. There is nothing that can bring him back now, Kaz said. When leaving the parasites to their own devices, There was the chance that they could use this time to run away. To escape the planet, however, where would they even go? Who would they run off to? Webnovel had promised Quinn that he would follow him from now onwards, and to leave everything to him and Hannah. Even though Tony was the vice leader, the faction members actually had the most respect for these two. Whenever something had gone wrong, they would be the ones that tried to reason with Mantis, to give them part of the antidote earlier than needed. While Tony would be the one who was Mantis's yes men, saying yes to every suggestion and everything he did. "All right, everyone. It's time for you all to decide," Webnovel shouted from on top of the platform. The faction members were recovering and they had gained enough strength to move again. But they were unaware of the bombshell that Webnovel was about to drop on them all. "You have a choice." Heading back, Quinn and Sil had no trouble and they had arrived at the shelter sooner than they thought. A message had been sent back ahead of time, and Peter had responded saying that Dennis was acting strangely. But that was a while ago. The two of them went through the teleporter and were on board the cursed ship, running straight for the command center. But before they could even reach there, Peter was standing in the main large open hall. "Quinn, did you manage to solve it?" Peter asked. "I didn't, but Sil can now remove the poison." "Where are the others?" Quinn asked. Peter led the way but didn't say much. He didn't know what to say to Quinn to prepare him for what had happened while he was on his way. If anything, Quinn seemed to be in a happy mood that he had actually found a way to save the others. Then, entering the training room, Quinn could see many people in the room. It reeked of blood, but he expected this. As time went on, he imagined more of them were throwing up on the ground like the others. Sam was present along with Paul and Kaz. The two of them were standing over Dennis, Nate, and Fex. They looked like they had been beaten a few times, but were at least still alive. Sil, seeing them, rushed over quickly and got to work removing the poison. Scanning the room more, he saw Linda, away from them all. She was sitting down on the floor with her head on her knees. Quinn had seen Sil do this a number of times when he was upset. However, what caught his attention more than that was two things. First, the sound of crying coming from Linda. She was uncontrollably sobbing, and even now tears were falling to the floor. The second thing was what was in front of her. A sheet had been placed over something, and right at the bottom, a pair of boots could be seen sticking out from them. No, I brought back Sil. We can get rid of the poison," Quinn said, walking towards her. Seeing Linda and the body in front of her, it didn't take long for him to put the two things together. When she heard someone coming closer, she looked up to see Quinn through her blurry vision. "Quinn!" she cried. "Blip, you can save him, right? Please tell me you can save him." She continued to sob. It was her last hope, hoping that Kaz was wrong about what she had said. Kneeling down on his knees, Quinn removed the sheet to have a look underneath it. A bloody mess known as Blip. He closed his eyes and placed the sheet back over. He knew Blip was dead. I'm sorry I wasn't here. I can't bring back the dead," Quinn said softly. Placing her head back down, she continued to sob. Quinn went to approach her, hoping to perhaps comfort her. "Don't, please Quinn, just go away. I know it's not your fault or Fex's, but I just can't look at you right now, not for a while," Linda said. Quinn understood and decided to leave her be. She was such a strong woman, and it broke his heart to see her like this. But then he was starting to wonder what happened. Blip wasn't infected by the poison in the first place. Thinking back at the image of Blip in his mind, there was something he could see on the neck. It was 2 bite marks. Immediately, Quinn's mind wanted to blame Kaz, and walking back towards them, a strange energy was overflowing from him. He had enough. If Kaz was behind this, then he was unsure if he could hold himself back this time. Even his gauntlets were already covered in a strange shadow. "Quinn, it wasn't Kaz," Paul said, knowing the look in his eyes. Hearing this, he started to think about what Linda had said, about how she said she didn't blame him or Fex for this. The anger started to calm down, and the shadow disappeared. But how? Everything was explained to Quinn about what had happened while they were away. He was kicking himself in the foot, wondering, if he had stayed behind, if the outcome would have been different. However, Sam, Nate, and Dennis all tried their best to comfort him. especially Dennis, who was more thankful than even before to Quinn. He knew that his life was hanging on the line, and if Quinn hadn't left to deal with the parasites as quickly as he did, there was a good chance that he could be dead as well. Eventually, the news was released to everyone on the cursed ship. A day of mourning had been given to Blip. It came as a shock, especially since a lot of members of the Crows had joined because of him. What surprised everyone even more was Linda had yet to be seen at the morning event. They were expecting some type of speech from her, but nothing had occurred. Blip's death was blamed on the parasites, and with that, the news of Quinn attacking them was also spread. They weren't informed of how he did so alone, but they couldn't have imagined a large group having acted. Otherwise, more faction members would have known about it. To them, the order of events were jumbled. They had thought Blip had been killed by the parasites some ways, and then Quinn went to deal with them, which just proved to all of them how much Quinn cared about their lives. He thought that maybe people would leave after such a thing, but they had all decided to stay, showing him more respect compared to before. Webnovel had kept to his promise. He was unable to get in contact with Daisy, as they were dealing with their own things, but he left them a message blaming the event on the parasites. They decided to stick to the story that was spread around the cursed faction. After the duel, Mantis had attacked Blip, and Quinn retaliated. Most of the parasite members agreed to join under the cursed faction. They were very thankful after the poison was removed, like Webnovel thought they would be. The members explained the situation to their families, as they were unaware of what was really going on in the parasites. The shelter they had could remain and now was in the process of being built permanently. They wanted a person to oversee this matter, and in the end, Linda was the one who volunteered. She had recovered a little from her brother's death, trying to act normal with everyone, but there was an odd feeling around her whenever they would converse. When she volunteered, it came as a surprise, and they thought it might be best to give her a task like so, to get her mind off it. When going through the parasite's belongings, they found that Mantis had written his own personal poison ability book. It was given to Paul to look over, and he had found that it had cultivation techniques that would teach someone to get their ability up to level 8. It was the thing he needed most right now. It was a tough time for the cursed faction, but Paul reminded them that many more tough times were probably to come in the future. Even though big things were happening, they couldn't just take a break. They needed to proceed with their plan. The plan that would place them in prime position to become part of the Big Three, a powerhouse of the human race. In those 2 days, wiping the sweat from his head, Alex looked at the last piece of equipment on his table. Finally, the Emperor tier equipment is done. With everything that had happened on the cursed ship so far, everyone seemed to be recovering at a steady pace, all except one person who was affected by this just as much as Linda was. Heading over to the living quarters, Quinn had stopped just outside one of the rooms and entered. In his hand was a blood pack that had been taken from the medical storage center. He threw the pack over and it landed right on Fex's face, who didn't even move, allowing it to slide off onto the bed. "Well, the tables have turned now," Quinn said. "Usually you're the one who comes to cheer me up." For the last 3 days, Fex hadn't left his room after finding out what he had done to Blip. Blip had been nothing but nice to him since they joined. He was nice to everyone. The events that day were worse for him compared to Nate and Dennis. When the others had regained consciousness, they couldn't remember a thing that happened when they were crazed, but Fex remembered everything. Just like when Quinn would turn into a bloodsucker, Fex had experienced the same thing. When regaining consciousness, they would remember everything that they did and knew they were responsible. "You need to eat. We will be moving soon, and I need you to lead one of the attack teams," Quinn said. Getting himself out of the bed, Fex sat on the edge and looked at the blood pack. Looking at it reminded him of when he had killed Blip. "Have you ever heard of a vampire that is scared of blood?" Fex replied back, chuckling, while his hands were also shaking. "No, but I do know that if you don't consume any blood, then there is a good chance you're going to turn into a bloodsucker again," Quinn replied. Although it seemed like Quinn was being tough in situations like this, he had to be, and it seemed to work. Hearing Quinn say those words, Fex tore into the bag and started to drink from it. On Quinn's request, Sam had got people on the ship to start donating blood. Sam thought it was strange, for they didn't even have a capable doctor that could perform things like a blood transfusion anyway. But Quinn said it was best to prepare for the future. Sam thought that it might have something to do with having a safe food supply, but the amount of blood requested was too much and Quinn's suggestion was strange as well. He didn't ask for certain blood types to be stored. Instead, he asked to gather as many different types of blood from people as possible. Of course, to the faction members this made sense and they were willing. They would be called in for a routine checkup and the procedure for drawing blood was simple. Is there something about vampires that Quinn hasn't told me about? Sam thought. By now a decent amount of different blood packs would be stored in the medical bay, which was a bunch of stat points that Quinn would have access to soon. Before leaving the room, Quinn had one more thing to say to Fex. If you want to stop pointless deaths and things like this from happening, then help me win this war, Quinn said. The plan was to move out tomorrow when Quinn had been given some news by Alex. He was told that the Emperor tier equipment he had been working on was finally ready. Entering the forgery, it was quiet this time. Alex had told the others to take a break, and it was mostly because he wanted to show Quinn everything he had made. They too were curious about what Alex had been working on nonstop this whole time, and they were starting to think he wasn't human. Rumors were spreading about how they hardly saw Alex get a wink of sleep while working on these pieces of equipment. Alex didn't know whether he was being paranoid or not, but because of this he chose to give everyone a break in the forging room until he was done. Any requests in the meantime were to be sent to the parasite shelter where they had their own forgers there as well. Just like before, Alex had spread out the items on his workbench and had a piece of cloth individually under each one. You sure like to put on a show, Quinn said, although Alex wasn't as happy as he was last time. Or at least he didn't seem to be as he had his hand over the first piece of cloth. Is something wrong? Quinn asked. You'll understand when you see it. But I promise you, I tried my best, Alex said. Instead of revealing the pieces one by one, he had pulled all the pieces of cloth down apart from one at the very end and each piece of equipment was shown for their body parts. Boots, legs, chest and shoulders. Looking at them, Quinn had two things to comment. Aren't they a bit big and flashy? Alex shook his head as he knew this would be Quinn's comments. The Emperor tier looked impressive. It was nicely designed and one could see and feel the quality it had been made from. But the pieces were extremely large. The shoulder protectors were twice as large as regular ones and it was the same nearly with every other piece. Quinn's other comment was that all of the equipment was red in color. It was usual for the equipment to take the color of the beast crystals they had come from. However, Quinn had used many different Emperor tier crystals to create this. I should have realized this sooner. Alex started to explain. I've never worked with high-tier crystals before, but mixing the different types of crystals was a huge mistake. I was unable to create any type of active skill on any of them. However, I did do my best making it the highest quality possible. Rather than lacking in any department and wasting the crystal, I made whatever I could best and this was the result. As for the red color, I did as you asked and added a bit of my blood. When that happened, all the pieces of armor started to dye red. Although he couldn't say much about the colors from the sounds of it, the equipment might be pretty disappointing, and using his inspect skill, Quinn was even more worried. Basic Emperor tier chest piece. All stats +1. Basic Emperor tier boots. All stats +1. Basic Emperor tier shoulder guards. All stats +1. Basic Emperor tier leg covers. All stats +1. How can this be? It's worse than the King tier equipment, but we used so many Emperor tier crystals. Seeing the look on Quinn's face greatly pained Alex. He knew he was expecting a lot from this, and he felt like his inexperience had let him down. There were some crystals that he had gathered that were similar, and if he knew beforehand, maybe he could have made something else. Before making full judgment, Quinn felt like there had to be more to it, and decided to look into things a little further. Chest piece defense. 100. Shoulder guards. 30. Boots. 20. Legs. 30. Total defense. 180. Active set kill. When wearing all pieces of equipment, defensive armor is able to double for 5 minutes. Now Quinn was starting to understand a little more why the gear was considered to be at the Emperor tier level. His King tier chest piece from before had a defensive capability of 30. while the chest piece alone was set at 100. He was sure wearing this full set of armor, he might not be able to be injured by an enraged king-tier beast. However, it did remove the extra stat points he would usually get, so he would be slower and his attacks weaker with this set of armor. Thinking about it, Quinn thought it would be perfect to use his shadow equip depending on the opponent he was facing. He could switch between the Emperor tier gear and the regular gear he had until he improved. After finding this out, he was no longer as disheartened as before. "Don't worry, you did a good job," Quinn said. Moving on to the final piece, Alex had a smile on his face for this one, because it was finally time for him to show the Emperor tier gauntlets. As the last sheet was pulled off, Quinn's eyes were glued to the gauntlets he could see in front of him. Just like the others, it had a red base of colors from being mixed in with Alex's blood. Running up the gauntlet's sides and within the palm itself, a brighter red radiating energy could be seen coming from it. Running down the arm, several small spikes that looked similar to those that were on Adalki's back. "Is it still active?" Quinn asked, wondering why the palm and sides were glowing red. "I only just recently finished creating these gauntlets. They took the longest out of everything. I think the energy from the crystals is still seeping out from it, but it should start to cool down a bit and return to regular-looking gauntlets in a few hours or so," Alex explained. If it wasn't the case, then Quinn could imagine he would have to wear the gauntlets less often. Otherwise others would think he was preparing to attack them all of a sudden. Nervously, Quinn looked at them. He didn't even want to touch the gauntlets and was afraid to use his inspect skill. After being disappointed a little by the other pieces of equipment, he didn't want to over-expect with these. One thing for sure, they certainly pleased in the looks department. If that was anything to go by, then it would be quite the great outcome. "All right, let's go." Inspect. Infinite Flame Gauntlets Emperor Tier. Strength plus 20. Defense plus 20. So far so good, Quinn thought. The strength was increased by double compared to his last pair of gauntlets, which was a huge improvement. Active skill. Blade Condense. Using the power of the fire crystals, the active skill allows the user to condense and harness the power to create a 4-inch spike made of flames. The spike will appear from the palm of the user's hand. The skill can be activated and deactivated at will as many times as the user wishes. Just on the description alone, Quinn was wondering how useful such a skill could be. Essentially, the spike that would come out from his gauntlets was a hidden blade. When attacking enemies they would assume he had no weapon, or if his reach wasn't enough he could form a spike made of flames. He was unsure how strong the condensed flame was, otherwise it would be useless against certain types of armor. However, what Quinn was more interested in was how he could improve the active skill like he had done with the previous one. When infusing his chi into the last pair of gauntlets, he could use his shock skill for longer. As long as he had chi, the shock would work. These gauntlets didn't seem to have a time frame on how long or short the skill could be used for. So he was wondering what effect it would have if he infused his chi into the gauntlets themselves before activating the skill. Would the blade be stronger, longer, or maybe it would even do nothing? It sounded a little like a weapon, and Quinn wasn't really good at using weapons. Still, at least it came out from the palm of his hand, allowing him to continue to use his martial arts in the fight. It was probably the best type of weapon he could ask for from an active skill. The second thing was, Quinn was trying to figure out a way in his head to combine this with his shadow powers. Similar to how he had done with the shadow scythe. It didn't seem like he could fuse this with the scythes like he did before, but it also didn't make sense for him to switch out these gauntlets for his last pair like the rest of his equipment. After all, these gave him more strength stats than the others, so even without an active skill it was overall just better for him to use these. "What do you think?" Alex asked. "They're great. I'll need to do some testing with them though. Get the hang of them for a bit," Quinn replied. Touching all pieces of equipment, Quinn placed it into his dimensional space. That way he could shadow equip them on at any time. He wouldn't use the Emperor tier armor unless he was going up against a foe that required it. "In the future, I will place the crystals that are a similar attribute off to the side," Alex said. "And then when I get a set of Emperor tier crystals to create something for you, I will make sure to try my best." With the Emperor tier equipment collected, it was finally time. they could start their conquest of the other planets. There had been a few changes in the teams since the latest incident. They now had more people than before and one less leader compared to before. It was a tough decision to make, but in the end, Webnovel from the Parasites was invited to join the Cursed Leaders. This was because he had the most trust over his people and he knew them best. He would have the same respect and possibly his words would carry as much weight, but it was important for him to be there in the decision-making process. Webnovel was replaced with Blip, to head off with Nate, Dennis and Linda as an attack force. As the people that would be going with them, they were the old Parasites. This solved two problems, as the force that was originally with Blip and Linda were moved over to Sil and Peter, and now they too had a group that was willing to follow them and attack. Every team had already been given their briefing and were getting ready to move out. The cursed ship would soon arrive at the Crow's planet, and that was when each team was to make their movements. At the moment, Quinn was looking around trying to look for the others that would be joining him. Kez, Paul and Fex. When looking for them, it turned out that Kez was also looking for Quinn. They had bumped down the hallway of the living quarters, and for once Paul was nowhere to be seen. Quinn, before we head out, due to how long we might not be in contact with the council, I have decided to push forward the in-person report, Kez explained. Once a month Kaz was required to make an in-person report, on top of her weekly reports. The last time this happened, they had two unexpected vampires going after Paul's life. Quinn couldn't really decline her quest. The only reason why they were allowed out in the first place was to investigate the disappearance of the vampire spies all around. Truthfully, he hadn't even been trying to investigate about that, and was thankful that Kaz wasn't pestering him about it. Perhaps because she knew that everything else going on was more important at the moment. That's fine. I hope you can say good things about us, Quinn said, attempting to smile at her. When you come back we can move out. Kaz herself was nervous. She hadn't made an in-person report ever since what happened to the first family members, and she also had not informed her father of their doings either, since her weekly reports went directly to the king. Returning meant she would also have to meet and speak with him, to explain why Quinn wasn't dealt with yet. This too was something she couldn't avoid, and she walked off. Seeing Kaz walk off back to her room and head to the vampire world, it gave Quinn a thought. He had been so concerned with the humans, he didn't have time to think about them. I wonder how both Leo and Aaron are doing, and the rest of the 10th family? I hope they are living a better life than before, and I hope things are less crazy there than they have been here. The 10th castle was busy compared to when Quinn had last left it. It now had vampires walking around the empty hallways, and the once empty rooms now were half filled. Thanks to Leo's little display, people were happy with him being the vampire knight, and there were no complaints internally within the family. Most of the 10th still wished to eventually leave and one day join one of the other more recognized families. However, they no longer felt as hopeless as before. Thanks to Edward and Quinn's idea, it gave them a goal and hope. Their little reward system seemed to work out. Unlike the other families, who were able to share their abilities with those they saw potential in or were directly linked to the family, the 10th family didn't have that. So they came up with a reward system. Most of the vampire technology ran on beast crystals, and it was what they used as a way of trade between each other. Once in a while, groups from each of the families would go out on expeditions. Before, there were many in the 10th family who would simply give the crystals that they earned to the other families with hopes of gaining favor. Now, those that did well on the expeditions and returned with the crystals would be rewarded with different sets of beast equipment or gadgets that had been created by Vincent in the past. Some of the items had been duplicated and were made into a special set. The 10th family soon felt like they were in the middle of a type of collection game. When they had the gauntlets, they wanted to get the shoulder guards and the boots that went with them. With each item they felt stronger. This was because the set of equipment they were giving to people had an active skill that would activate when all of the items were together in a set. As long as you had all the items, they would gain a boost in power. Once they had collected the full set, they were able to decide whether or not they wished to move out of the pooling area and join the main castle. There, it would be traded for a better set of beast gear equipment. If anyone was to leave the 10th family, they would have to give their equipment back. Although Quinn had come up with the idea, He wasn't the one that had thought about all the little smaller final details. This was all thanks to Timmy, who had become a close assistant of Edward. At first there weren't many vampires who even cared for the beast gear equipment. It was embarrassing for vampires to have to rely on such a thing. It was seen as something humans needed to match up to them in terms of strength. However, from using the beast gear himself, Timmy knew. He knew that once they got the taste and strength of beast gear, it would be hard for them to turn back from it. Which led to the result they had today. 25 vampires had completed the full set of beast gear equipment and had chosen to trade in their set for a better tier of equipment. They now lived inside the castle and would no longer be able to move between the other families. Even though they had no leader, things were changing around the place. Xander and Amy didn't live in the castle. They had moved with their family, and although they were happy to join the 10th, Xander still couldn't commit to the 10th family inner circle so soon. It was a loss not just for him but his family as well. The 10th family still had the reputation of being at the bottom of the barrel, and that would change soon. However, the two of them did often come to the castle to talk to Edward, Timmy, and Amy wanted to get to know Aaron a bit more. In her mind, a friend of Layla's and CIA's was a friend of hers, even if she seemed to be a little colder than the other two. The reason they were in the castle today was because they had been invited by Edward to watch something. One of the storage rooms that wasn't sealed like the one on the top floor had been converted into a plain empty room. The room itself was covered in scratch marks, broken pieces of rubble, and more. It was one of the worst rooms they had seen, but the room itself made them wonder what type of training was going on in here. The castle was built using a mixture of the strange black rock that vampires had managed to obtain. Although the castle walls were mixed with other materials to mold and shape the structures, it was still very strong and sturdy. Xander imagined even if he used his full strength to punch the wall, or swung at it with a sword, he wouldn't be able to make a scratch. When the two of them entered, they could see Leo and Aaron standing against the wall on one side. In the middle of the room was Edward and Timmy, who was huffing and panting and had marks over his face. His body looked as if he had been hit a few times. "I guess Timmy is no longer the crybaby he was before, huh?" Xander said. "Yep. It looks like someone's gotten a promotion," Amy replied with a giggle, looking at Xander. She was happy, although Xander might have been less pleased with the current situation he was in. He was by far in a better place. When Xander was part of the first family, he had this pressure to achieve something and be something. He needed to get better and learn the first ability not to disappoint all those that had hope for him. Now, with that pressure gone, he was far more calmer and didn't start up useless fights and arguments with people. "Again!" Edward shouted. Taking a deep breath, Timmy's body started to vanish and soon a mist appeared. It surrounded Edward. The others could see Edward's position but had no clue where Timmy was. Then suddenly, Timmy's shape started to form. Immediately Edward went forward and punched the human shape in the mist, but it had disappeared. A few seconds later and the mist started to finish and Timmy could be seen now on his knees gasping for air. "I did it," Timmy said, managing to pull a smile. "You have grown a lot," Edward said. "I see our guests have made it." Both Amy and Xander gave a bow to Edward. He was now their vampire knight, but the two of them would have even respected him before this. "My mist ability is quite strong, right? We all know how weak Timmy was, and now look how much he has improved," Edward said. Although these words might have hurt Timmy, Timmy didn't care because he was thankful that Edward even allowed him to learn his ability and be his personal teacher. "I know you guys are stubborn about learning one of the other family's abilities, and you don't want to rely on the beast gear, but there are still plenty to choose from," Edward explained. Now Xander knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to get Xander to become his pupil. Before the whole mess, Xander was considered the top student, if one wasn't being compared to the direct descendants like Fex. Edward knew in the future if they could make sure he wouldn't move to another family leader. He would be a big plus to have on their side. The ability is certainly one of the best ones. It's not even available at the marketplace, so it is nearly as rare as a leader's abilities. Xander said, "But please, give me some more time." "Is the mist invincible?" Amy asked. "Does it just require a lot of MC cells?" Edward started to laugh. If you are really interested in how it works, then are free to learn it. For some users who are extremely skilled, it can seem invincible, but there is always the main body hiding in the mist somewhere. While saying this, Edward was peeking over at Leo, interested in what his powers were. Once the two of them had fought a little, just to test their skills. There were two things that amazed him at the time. The first being that his ability allowed Leo to find out where Edward's true body was at any moment in time. The second, when being injured by Leo's sword. His wounds took longer to heal. At first he thought it might have something to do with the weapon. However, Aaron, his disciple, was able to do the same thing. It seemed like they had learnt something dangerous that could be used against the vampires. He was in the middle of whether or not to ask Leo if he could teach the other vampires, but he thought if they had found out about this strange skill they knew, then the two of them would be targeted even more. Edward turned and looked at Layla and was deeply concerned about her. Moments before Timmy had gone through his final training session with Edward, Aaron had done the same. So you taught her in the end, huh? Edward thought. Having been turned, Aaron was finally able to learn an ability. While browsing the market, she was unable to find one that she had liked. After much deliberation, she was wondering if she ever would. Then that day, she had seen the fight between Leo and Edward. She had made up her mind. Leo, would you please teach me your ability? Aaron asked. When Leo had been popped the question from Aaron, it had come as quite a surprise for himself. It was the first time that anyone had ever asked to learn his ability before. This ability he had devoted himself to, no one had taught him it, so he was considered a new original. However, unlike other abilities and powers, his was not one people could just see with the naked eye. There were no flashy explosions and such, and even if he did allow for anyone to learn it, not many would choose to. For the simple reason, if the ability was on its own, it would be able to do no damage whatsoever. It would have been classified as a supportive type ability like super hearing, sonar, and so on. Do you really think it's the right choice? Leo asked. After all, unlike me, you are not blind. You can rely on your own eyesight. I know, but I have been thinking about it a lot. Aaron replied. You often said that your ability allows you to see more than regular people. I've seen you fight multiple times and the way you use your sword. I've realized that when I had an ability in the past, my swordsmanship would suffer. But for me, I need an ability that will further enhance my sword skills. You have been my teacher for the longest time, but there are some things that you can't explain to me. I think maybe the ability can help with that. Leo thought about it for a while, not for his own sake but for hers. It was true his ability would be able to help one become a better swordsman, but it required hard work and dedication. During this whole time Leo had been with her, he hadn't seen her back down from a challenge once. Perhaps this ability would be perfect for her. What's your goal? Leo asked. I wish to get rid of the Dalki. Kill all of them that hurt my family and friends. Aaron said, clenching her fist. It was similar to Leo's own goal. He too hated the Dalki for killing his own friends and family. However, he was also in search for his leaders, who he was sure had connections with Pure. He was wondering if having a direct disciple was the right thing to do. And I want to get strong enough to the point where I can protect my friends from any dangers, so I don't feel useless anymore. Saying these words, the memories of her father saying she was too weak rung in her head. Too many times had she felt weak during her time at the school and at Pure, but with Leo and Quinn, she felt like she was progressing and changing. Very well, but it will be a tough road for you. Back in the training room, everyone had gathered around Edward, as it looked like he had something important to say. Today is the last day that the two of you will have at the castle, Edward said, looking at Timmy and Aaron. The two of them were confused by this as they hadn't been informed of anything. The reason why I personally fought both of you was to see if you were ready or not, and after today's performance, I believe that you are both more than ready. The reason I called both Xander and Amy is because the two of them, from today onwards, will take you under their wing. Aaron looked at the two of them. Although they were strong, she was pretty sure that at the moment she had the ability to beat both of them in a fight. What could she possibly learn from staying with these two? She would much rather continue training with Leo. I can see the look on your face. But there are things that Leo can't teach you that these two can. Edward started to explain. I'm afraid the council has made a decision, so it's out of my hands. But starting from tomorrow, the vampire school will be starting up again, and you two have been admitted. This is why these two have been called upon. You may have survived school life back on Earth, but it's a different story here. Inside the vampire council room, the monthly meeting had been called and all of the leaders had been summoned apart from the 10th family. This was because they had officially recognized Quinn as the leader and decided they would just inform Edward about the decisions that had been made later on. If they were to vote on anything, they wouldn't count his vote like they had done in the past. The meeting also had the king present and his 2 royal knights by his side, which was a rare occurrence, but recently, he hadn't been avoiding meetings. The first matter at hand was the request to increase the limit of vampires each family held. Currently the limit was set to 1,500, but nearly every family was at the maximum limit and some vampires had requested that they would like to have children. After much discussion they had finally come to a decision. It has been decided, Dwight said, stepping forward. Each family is able to have a maximum amount of 1,600 people registered. However, the amount that are allowed to live in the castle shall remain at 50, and those in the inner castle area at 100. Although the amount of vampires had been increased, it essentially meant those allowed to learn abilities or those that would be absolutely loyal to the vampires' families were not. This increase would only increase the general pooling area, which was not what some of the vampires wanted. But based on their case, they couldn't really argue about the decision either. We shall move on to the next subject. It seems like some of you are not happy with the decision to have the direct descendants join in with the regular vampires at school. Dwight explained. It's madness, Prima shouted across the table. Those kids shouldn't be mixed in with the others. Their powers and skills are worlds apart, and they carry the weight of the future of our leaders. The decision was made because of what had happened recently, Sunny replied. We have experienced our first attack in years and students have died this time. The school is safer for them all, and they need to learn quickly in case of more attacks. But then why the need to teach them the same things? Bryce interrupted. Are we sure the students' skills are that far apart? Muka asked. Why should we differentiate their teaching? Perhaps there are some students who are even better than the descendants. Half of the leaders started to laugh at this comment. The descendants were vampires that had more pure blood from the leaders than any of the others, and this was what made them naturally skilled and stronger than the others. Enough! The king spoke. Everyone was quieter and the king started to cough. It seemed to be getting worse with each one. But no one was allowed to show concern for the king, and just waited for it to eventually stop. The decision has already been decided. The descendants are not the only vampires that we must protect, and this is the best case to look after them all. If there aren't any more matters to discuss, then I think it's time for me to leave. After respectfully bowing down, the other leaders left the room. However, Dwight had asked for Sunny to stay behind. Would you please have a look at the king? Things have been getting worse lately, Dwight said. Of course she agreed. Just before leaving the room, Bryce made note of what was going on. It was clear to him based on his coughing from earlier and then asking Sunny to take a look at his condition. It looks like the king's time is almost up, Bryce said with a smile. After everyone had left the room, Sunny, the 2 royal knights and the king went off and headed for the top floor of the main castle. For the whole journey, the king had been walking on his own and he seemed to be doing just fine. However, the second the doors to his room closed and there was no one else but them in the room, Dwight immediately went to his side, giving his arm to the king. It looked like he was about to fall over. The 2 of them went to his bed and gently laid him down. Looking around the room, there seemed to be multiple empty packets, and there was even a strange machine that had been filled with red liquid. It was clear that it was blood. Getting onto the bed, a needle was injected directly into the king's arm and blood started to enter his body from the machine. The pained and weak look he had on his face started to disappear. Has he really already gotten this bad? Sunny thought. He should have gone into eternal sleep years ago. I know what you are thinking, but maybe this was how Eno felt like when he was king. I wish to see the vampires heading in a clear direction before passing my time. At the moment, things are still difficult. Sunny went by the king's side and started to do a few checks on him. She closed her eyes and was trying her best to see if there was anything she could do. After a few checks, the king spoke. "That's enough," the king said. "There is no reason for you to do this. I know my time is already short." "But your majesty," Dwight interrupted. "If you went into eternal sleep now, then you would no longer be in pain. But the pain in my mind for leaving this place, in the state that it is in at the moment, would haunt me forever." The king replied, "Tell me, do you have any news about the crazed?" Sunny stood up from the bed and felt like it was her time to leave. Perhaps it was a discussion that was not meant for her ears. But the king raised his hand informing her to stay. "There is no point hiding our troubling matters. Soon you will all learn and need to deal with them," said the king. "We thought that eventually the crazed would end up starving to death, especially since there should be no source of blood on the planet apart from in the castle." Dwight replied, "We are still keeping an eye on them and they are certainly still active. They have made no such move, apart from killing beasts here and there, but if they still have the strength to fight, then it means they are getting a supply of blood from somewhere." The king shook his head in disappointment. If the crazed were getting the blood from somewhere, it meant there was a traitor who was going against their orders in the castle. If someone was ignoring the orders and working with those that couldn't even be called vampires anymore, it meant they planned to use them somehow. "There is trouble all around us, Dwight. I feel like not a single thing has been solved during my time, and you want me to go to sleep," said the king. "Don't say that." Dwight came forward with a pained look. "If it weren't for you, I'm sure the leaders would have clashed several times already." Sunny, who had been listening in on the conversation, knew what they meant by this. If the king was to give up his seat, then a new one would need to be elected. In the past there were two types of kings that ruled, one that had favor with the majority of leaders. They were either a charismatic or smart person, who helped advance and better their lives. Or the second type of king that had been elected in the past, was one that was far stronger than any of the others. For the current king, King Newman, he was a person who excelled in both. The vampires respected him because he was stronger than any vampire in his current generation, and he also had a good head on him. However, out of the current set of leaders, although Bryce may have been considered the strongest, it wasn't overwhelming enough for him to sway support with everyone. At the moment, there wasn't a clear idea of who would become king if the current one was to pass. This means the tradition would begin again. A tradition in electing a new king. Sunny shivered thinking about this, the mess it would cause. When leaving the room, Dwight had followed her out and stopped to speak to her. "Tell me, how long do you think he has left?" Dwight asked. "It's hard to tell, but he definitely doesn't have more than a year. And if something occurs where he has to use his powers, then it could turn out to be even less. Every bit of blood aura that leaves his body is leaving it permanently," Sunny explained. Thinking about what to do, Dwight had originally wanted to go into slumber when the current king did after selecting someone as his replacement. But the way things were looking, if the king was to pass, he would have to remain to see what happened. Although everything was kept in secrecy and Sunny had told no one, news about the king's condition was spread to the other castles. The leaders had found out, but it wasn't new news to them. From a single look they could see the king's condition with their own eyes. Jean, Cindy, Sunny, and Muka had called their own meeting together. Sunny wanted to tell them the probability and time frame of the king passing soon. She was deeply worried. "Why didn't you try calling Lee and David here?" Muka asked. "I did, but they refused to come. They didn't want to make it an us versus them situation." Sunny replied. "Well, it certainly seems like it will turn out like that," Jean said. "The problem is, if a new king is to be selected, we need to convince Lee of the 13th family and David of the 11th family over to our side. As we agreed, we will all vote for Cindy to be our next leader." "I think your maths is a little off there," Cindy replied. "Even if we manage to get the two of them onto our side, that is only 6 seats out of the 13. We would need 7, and that is a big if. What happens if they chose to pass up their vote? Then the selection process will begin, the tradition." "I hope it won't come to that," Muka said. "I think we might be able to convince the young boy," Remember, he is now a leader as well, and his vote will be accepted just like ours. It has to. Unless a certain someone decides to go against the rules. Bryce will follow the rules and accept the result. Sonny replied. Even though his thoughts and ideals don't line up with ours, he is one to follow the rules. Although the others thought this, Mooka disagreed greatly. He was still sure that Bryce had killed his vampire knights that were looking over Fex. He had no evidence, so he decided to leave the matter, but if he broke the rules before, then perhaps this righteous rule-following fool was all just an act that he had everyone tricked with. I think we are getting ahead of ourselves here, Jean added. The reason I didn't even put the young boy in our calculations to begin with is because we're not even sure if he will choose to come back, or if he will even make it back. The next day had arrived in the 10th castle. Both Xander and Amy had chosen to sleep over as they were all to leave in the morning together and head off to school. No words were spoken to them as they left. Whatever they needed to do, it was better if they found out for themselves, Edward and Leo thought. If they really needed their help, they would know where to come find them. A few moments after the kids had left for school, Edward suggested it was best for the two of them to start performing their leader duties. This whole time, Leo had pretty much stayed in the castle. He knew those that had joined the inner circle and even fought with them a couple of times. But the same couldn't be said about the rest of the family. Edward wanted the 10th family to grow a strong connection, like the one that it had in the past and not the fractured connection they have today. So he wanted Leo to get more acquainted with them. Is this really the right thing to do? Leo thought to himself. One day I will leave you guys as well. He was worried that something might happen here similar to the past. The vampires were strong, but so were his close friends back at the dojo. It seemed a little strange. The vampires acted as if there was no threat to them. Judging by what he had seen so far, the vampires should have been just as worried about the Dalki as the humans were. Judging by how little vampires there were, if the two sides were to clash at this moment, he would put his money on the Dalki winning. He was making this judgment without having seen the royal family or the king act though, which could sway things in their favor. Edward had given Leo a change of armor. It was the set that those in the castle wore. He had his own armor, but the idea behind Leo walking out in this one was simply promotion to the other family members. They had already seen his power and some in the 10th now looked up to him. Edward was hoping if they saw him wearing something they could actually get, they would be excited to work harder. Coming out from the front of the castle, Leo was in a full suit of silver and blue beast gear. You look great, Edward said, wearing the same gear himself. Just as the two of them were leaving the castle, there was a surprising visit, someone standing there at their front gate. Now what is a beauty like you doing here? Edward asked. Walking forward, her long silver hair swayed and seemed to shine even in the darkness of the planet. I came to speak to you, Silver said, walking towards Leo. I'm sure Edward has already told you this, but you and those you care about need to be careful. The new 10th family is an unknown to the other families, and the unknown scares people. With things moving forward the way they are, I'm sure there will be many that will try to influence you, trick you or outright force you into doing their bidding. Leo smiled. You are a caring type. I thought the only person you cared about was your brother. Even though he is not here, you have come down here to warn us. Hearing this, Silver stepped back as she tried to think of another reason as to why she had come down here. I was just in the AR dash. Worry not, Leo replied. Everyone have expected this, especially with the disruption we caused. But I assure you, each of us in the 10th family has a goal, and it will be hard to kill any of us until our goals are achieved. Quickly, Silver pulled her hand and performed a blood slash, stepping her foot forward and trying to fire one out as fast as she could. Before she knew it, Leo had sliced the blood slash and placed his sword back in its sheath. Looks like I had nothing to worry about, Silver said, walking off. Walking to school, Timmy was shaking with excitement and Amy and Xander were chatting away. Meanwhile, Aaron remained mostly silent the whole time. I can't wait. Everyone is going to be so surprised when they see my new powers, Timmy said excitedly. You really should have taken Edward's offer, Xander. Maybe now I can even beat you. Hey! Xander snapped back. Don't get too cocky now. Remember I was? And still am the best student, even with no ability. Truthfully, Amy was a little worried that they might be subjected to what the 10th family were subjected to before. Now both Xander and Amy were part of the 10th family. It could prove troublesome compared to the past. Even in this short amount of time, those that she used to call her friends at school hadn't come to visit her once. Not like they used to. They hadn't hung out, gone to the center together or anything. The only reason she could think of was it was because of her current family situation. Those fake girls, I don't need them. They can flip-flop all over the place. Amy shouted in anger. However, she did feel lonely without them, and there wasn't even Layla here to talk to. Turning to look at Erin, she could see that she had her eyes closed. She had not only been quiet the whole way but had been walking the whole time with her eyes closed. Impressive. The path they took wasn't a straight one, and there were many things that would get in one's way. If a person tried to walk with their eyes closed, their imagination often started to make them fear what was in front of them, but Erin was walking just fine. When they finally reached the school, which was located in a different area from the main vampire settlement, they could see everyone was already making their way inside the gates. But once they got past the gate, they noticed that there was quite the audience. Instead of heading straight to their classes, the students were fascinated by something outside. What's going on? Amy said out loud. Stood on the open field were around 30 of the direct descendants. Students who had already learnt the abilities of their families, lived in the castle and had the chance of becoming a family leader themselves. It was a mixture of boys and girls, and even Rokeen was stood there nervously. He had been forced to comply by the others. What are they doing here? One of the students asked. Aren't they supposed to have their own special training? Don't tell me they're going to be joining us? The students were beyond shocked. None of them had been informed of this change. The reason for their worries was because some of them already worked under these kids outside of the school, and they had beyond a superiority complex. This was something that many of the leaders encouraged for some reason. They would fill their heads and tell them that they were born to be a leader and were better than the others. Standing in the center, there was a handsome-looking boy who had his hair gelled back. His hair was blonde in color with a black streak running down the middle. Xander noticed him straight away and thought he would be up to this. One of the first family descendants, Nikyu. Nikyu was younger than most there, and he had an older brother. That was until he was killed during the expedition trip. He was killed by the new 10th leader, yet nothing was done about it. This had caused him to focus his anger towards those in the 10th more than anyone, but in some ways the event helped him. Because of his brother's death, he was allowed to attend school earlier than expected, but then was disappointed once again after learning he had to do so with everyone else. So he had decided to call this gathering, a gathering to make the others aware of their positions. You see us standing here in front of you. You all are staring at us like we are different, Nikyu said. Well, that's because we are different. Although we are attending school with you, we hold a higher position than you. We hold more importance to the vampire's future than you, and that is why we expect to be treated better than you. The students started to mumble and talk to each other. They didn't like where this was going. School was a break from their family duties, and now it looked like they would have to keep it up here as well. Are you really that special? A voice said. Who said that? Nikyu asked, annoyed he was interrupted in the middle of his speech. There were many mumbling about what was happening, but he chose to ignore them. However, this was said loud and clear, and was directed at him. When the crowd cleared the way to reveal who had spoken those words, they were all staring at a girl they didn't recognize. It was me, and I said, are you really that much better than us? Erin repeated. Hearing the mysterious woman speak, they were wondering just what student would be so brave to say these words. Perhaps behind one's back, but not right in their face. Although a lot of students there had the same thoughts. They carried the same resentment deep down against the direct descendants. Of course, not all descendants were like this, but in every group there would be those that led the way, pushing others to have similar thoughts to their own, influencing them. This had caused a fraction between the regular vampires and those that live in the castles. Vampires were meant to be able to speak up and tell their leaders the concerns they had. The family leaders were there not only to protect them, but to better their lives, but lately the young vampires had been treating them more like slaves, rather than as fellow people they were responsible for. Yet not a single one of them would dare complain for fear, which was why someone speaking up in front of them all had come at such a surprise to everyone. When they turned to look at her, they did not recognize her, but there were many vampires that chose to just live with their families and would only be seen at a later time. The reason they did not recognize Erin as one of the humans that had come to attack a short time ago was because her facial features and hair color had changed since the last time they had seen her. Before she was a blonde-haired woman, but now her hair was black. "I know your type," Erin said. She continued and ignored the death stares Nikyu was giving back to her. "My type," Nikyu replied. "You mean us here, those that have a chance at being a leader, those that protect you." "A leader? All I see is a child who has let everything go to his head. I've seen a real leader before." She thought back to her father who had protected the planet at the risk of his own life. These types of leaders, when trouble came, were the first to run away. Leaders are meant to gain the respect of their people. They chose to follow them, not force them. Even if you have the title of leader, you will never be one. By now, all those that were around Erin had moved off to the side. They did not want to be associated with her at all, and the only ones that were still standing next to her were the same group that had arrived with her. "Maybe we should calm down a little." "Huh, Erin? It is the first day and all?" Amy said, nervily. She knew that they would probably be targeted by a few people here and there, but she was hoping that Xander's past deeds and strength would deter most of those away. She never thought the descendants would be attending the same school. Even Xander with his skills stood no chance. Now with Erin winding up the descendants, there would be the center of attention and a bigger target. However, she didn't know Erin's strength either. She had never seen her directly fight before and was wondering where this strange confidence was coming from. Nikyu was thinking about what to say when he noticed the people standing by the annoying girl's side. He was hoping to prove her wrong and shut up this wench, but seeing a certain someone gave him an idea. His angry frown had turned into a smile. "Now I see why you were acting up," Nikyu said. "It's because Xander is there standing behind you, right? I had heard that he was once the most promising student of the school and had even been invited to join the first family. I had heard you had moved to the 10th family. Have you been made to just be a simple babysitter? It would be best if you keep those girls of yours mouths shut." Those comments had now even infuriated Amy as well. "What did you say, you snot-nosed brat?" Amy shouted back. "We don't need his permission to speak, we can speak for ourselves. Look at you, Erin was right, you are a child. Have you stopped sucking on your mother's breast yet?" Worried that maybe Erin had gone too far, Xander didn't think for a second that the real person he needed to keep under control was Amy. The other decedents standing behind Nikyu started to chuckle at the comments, and this only infuriated him more. "Let's see who gets the last laugh," Nikyu said. "Stand back," Erin said. Before anyone, Erin knew what was about to happen. She could tell with her ability. The change in his aura had gotten aggressive and it was moving out before him. The next second he was already on the move with his hand held out. "Amy!" Xander shouted, who was closest to her. He pulled her back out of the way and went to hit Nikyu, but in comparison to Nikyu's speed, it looked like Xander's fist was moving in slow motion. Nikyu ducked and did a sweeping kick, knocking Xander off his feet before Xander could try anything else. With an aggressive stomp he had not only pinned down Xander's arm, but had crushed it as well. "Ha, ha!" Nikyu laughed widely. "You see, this is the difference between us decedents and the rest of you. Even the strongest of you is not a match for us." "Get off him," Erin said, walking towards the two with her hand on the hilt of her blade. She had switched to a katana-like blade that matched what Leo would use, but on her back, she also still carried a long sword. "I just defeated your leader. What do you think you can do?" Nikyu asked, not saying anything else. When Erin was in striking distance, in one smooth motion she took out her sword ready to strike at Nikyu. A loud clang was heard, stopping her blade. How did he block it? Erin thought. When she looked at who had blocked her attack, it wasn't Nikyu. "What is going on here? And on the first day?" Silver said. "It's Vampire Knight Silver." The students gasped and spoke. "Is she going to be teaching at the school again?" She must be. That's probably why she's here, right? The blade had been stopped by Silver's hardened hand, and it looked like Silver had used the blood-hardening skill as her fingertips were encased in blood. Everyone, head to your classes immediately. I will not have this on the first day. Silver commanded, and everyone started to follow. Silver made sure that the direct descendants entered the school a while before she allowed Erin and her group to move. Lifting her hand up, she felt a slight stinging pain, and she could see the palm of her hand had been cut. That's your student, Leo. I can see she is a strong one, but a dangerous one as well. If I hadn't stopped that attack just now, then Nikyu's head would have been rolling on the floor. Heading to the school, Erin continued to close her eyes and was acting as if the incident that had just happened never did in the first place. She wanted to use every opportunity she had possible to train her new ability. She wasn't like Leo, and she would need to try to increase her level somehow. I was able to see his aura quite clearly, but it seemed like that was because he was quite the wild one and had a lot of energy. However, during that small little scuffle she noticed something else as well. She had felt something different when her aggression had risen towards Nikyu. What shocked her more than anything was the auras she had seen. Everyone around them, weak or strong, had the same color aura. There were differences in the subclasses like Amy and so on, but they were similar. There was one person with a completely different aura though, and that was herself. Quinn, did you lie to me? What am I? Erin thought. Quinn had told Erin that she was different compared to the others. Curious about what Quinn actually meant by this, she had asked Amy for information on the different types of vampires. Since she never attended school and this was the first time learning about them, she didn't know much apart from what her friends around her had turned into. From Amy, she had learnt about the subclasses. However, this was what she had found strange: vampires and subclasses had the same purple aura. The only difference was the shape it would take. Vampires flickered like a type of flame. The undead's aura was more like a circle, and so on for the other subclasses, but hers was different. It wasn't a different shape, in fact it was similar to a vampire's, but hers was a different color altogether. Which made her question, was Quinn keeping something from her? What exactly is a damper? Maybe I can find out more details about it in school. The first day of school started, and Erin and her group were all placed in the same class. They could only assume that this was thanks to Edward's doing so. He would have been able to give a simple reason as to why it was important to have those look after the new members of the 10th family. There were a few decedents in their class, but thankfully it didn't seem like Nikyu, who held the biggest grudge against their group, was in it. Another bit of bad news was their teacher wasn't Silver either, and was another woman who went by the name of Gina. She was strict with her lesson, but in the teacher way rather than in the cold way Silver would be. As the lessons went on through the day, there was an apparent gap that people started to notice. The descendants were not only stronger, but their knowledge was better as well. The subjects that were being taught to the rest of the class they already had knowledge about. It got to the point where Gina would no longer ask them questions. However, when this happened, they started to cause disturbances in the class out of boredom, which caused her to snap. "Would you guys at the back please shut up?" Gina shouted. "I understand that you may already understand today's lesson, but the others do not. Can you really be so selfish?" The descendants stopped talking, and one boy who was at the front of the group, who had his fringe covering one eye, looked at her. "Aren't you part of the third Toppy family, Miss Gina? If I recall, you have been buttering up my mother for quite a while trying to get into the inner castle. It would be a shame if that all suddenly fell down the drain. Wouldn't it?" Gina's face sunk and she gulped, soon going back to her lesson and ignoring the chatter in the back. "This is a mess. What were they thinking?" Amy whispered. "This is why the descendants were taught by only vampire knights in the past." Xander replied. "They have too much influence over the regular vampires, regardless of age." Moving on from the theory lessons, the next step was to go on to the practical lessons. Here the other classes had joined together out on the field. Holographic dummies were placed in different areas at all different distances, and the goal was to hit the dummies using the blood swipe. It was a lesson of exercising control and seeing how far each person could throw out their blood swipe. When the classes were seen outside, there was a certain group in particular being mocked, and this time it wasn't just by the descendants but the others as well. "I can't believe you guys can wear that outside?" One of them said. "I would rather kill myself than rely on something like that." Some of the taunts were even thrown at Timmy and Aaron, who were both wearing the same beast gear. The ones that were being mocked were those in the 10th family who wore beast gear. "Can that beast gear even help you?" they continued to say. The practical lesson had started, and as expected, the descendants were outdoing all of the regular vampires, hitting targets that were nearly twice as far. The targets were set up in 5 rows, and so far the descendants were hitting mostly the 3rd row, while the regular vampires were hitting the 1st. Seeing this, even the teachers apart from Silver thought they would at best be able to hit the 4th row. The target set behind the 3rd row was more for encouragement, and to show them that they still had training to do. When Xander's name was called, he had a fierce look in his eyes. He felt a little down ever since he had been beaten by Nikyu, someone who was even younger than he was. Can hard work really not make up for talent? He started to question himself. Preparing and getting in a distance, he decided he wanted to break through those barriers, surpassing all those that thought he couldn't make it. The blood swipe came out, larger than most, and it was moving across the ground at a great pace. Those that thought nothing of him were now paying attention. "Xander who?" Amy shouted. It smashed through the first target, going through the 2nd row, and it didn't look like it was going to slow down. Then it had reached the 3rd row. "That's as good as the descendants," the other students said, now cheering for him regardless of what family he was a part of. Finally, it looked like it was about to reach the 4th row, but halfway through the red aura had disappeared. Still, everyone was amazed that a regular vampire had the strength to match the descendants. "I guess you weren't the best student for no reason," Amy said, giving him a high five on his way back. "Pathetic," Nikyu said. "You guys let a regular vampire get the same score as you. You guys don't deserve to be leaders." Nikyu was a person who believed the leader should be the strongest. It was the vampire way of being strong to be respected. When he reached the platform, he appeared to put in great effort and threw out his own blood swipe. With so much power, he had even fallen to the floor. But it didn't matter, for when he lifted his head up again, he could see that he had destroyed the 4th target, getting the highest score out of everyone. "This is the difference. You can never catch up to us," Nikyu said. More students were called up, and not a single one was able to beat Nikyu's score. Finally, it was Erin's turn. No one expected much from her. To them, it was just someone who had the will to go against the decedents for some reason. Although they were not cheering her on publicly, somewhere deep down, they were hoping that Erin would display something impressive. "Look at all that pathetic beast gear," Nikyu shouted, making it clear Erin had heard. "Am I not allowed to use beast gear?" Erin replied back. "I thought that the test was to get us ready for the real world, to see what it was like if we needed to battle at full strength. If outside I will be using beast gear, then here I shall use beast gear as well." The others still felt embarrassed for Erin. It felt strange someone talking so positively about beast gear. To them, it was like a kid claiming he rode a bike better with training wheels, so why not keep them on all the time? Concentrating, Erin put her chi and also focused her blood. She had learnt a lot from Leo, and this was one of the first things. Drawing out her blade as fast as she could, from the blade rather than her fingertips, a blood swipe was released. Came out faster than any of the others, and it looked like there were no signs of it slowing down. It had smashed through the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and finally the 5th. This is the power of beast gear. If anyone has a problem with the 10th family using beast gear, then please, I will be happy to duel you. She strutted off, and didn't even look in the direction of the decedents. Seeing what she had just done, Nikyu knew this girl was going to be trouble, and something seriously needed to be done. Edward and Leo's relationship was a little complicated, to say the least. The two of them respected each other, but Leo was not much of a speaker, never initiating the conversation. The problem was that the two of them were in charge of not only the castle, but the whole of the 10th family as well. Since Edward had more experiences and knew the duties of those in the castle, Edward was the one that had to try and force communication with Leo. It wasn't that Leo wasn't willing, but Edward knew that Leo was someone who was stronger than himself. In the vampire world, people respected power, and it felt strange to be ordering or commanding a vampire that had more power than him. Wanting them to get a closer connection with the 10th family, he decided it was best if they did the same task that Quinn had been given, delivering the supply of blood to those that lived in the inner castle area. There were only around 50 or so people, so it wouldn't take too long. 25 members in the castle, 50 in the inner castle area. It certainly is a big improvement to when nobody wanted to join us, Edward thought with a smile. There were those in the castle that usually did this job, but this was the personal touch he wanted the new vampire knights to do. Leaving from the castle, the two of them walked with the automatic storage crate, moving along behind them. Seeing the blood packs inside, a thought came into Edward's mind. According to Quinn, "You haven't been a vampire for long," Edward said. "Yet, I have never seen you consume blood. At least not in front of everyone." "I have done well in controlling the bloodlust," Leo replied. "At first, I thought the hunger would make me weaker. However, I soon found that it actually made my attacks stronger. Although the actions in the mind wilder for some. It was true, the more hungry a vampire was, their abilities got weaker, but their strength, speed, and general stats improved. The only other thing that was affected was more of their regenerative abilities." "You should be careful," said Edward. "Go too far and you can turn into one of those crazed beasts. Although as long as you have turned into one through lack of blood, and not addiction, you should be fine." What Edward was mentioning was the vampire's other form, the form of a bloodsucker. "It is fine, I no longer have trouble with controlling my hunger. I can now go a month without requiring any need of blood." "What?" Edward replied, stunned. He knew that vampires were able to wean off the blood addiction, but to be able to get it so one could last without blood took many years. "How?" For a second Leo hesitated before giving his reply. "It's the chi, the special technique I practice. I was able to utilize it to control certain actions in the mind and body." Once again, Leo had mentioned the use of chi, and it seemed to do a lot more than just stop vampires from healing when they were hurt. "You are truly a great person. After learning all the great things chi can do, I have to ask, would you be willing to teach it to the vampires in the 10th? We could make it so only those in the castle are able to learn it." Before, Edward thought that it might be rude to ask Leo such a thing. If he wished to teach people, then that was his choice, but after learning about all the wonders of chi, he couldn't pass this opportunity. He even thought it could be something they taught those loyal to the family, similar to how the others used abilities they could teach those with chi. When hearing this question, Leo was about to decline. He had always been taught by his master to not share something like this to the world. However, there were already those who knew how to use chi, such as those that worked for Pure. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing to teach more people this skill. But there was one thing that was worrying for him if he did. When people got a new power, they did dangerous things, and he would be the one responsible for having taught them it. "I'll think about it," Leo said. "But my answer for now would be this. Can we really trust that everyone accepts the current 10th family the way it is? If we taught them this power, we have to be sure that it couldn't be used against us." Leo was right. Edward had let his ambitions of bringing the 10th family up to its former glory get to him. There was a chance that this could do more harm than good, especially with those that would be watching him. However, the good news was it wasn't a no. They had gone by a few houses and delivered the blood packs with quite ease. When they saw Leo at the door, they were quite starstruck. They would act nervous, smiling, and some had even made some strange request. For one, a middle-aged man answered the door, and immediately his eyes started to glow seeing Leo. "Leo, the 10th vampire knight. I can't believe you're at my door. Honey, look who's here," the man shouted. When his wife came to the door, a little scream came out as she went forward. This was not the type of reaction that Edward was expecting. It seemed his last demonstration had made him far more popular than he imagined. "I have a huge favor to ask, and I understand if you say no. But you were the whole reason why I decided to stay in the 10th family. I'm also only one more item away from the set." Leo smiled at the men. It was nice to see people energetic about things, and they appeared to be more welcoming than those at the military. "If I can complete the request without any trouble to others and with little difficulty, sure," Leo replied. Can you please cut off one of my limbs? Don't worry, I've saved up some blood so I can regenerate. Even just a finger would do. Edward slapped his head in frustration. It was a two-way street. Not only did the people need to respect Leo, but they needed to convince Leo they were worth teaching, and he was afraid these types of silly actions would dampen the mood. However, Leo pulled out his sword. It should be simple enough to do. I'm surrounded by crazy people, Edward thought. Going from house to house, they were about halfway done, and Edward was greatly pleased with the result. He should have thought sooner that those that were in the inner circle already had chosen to stay in the 10th family. So they respected the knights more than most and already had loyalty. Next time they would need to go to the general 10th people to see if they had the same reaction. Eventually they had knocked on one of the house's doors and there was no reply. Perhaps they are out, Edward said. We will try to get them on the way back. It was a little strange as the delivery was at the same time every week. So the vampires would usually stay in to get their delivery. Using his ability, Leo sensed something inside the house. Something wrong, Leo said. Immediately, he grabbed his blade and sliced the door open, entering without saying anything else. Edward, seeing him act this serious, knew something was up and followed Coley behind. When they finally entered the living room, they could see blood all over and on the floor. 4 people died. 2 older vampires and 2 middle-aged vampires. 4 vampires dead and on our own family grounds. Who would even be strong enough to do such a thing? Edward said. Whatever it was, part of their aura has been left behind. Their clothes. The 2 of them stood there for a while investigating the scene around them. It would take a lot to kill any vampire, even a single one, but these were ones that had already been introduced into the inner castle. They showed promise and were stronger than an average vampire. From looking around, the 2 of them had even gathered they had collected 4 out of 5 of the full set of equipment. It looks like they have been killed by a strange beast, Edward said, investigating the wounds. There were large slashes around their necks and parts of their bodies as if they were done by claws. It wasn't a beast. I can tell by the aura that was left behind. Leo replied. This was the work of another vampire. Edward also thought this, but he was too afraid to say it aloud for fear it would make it true. If it was a beast, it would have had to have gotten past all the vampires in the city, the guards and barriers. The only explanation was it was a vampire. An internal dispute, perhaps? This was wishful thinking on Edward's behalf. If there were any suspects for an internal dispute, they were looking at them on the floor now. Following the trail of aura, Leo could see that it led outside through a broken window in the back. Judging by the fact he could still see some of it, it was clear that it happened not too long ago. Following the aura, Leo jumped out of the window and Edward followed closely behind. Wait, what are you going to do? Edward asked. To find the person who killed them. There is a killer on the loose and they could kill more. Leo replied. I'm afraid this may be a trap. Edward tried to explain. Remember what Silver said, there are many against us, but I thought that they wouldn't outright attack us. At least not like this. If they did, the king wouldn't forgive them. They would also lose favor with others. Right now I can't understand the reason for their actions, which is why I think we should wait. Leo thought about it for a while. When looking after his own shelter he had founded, he was used to dealing with problems like these and his natural instincts kicked in. The problem was, this was not a city he was used to, nor were these normal people. If he wanted to live and help out Quinn in the current vampire political mess, it would be best he did as Edward said. He was the one with the experience and patience. Agreeing, they decided to call one of the vampires from the inner castle to guard the house, not allowing anyone else inside. They also called another one to continue delivering the rest of the blood. They now had more important things to figure out. While heading back, Edward was trying to wrap his head around things. Is it really one of the vampire families acting out? There wouldn't be many who would go against the king's order. They might have disliked Quinn being the leader, but he isn't even here. What's the point of targeting his people? All of these questions had greatly confused Edward. On their journey back, he could see that Leo had his hand around the hilt of his blade. It was now gripped tighter than before as they got closer to the castle. "It looks like we might not be able to avoid a confrontation after all," Leo said. "The aura from the house leads back to here." Edward had called those in the castle just moments ago, and they had reported no such disturbances. 2 vampires had even left the castle and had said nothing to them. But Leo had no reason to lie, and his power was mysterious. Trusting him, and unsure whether or not those in the castle were in trouble, they decided to proceed cautiously. "We have to be careful, the vampires are not fools. They know both mine and your strength. There won't be many to take us on. If anyone has been mobilized, it will need to be another knight like ourselves," Edward said. This was why he felt like it wasn't one of the families. When they finally entered, nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. However, Leo knew they were in the right place. They were in the reception area, where the torches and light crystals shined brightly. The doors at the top of the side stairs opened, and a vampire was there to greet them. "I welcome your ret dash." Before he could finish his sentence, the man stopped speaking. A tingling feeling was felt around his neck. He raised his hand, but soon a thud was heard as his head hit the floor. For a brief second, Edward had seen the culprit. Its large fangs were sticking out, it had no hair, and only had clothes on from the waist down. Its muscular, dehydrated body was on full display, with its dark black eyes piercing against the light room. "A crazed bloodsucker," Edward said. "What's it doing here?" At that moment, the torches and light crystals were all smashed, and the room went into complete darkness. For both Leo and Edward it didn't change much, but the small amount of light was an advantage for the bloodsucker. "Be careful," Leo said. "There's more than one." Through his vision, he could see in the reception area there were 6 crazed bloodsuckers all around them and the one on top of the stairs. These have to be addicted bloodsuckers. Otherwise, how could they have so much coordination? Edward thought. Vampires who had gotten too addicted to blood forced their body to change forever while keeping most of their intelligence. In a way, these were far more dangerous than regular bloodsuckers. 3 on one side immediately went towards Edward, and he used his ability to mist up. It was the only advantage he had. Then when they were busy trying to find him, he managed to get a hit in, shoving his whole hand through one of the bloodsucker's chest, killing it in the process. He planned to change back into the mist as soon as possible, but before he even could, another bloodsucker had hit him with his amazing speed and strength. When hit, the mist would disperse and soon they were quickly following him. However, it was not for long. A blood slash was created, and it had cleanly cut both of them at their ankles. They fell to the ground and only had stubs to move. Turning around, they could see Leo looking down at them. With a stab of his sword, he pierced each of them right through the heart, killing them both. "Watch out! There's more of those things," Edward shouted. He knew based on the sound and the initial ones that had come after him there were more. But when the room was filled with silence, he realized something. There was only the sound of them 2 breathing in the room. When he looked around, he could see that all of the other bloodsuckers had been defeated, slashed in some way with the blade. "It looks like someone was after our lives after all," Leo said. "What exactly are these?" The bloodsuckers were faster and stronger than regular vampires. Edward had his ability and experience he could use against them, but facing more than one of them would prove troublesome to him. Yet somehow Leo had been able to deal with them all. Is it because of their lower health? Another downside to the bloodsuckers was that they didn't have much health. If one was to damage them, they would die quite easily. So as long as Leo could keep up with their moves, then they were no trouble for him. "I'm worried," Leo said. "If these monsters came after us, then it means they might send some more after them." Leo worried for Aaron and the others. The kids at the school slept on campus and were each given their own rooms. One thing that was different between the regular vampires and the decedents was that they were both given separate areas. This was actually due to Silver acting behind the scenes. It had only been a day, but it was enough for her to see the mistreatment that was going on. She was sure that there would only be bigger problems if they were allowed to mix at this moment. It wasn't a bad idea, getting the 2 groups to work and act together, but going all in like this was risky. A meeting had been called in the evening and the teachers were trying to come up with a way to solve this problem. 12 of them were present at the table, including Silver. The problem is we can't even punish them, Gina said. They hold a higher position than us and threaten us. If they do that, I can always report it to their leaders. Silver replied. They will be punished for abusing their powers. Are you really that naive, Silver? Gareth said. He was a rough-looking man who wore basic thin clothing and had spiky hair that made his head look twice as big. Maybe because you spent most of your time in the castle you don't know what it's like. The descendants act this way because they know they will get away with it. What's worse is at some point they probably will become our leaders, and then what? They hold a grudge against us because of something petty we have done in the past. Not all of the families are the same way and think like you. When did the vampires become like this? Silver thought. When she grew up, there didn't seem to be this level of discrimination between groups. Sure, there were disagreements, but generally the vampires lived quiet, peaceful lives. Back then it seemed like they didn't have any worries. Now it seemed like, due to the recent attacks from Earth and other external threats, that the vampires that saw humans as the types to be enslaved were starting to come out and convince others. The descendants need to learn more about responsibility and what it's like to be a leader, Silver said. They are still kids, and this is the perfect time to influence them to be better. Maybe we can't change the current vampire mindsets, but we can teach the future. We also need to split them apart. Otherwise they will just create an echo chamber of their current values, supporting their thoughts more and taking them down the wrong way. Here is what I suggest. Back in the rooms, Erin was sharing with another vampire. It was one she did not know, but it was one from the 10th family, as recognized by a single piece of beast gear she wore on her chest. Xander and Timmy were in a room together, while Amy was sent to the subclass campus. The two girls didn't talk, and the other girl was a little nervous, for Erin hadn't said a word and was just silent, sitting on her bed cross-legged with her eyes closed. Both of her weapons were laid out on the bed in front of her. It felt like if she made a noise she would break her concentration. What Erin was doing right now was two things at once. She was trying to improve on Leo's ability, for currently she could be compared to someone who was at level 4, and the second thing was focusing on improving her chi control. She now realized one of the things that made Leo so strong compared to other humans. With his ability, she was able to control the chi to a greater level. She could fine-tune and move it to certain areas. Before, she could only harden or improve a certain part of her body. But with the ability, she could also now just reinforce her skin, making it stronger and allowing her to move the chi into different areas. She couldn't imagine anyone being able to get to this level of control without Leo's ability. This was why he was special, but now she had a chance to get to his level as well. Not only that, she wanted to surpass him. Even Leo wasn't able to save his friends with his power. While concentrating, she looked at the auras all around, and that's when she spotted something. Opening her eyes, she grabbed one of the blades in front of her. "I'm sorry," the other girl screamed. "I just wanted to watch some P12 videos," she shouted, flinching and covering her face, worried that she would get hit. As soon as the other girl started making noises, the aura that she could sense felt like it was disappearing. Closing her eyes again, she tried to see if she could find it. However, it was no longer just outside the dorms. Her ability also wasn't good enough to detect a trail left. There was one thing she was sure of, though: the aura belonged to a vampire. Yet, if it had nothing to hide, it wouldn't have tried to run away the second she heard the girl scream. The next day when school started, each of the classes were informed that they would be taking part in a group bonding session together. The descendants, the subclasses, everyone. All the classes were taken outside, while Silver explained the rules. So for today's session we will be playing a modified version of Capture the Flag. For this game we will be entering the forest. Silver explained. Each team will consist of a group of 5, and in that group of 5, there can only be one descendant. Every team must have a descendant. This caused murmuring amongst the other students and even complaints, which were mostly from the decedents themselves. "Why do we have to form a team with them? They will only slow us down," Nikyu said. What would be the point of having the decedents go up against the regular vampires when there is an obvious power gap? Would it not be boring, and you would learn nothing? Silver replied. Every person on the team will have this. Silver pulled out a pole which had a colored flag on the top. All apart from the decedent, that is. The goal is to get the most points while also protecting your own. Getting another team's flag earns you 1 point, while losing your own flag will make you lose 2 points. The second a flag has been taken off the pole, it will be reflected in our school system. This is to avoid others from cheating. Now please form your teams of 5, you have 10 minutes to do so. There were multiple reasons why Silver had suggested this game. One of them being she wanted the descendants, who would possibly be future family leaders, to get used to protecting those on their side. Rather than getting other people's flags, it was more important for them to protect their own. Another reason was to develop teamwork. The descendants probably never cared for the other vampires' abilities or strengths, and now they would need to work together, if they didn't want to lose. For the decedents, I will be reporting your results to your family, so don't disappoint, Silver said, giving them the last bit of encouragement. It didn't take long for Erin to form a group with those she knew. Timmy, Xander, and Amy. The 4 of them thought it wouldn't have been so hard to find a 5th person due to Xander's strength. However, they weren't expecting that the 5th person would have to be an decedent. Xander had approached a few, but they all declined, the main reason being they knew that their group would be a target of a certain someone. I'm sorry, Erin said. I didn't know my actions before would put us in this predicament. Don't worry about it, Amy chuckled. If we don't find anyone, they'll just give us someone. I hope we just don't get NICU. At that moment, a small-looking vampire had approached them. Hey, you guys are from the 10th family, right? The boy asked. If so, is it okay if I join your team? The name's Rokeen. After everything Quinn did to help him in the past and what Quinn had shown him, how actions spoke more than words, he decided he wanted to help those in his family. He couldn't get a transfer due to him being a direct descent. If he could, he would have, but this was the least he could do. A loser of the decedents joining the loser family. As expected, NICU said. This little game was going to be a great way for him to hurt some people without having to suffer the consequences for it. Looking at the little vampire that had approached them, Xander was wondering who he was. Most of the descendants were quite well known, especially since there were so few of them, but he had never seen this one before. What? Rokeen snapped back. Are you not happy with me or something? Without realizing it, Xander was giving Rokeen a strange look, and Amy quickly pushed him off to the side. No, of course we're happy, said Amy. As you know though, we're just a little cautious. After the scene yesterday, we're just a little worried that they might have sent someone to disrupt our plans. You understand, right? Amy said this as she approached Rokeen and gently placed her finger on his chin and slowly started to run it down his chest. Oh, is she trying to charm him? Xander thought. However, when she reached the midsection of his chest, Rokeen had grabbed her hand. If I was to allow a subclass to charm me, I wouldn't really be allowed to call myself a decedent now, would I? You guys don't have to be cautious of me. I'm from the 5th family. I'm only second from the bottom of the barrel, just above you. The 5th family, due to their weak ability, were mocked by the other families as well. If it wasn't for the fact that their leader was kind-hearted, then there wouldn't be many who chose to be loyal to them either. Sorry about that. Come on, let's go, Xander said. I don't need your pity, Rokeen said, as he saw the brief look Xander gave him. I am my own person, and just like Quinn did, I'm going to do what I want. Punching him on the shoulder, Erin gave him a smile. Then let's show the other teams who's boss. Once all the groups had been assembled, they were led into the forest. This forest was explored by a lot of the vampire kids, and there weren't dangerous beasts inside it. From time to time, 1 or 2 might appear, but that was all. However, this area was a very well-known area by the descendants, because it was where they had their lessons before. It seemed like the descendants would be relied upon more in this game than they first thought. The groups were given an additional 10 minutes to split up all over the forest. Then, just outside the forest, a computer system was set up, which had information with a tag on all the flags keeping track of points. The teachers had spread out in the forest themselves, dividing themselves into two groups. One group stood around the outside perimeter. It was the area the students weren't allowed to go past. While the other teachers were asked to look over the students in case anything serious happened. It was explained to them that this wasn't a battle. Although they could use their abilities, it wasn't a sparring match or a fight, just a game to try to capture the flags. Silver would be looking over the students, making sure they complied with this rule. A flare was shot up into the sky, signaling the game had begun. "What do we do? Should we attack or defend?" Amy asked. "Why don't you fly up and check around to see if there is anyone coming our way?" Xander said. "No, that will only make us a target," Aaron replied. "And it looks like we won't need to do any scouting of our own." Looking at Rokeen, he had summoned a black rabbit with a horn sticking out of its head. It hopped off Rokeen's shoulder and started to run off. Soon it came back. "There's a team not too far from here, he will lead the way," Rokeen said. Seeing the black rabbit, Amy had recognized it from Fex's execution that time, and now remembered Rokeen was there as well. "Not too bad after all," Xander said, realizing that it didn't matter if Rokeen was strong or not, as this wasn't an event that relied on strength, but one that focused on using everyone's skills and teamwork. When they eventually got close, Erin closed her eyes and she could see all of their positions. If anyone was hiding through the thick trees, she could see them. After regrouping, they came up with a plan, and it was using Rokeen's black rabbit. Judging by the auras, Erin could easily tell which was the strongest out of all of them. And the strongest would most likely be the descendant. Although the descendants didn't have a flag of his own, that didn't matter. The black rabbit came out, and the first thing it did was fire out an electric shock towards the descendant. He blocked the attack easily, but it was never their goal in the first place. Soon after, the black rabbit was off running at a great speed and was being chased, leaving the others behind. Some of them were hidden, but Aaron felt where they were quickly taking their flag, and the others' positions were located with ease. They had captured all 4 of the flags and ran away with no trouble at all. The 4 of them met up at a meeting point they had decided beforehand, but Rokeen was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, ruffling through the leaves, the black rabbit had appeared, squealing to them all. "I think it wants us to follow it," Amy said. Following the rabbit, they eventually found Rokeen, who was beaten up and left on the ground. Nothing appeared to be broken, but he was badly hurt. "Whoever done this has already gone." Amy went over to try and comfort him and suddenly placed her lips onto his, giving her a kiss. Xander looked away with his face blushing red. While Timmy was the opposite, he couldn't stop looking at the two. "You're a little perv, aren't you?" Aaron couldn't help but comment. But he ignored it as if he was caught in a daze. After a lustful kiss, Amy felt weaker. But the small wounds around Rokeen's body started to heal, and he was soon woken up. "Damn it!" Rokeen shouted, still recovering from his wounds. "That guy used his ability. The second he found out I had no flag, he locked on to what happened and said he was punishing me for it." However, his mood was soon lighted up when he saw that the rest of his team had gotten 4 flags while not losing one off their own. Using both Aaron's ability and Rokeen's, it was easy pickings for them. While Amy was weak due to using her strange powers, the others decided to rest for a bit. After all, they could do so with Aaron and Rokeen keeping guard. Their resting spot was by a stony area by a small water stream. They chose an open area as they thought many students wouldn't choose to be out in the open like so. Even then they had the advantage. Or at least that's what they thought. Soon Erin had spotted someone coming fast at them. Grabbing her sword, she immediately struck out a blood swipe that was thrown towards their direction. However, this was the first time where she was pushed back a little bit by the force. "An attack, and from another vampire," Amy said. Soon they could see 5 vampires coming out from the forest, and leading the charge was the young boy Nikyu. "What are you doing, Nikyu?" Xander shouted, standing in front of them. In his head, he was the strongest one on the team, even though Rokeen was a descendant. "You're not meant to attack. This isn't a fight." "Haha. Does it matter how we get a flag? As long as no one sees what we're doing, it's your word against ours," Nikyu replied. Sadly, he was right. Where are the teachers? Amy asked. Erin was afraid, not afraid of them, but that she would go too far hurting them and they would get the blame. So she closed her eyes and tried to see if there were any teachers nearby. Soon, she quickly opened her eyes and grabbed the hilt of her sword. Watch out! She shouted at the top of her lungs, while pulling out the sword from her sheath. As soon as it left, a large line of blood aura came out with it. Nikyu was skilled enough to know that the attack was off and wouldn't hit him, so he remained still. He also thought it was strange to shout out something before you would attack. I knew you wouldn't have the guts to actually hit me. Even you are scared of us, Nikyu said. Then, the sound of a deep growl was heard. Looking to his right, he could see a large blood sucker up in the air, only inches away from his face. However, the attack from Erin and hit the bloodsucker, making it fall and roll on the ground. A bloodsucker, Nikyu said, covered in sweat. What's it doing here? Erin for a second didn't let go off her sword, for she knew it wasn't the only one with them. As Silver was making her way around the forest, she decided to move up high through the trees. She had a better view from up there, although she didn't want the students to know where she was, so she had to make sure her footsteps were as quiet as possible. So far she thought everything was going well. There had hardly been any bad experiences happening from her end. Because of this, she decided to try to find one of the other teachers who was also going around the forest to see if there was anything going on. Her search was cut short, however, as she had stumbled across something devastating. Leaving the disguise of the trees, she dropped to the floor and her foot landed in a pool of blood. One of the teachers had been killed. Judging by how the blood was bright red and hadn't dried yet, it looked like the teacher was killed recently. Attention! There's something wrong, we need to cancel the expedition. Gather the students and return to the school immediately. Silver ordered on her wristwatch communicator. But there was no reply from the teachers around her. Something was seriously wrong, and if she was to leave now, then the students would be in trouble. Making another call, she decided to inform the castle of the situation, but she would be staying behind and it would take them a while to get there. I hope everyone is okay. The bloodsucker slowly got up from the ground and Nikyu and his group were frozen in fear. The others stood behind him, waiting for him to do something. They were young and had never seen a blood evolver before, while Nikyu was frozen for a different reason. Nikyu went through training. As a descendant, he needed to learn about the bloodsuckers and possibly what to do if they met one, so he knew how much trouble they were in now. When the bloodsucker finally stood up from the ground, it looked at the large cut that was in its forearm. Arg! It screamed. Right now the bloodsucker was experiencing something it hadn't done for in a long time: pain. For some reason the attack coming from Erin was hurting the bloodsucker greatly. Rather than looking at the group of kids in front of it, it started to look towards Erin instead. Soon it went after her. Huh! Aren't they meant to be crazy wild beasts? Nikyu thought. Usually they would just attack anything they would see in front of them. If this had intelligence, then that means it came from them. There was a group that Bryce had warned him about before. Then a realization hit him: this bloodsucker was from that certain group. Arg! More screams were heard from behind Nikyu. It was too late. Turning around, he could see two more bloodsuckers and they had stabbed two of the other students. Get off them! Nikyu shouted, and throwing two blood swipes of his own, he attempted to hit both of them, but using the bodies of his fellow students, they moved them to block the attacks. What little life they had left were taken by Nikyu's own hands. We have to help them, Timmy said. No, we have to look after ourselves, Erin replied. There are more. Coming out from the other side of the lake, 3 more bloodsuckers were seen heading their way. Slashes were let out in succession from Erin's blade, but this time they had avoided them all. Their speed was faster than anything they had dealt with before. Amy spread her wings and flew up high. Go get help, Erin said as they saw Amy looking down on them, worried. She knew there was nothing else she could do but try and get help. Xander, coming to the scene when it counted, went to engage one of the bloodsuckers head-on. He wasn't the best when it came to using blood skills, so he decided to use his fist instead. He was skilled when it came to combat. No! Erin shouted, but it was too late for her to intervene. The other two bloodsuckers were headed in her direction, and there was one coming from behind. A punch was thrown out from Xander, and a wild swing had come out from the bloodsucker. Both of their fists collided head-on. One of the attacks was far stronger than the other. 1 second Xander was there in front of them, the next he was gone and he was on the other side with the others, back in the forest of trees. Now it was 3 against 1. Even with her increased skills, Erin didn't know how she was going to get out of this one. She was a little worried for Timmy, but he was no longer by his side. He had ignored her warnings and had transformed into mist, covering both him and Nikyu in a strange mist, making it hard for the bloodsuckers to find them. Right now, Nikyu was thankful for the help he could get and couldn't believe that the only reason why he was possibly alive right now was due to another regular vampire. The first bloodsucker approaching her was too close and she had no chance to use her blood skills. Other than the blood swipe with her blade, she didn't really know how to use anything else. The bloodsucker confidently swiped its large claw towards Erin, but the attack was blocked. What the bloodsucker wasn't expecting was for her blade to go through its tough skin and was slowly cutting through the muscle until it eventually reached the bone. Once again, it screamed in pain. Her attack had done its job and her sword was now stuck in the bloodsucker's arm. She tried to pull it out, but the other two were already upon her. They smashed hard into her stomach and she had no choice but to let go of her blade. She too was chucked over and slid across the floor. "I won't fail," she thought as she placed her hand on the ground and her knees skidded. Her head was facing towards the floor and she no longer had her putna-like blade. Still, she had one more weapon, the long sword on her back. The pain running through her was strong, and a strange feeling started to rise in her. It wasn't the blood power, it wasn't chi, but something else. It was the first time she had been greatly hurt and in a dire situation since she had turned into a vampire. "You tried killing me. So that means I can do whatever I want to, you bastards, right?" When Erin raised her head, her eyes were glowing yellow. She felt stronger than she had ever before. Using Leo's ability, she could see that her blade was now covered in a yellow aura as well. Without realizing it, she had activated her true damper abilities, and it was time for her to hunt some vampires. Without even moving her body, Erin could both feel and see the newfound energy rising within her. Since joining the school, her aura and power levels had been the same, however. She noticed that there were instances where it would increase. She noticed it when sparring against Leo as well as Edward, and when she was about to hit Nikyu outside of the school. The difference in power was noticeable, but right now, it was on a different level altogether. She didn't know if it was because of anger, or possibly just because there were more vampires she classified as enemies in front of her. Looking at the field, she was trying her best to assess the situation. 2 students were still on the floor, they looked to be dead, and 1 student had run off into the woods somewhere. Amy had gone to try and find help, and Xander was probably too hurt to get back up. Otherwise, he would have retuned by now. There were 5 bloodsuckers in total. 2 of them were being distracted thanks to Timmy's mist skill. However, his ability level was still quite low, so he was unable to cover the entire area in mist. That meant she had to deal with the remaining 3. One of them was charging at her before she even had time to recover, while the other 2 moved forward as well, but decided to hold back and move slower intentionally. It was as if they were waiting to see the outcome of what was about to happen. "My ribs, I think they've healed enough now." When the beasts leapt up through the air, dragging her sword across the ground, she swiped upward using all her strength and also activating the blood aura around her blade. This time, she was trying something different. Controlling her chi better than before, she wrapped the blood aura around her large sword, and using the chi held it in place. Rather than a blood swipe, she increased the strength of her blade, leaving a glow around it. The bloodsucker hadn't expected Erin to recover that fast, nor her strike to be that quick either. He was sure he had gauged her speed before, but now it was even faster. He could do nothing but brace while the blade passed through his body, which it did like butter. The sword sliced the bloodsucker in half. "One down, and I'm ready to take on even more of you ugly men," Erin said, flicking her sword to the side, allowing for the beast's blood to splatter on the floor. "I'm sorry, but I don't like bald guys." With the blood off her blade, the other bloodsuckers and herself could see it. The blood aura compared to before was a different color. Blood swipes always came out red, just like every other vampire. Hers did as well, but right now the aura was yellow in color. The two bloodsuckers that were advancing had stopped, and the one furthest away jumped across back on to the other side of the water stream. "Fall back," the bloodsucker said, in a deep demonic voice. The voice was a little mumbled, as if it had its mouth full, but it appeared to sound like so due to the large fangs in its mouth. "It can speak," Aaron thought, surprised. It certainly didn't look like something that could speak. They just looked like crazy wild beasts in a humanoid form. When the bloodsucker that seemed to be their leader gave the orders, the beasts that were in the mist and the other one fell back. They left running back through the forest while the leader turned to look at Aaron. "I will have to report this to the leader. He will definitely be pleased." At first Aaron thought maybe they were just hiding. It was a trick. They were outnumbered and outmatched. She was lucky with her first strike just because the bloodsucker underestimated her, but their strength and speed were similar to hers. They surely would have come up with something to take her on, she thought. After activating her ability, she knew they really had gone. Then, placing her sword back on her back, she went to pick her katana blade off the ground. She turned to look at Timmy and Nikyu. Nikyu was on his knees looking at the two bodies in front of him. At this moment, she was very thankful for Timmy's ability. Because of the mist, none of them saw what Aaron had done. The secret Quinn had told her to keep was still a secret. However, it was clear that Nikyu wasn't in the right mind in the first place. He was down on his knees, and surprisingly, he had tears in his eyes. "Come on, guys, you're alive, right? Tell me you're alive," Nikyu said, looking at their bodies, but there was no response. Nikyu was younger than them all by a couple of years. He had always been pampered at the first castle. It wasn't even normal for vampires to experience such things in the first place. Even if he was a bully and someone who threw his weight around, he never wanted death upon other vampires. He would have never gone that far. More so, he had delivered the killing blow. He didn't know Timmy had an ability like that, and noticing how effective it was against the bloodsucker, if he hadn't acted so rashly, then maybe Timmy's mist could have given them all a chance to escape. Finally, it looked like Xander had come out from the forest. He held one of his arms, which still hadn't healed, and he had a slight limp as he walked out. "How come no one came to check you, if I was okay?" Xander said. "Come on. Let's get out of here and try find a teacher. We'll head back towards the school and report back to them about what happened." Silver had been running around for a while now. She had bumped into a few students and informed them that the whole test was over. She escorted a few of them back, leaving them with the teacher who was just outside the forest in charge of the system. The call had been made to the castle, and people were on their way, but Silver couldn't sit there doing nothing, knowing there was trouble inside the forest still. After searching some more, she had come across another dead teacher. Only this time, on the ground not too far away from her, was a bloodsucker. A bloodsucker here? Did one of the students turn into one by accident? She thought. On inspection, it looked like two of them killed each other in quite the difficult battle. She was now by the bloodsucker's body, seeing if she could find any clues. But the pieces of clothing it did have on that weren't torn off, did not resemble the school uniform or what vampires would usually wear. All the clothing was a dark blue color. Is it them? If it is, have they finally decided to attack the settlement? But why? They know they would stand no chance against the whole family. Attaching her strings to the bloodsucker, controlling it like a puppet, she lifted it up and threw the body behind her. The body was ripped completely in half in a second, and behind the body Silver was looking at a bloodsucker that was twice the size of the one that she had just used as a meat shield. "Silver," the bloodsucker said in a deep booming voice, "I'm surprised to see you have become a teacher. I never thought you would fall this low. Even if the 30th family has always had a man as their leader, I thought you would be the one to change it. But I'm afraid it's impossible now, because you won't be living to see another day." Silver didn't have a clue who this bloodsucker was. Any resemblance they once had as a vampire was now gone with the way they looked now. But it was clear that this man had known her at one point in his life. It was also clear that he wanted to kill her. Using her blood, she threw out her red strings and successfully wrapped them around his ankles. but he carried on walking slowly and the strings just broke apart as if they did nothing. Who is this guy? He must have been an incredibly strong vampire before turning into a bloodsucker. The fear could be seen in Silver's eyes as she stepped back continually until her back had gone up against a tree. I will not die here. I don't think you have a choice. Silver was a skilled knight, the best of the best when it came to vampires. There were only two positions that could be considered higher than hers: the vampire leaders and the vampire king's loyal knights. Of course there was also the vampire king or queen position, but without being a leader in the first place she could never be considered for such a role. It was well known throughout the other castles that if Silver hadn't been born a girl, that she would have been made the next leader. However, tradition of the 13th family would not allow it. Still, none of those facts changed her current situation. That there was a bloodsucker staring her down that was making her feel completely powerless. Usually she could gauge one's power by the use of her red blood stings. Yet in front of this bloodsucker, they were as useless as a gentle wind breeze. He had snapped them by just moving his large muscular legs. At least tell me who you are, Silver asked. The bloodsucker started to laugh. It was so deep and loud that the ground around them seemed to slightly vibrate. As expected, whenever there is a history the vampires are not proud of, they just completely disregard it, pretend it doesn't exist or that it never happened. The giant bloodsucker said, "Do you even know what type of people you work for? The vampires appear strong on the outside and are arrogant as they see themselves above others. But the truth is they are scared. They are scared that one day something will come along and top them, so they get rid of anything that they see as a threat, not even giving them a chance to rise. Werewolves, blood fairies, Damper and us, the true form vamps." Silver's hunch was right. This man and the other bloodsuckers were from that group. A group of vampires who had given in to the blood addiction. They had consumed so much blood and became addicted that their bodies changed into a permanent form of the bloodsucker. Although unlike a starved bloodsucker, they kept some of their intelligence, and this one in front of her had kept a lot of his intelligence. Even the vampires that thought they should be on top of the food chain ruling the humans didn't agree with the bloodsuckers. Losing control at the sight of human blood, having an addiction like that, it was giving in to one's weakness. Something they didn't want to admit happening. The sun could build up a resistance, but blood was something they would always need sooner or later. While the bloodsuckers like the one in front of her saw it as accepting themselves and embracing who they really were. She was lucky that the bloodsucker liked to talk a lot, as during that time she tried to figure out a way to escape, but she could see none. The only choice left was to fight. I can see it in your eyes, you have chosen to fight. You are certainly a special strong one. If I could, I would have had you over to my side, but I know that's not possible. Silver, a voice shouted from a distance. With her advanced hearing, she could tell that the voice was coming from above, and in the distance she could see Amy flying up high in the sky. The problem was, the bloodsucker could hear it as well. The second the bloodsucker looked up, Silver had made her move. She ran forward as fast as she could and slid underneath, in between the bloodsucker's legs. While doing so, she held both hands out and used as much red string as she could to tie up the bloodsucker's legs. She knew it would mostly be useless, but she just needed to buy enough time. Jumping up high, she then threw out her string and wrapped it around Amy's leg. Using her blood skills and string together, she could control the string with finer detail thanks to the blood control ability she had as well. Once it was wrapped around Amy's leg, she started to pull herself up, and Amy was off as fast as possible. "Thank you, Amy. You're a lifesaver," said Silver. "We need to get out of this forest as soon as possible. I'm afraid I am no match for that thing." Silver had a saddened look on her face. She hoped that most of the students were already out of the forest, but with the giant bloodsucker in the forest, there was nothing she could do. "What was that?" Amy asked when she looked down at Silver. Her face immediately was covered in fear, for the giant bloodsucker that was down on the ground was suddenly not too far behind them. She had seen it all happen so fast. The only thing the bloodsucker did was jump, and now he was around 30 meters in the air, taller than any of the trees and level with Amy. "Don't worry," Silver shouted. "Bloodsuckers can't use blood attacks." Although he was the same height as them, The distance was out of the bloodsucker's reach. Yet the bloodsucker had a smile on its face showing its sharp fangs. It wound up its fist and as hard as it could, threw out a punch. A bang was heard and moments later a strong force had hit both Amy and Silver out of the air. The punch hadn't even reached them, but it had hurt like hell. Amy could no longer fly and Silver, taking most of the blow, was struggling to keep consciousness. Even if the fall from this height didn't kill them, then the bloodsucker surely would. Seeing the trees coming towards them, they both braced for impact. But their harsh descent was no longer, as both of the girls felt someone catch them and was holding them in both arms. Amy opened her eyes, couldn't believe who had caught her. "Leo, what are you doing here?" Amy asked. "An emergency was summoned, and I insisted on coming," Leo replied. Landing on a thick tree branch with the softest of touches, Leo quickly went to the ground, where soon Silver followed, and holding her was Dwight, the king's vampire knight. Placing her wings back in her body, Amy was able to stand as she wasn't as badly hurt as Silver. Then when she looked around she noticed that they weren't the only two that had arrived. Jean, another vampire leader, had as well. Something serious had to have happened if they called over these two as well as Leo, she thought. "Wait, Xander, Aaron, and the others. Leo, we have to save them," Amy shouted. "Don't worry," Dwight replied, placing Silver up against a tree and giving her his flask that was full of blood. "The other leaders and their knights are making sure all the students return to safety. They will be fine, but I'm a little worried about us." The heavy footsteps were heard through the forest, and even the sound of some trees being pushed and branches falling were heard until finally they could see it. A giant bloodsucker. Seeing the vampire in front of him, the bloodsucker started to slow down his pace and came to a halt. Once again he had a creepy smile on his face. "What a great run-in. I didn't think they would send out you two just for these kids. Oh, and who's this?" he said, looking at Leo, who had his hand on his hilt. "Someone looks ready to fight before hearing what I have to say. Come on, speak up. How long has it been since you guys have seen me? Surely you haven't forgotten who I am?" "Of course not, Roa, ex-vampire leader of the second family, and also ex-royal vampire knight," Dwight said, with anger in his voice. Hearing Dwight say his true name, Silver finally understood who he was. At the time, she still wasn't a vampire knight, but she had heard of an upcoming vampire who was rising through the ranks at an incredible rate. A great talent that everyone knew, and that said person was Roa in front of her. Even when he became leader, he had relinquished that position fast, moving on and deciding to become a royal knight. The thing was about royal knights, once someone accepted this position, they were expected to stay loyal to the current king, and most of the time they would pass on with him. Those that joined the royal army would no longer have the opportunity to become king, and they knew that. It was a way for them to prove their loyalty to that of the current king. But Roa had changed all that. The others were unaware of how Roa was growing his powers so fast, and eventually, without warning, he had one day turned into one of them. Of course, when Roa had turned into a permanent bloodsucker, the king had ordered to get rid of him. There was no reversing back once one had reached this point, so Roa felt like he had no choice but to run away, holding a grudge against those that he had dedicated his life to. So what if he enjoyed a sip of blood now and then? The second he turned into a bloodsucker, they had forgotten all the sacrifices he had made. They could have at least tried to figure something out, yet they hadn't. From that day onward, Roa would take on future bloodsuckers looking after them. Where they were based or where they were getting their blood from, no one knew. But it was a threat that the current king was always worried about. "Have you finally decided to betray the whole settlement? Are you here to destroy us all?" Dwight asked. "Let me tell you, it won't be easy." Silver was a little concerned even with Dwight, Jean, and Leo. She felt like it wouldn't be enough. When one turned into a bloodsucker, their basic stats nearly doubled, and Roa, being a past leader, and being a bloodsucker for so long, would be far stronger than a regular leader. "Not today," Roa said. "I want you guys to crumble in fear, wondering when the next attack will happen. You know nothing about us, how many people we have, how strong our forces are, yet I know everything about the settlement, even this little training session going on today. I want you all to worry each day that soon it could be your last. because that was the same experience I feared when I was turned into this, and locked up, knowing that I would be executed. Death for you all is too light of a punishment, Roa said, and the next second the large body was gone. Silver hadn't even seen him leave, but there was nothing in front of her. Even with such a large body he had speed beyond what she could see. That person was a strong one. I would have liked to see how I would have fared against him, Leo commented. Jean chuckled a little bit. I'm more thankful that we didn't actually get in a fight. For a new knight you sure are brave. Not brave, Leo said, shaking his head. I just wish to test my limits. So far I haven't had the opportunity to test how far my current strength can take me. He looked like someone who would have been able to do that. Let's look for the students and head back to the castle. I must inform the king about what is happening, Edward said, looking into the distance of where Roa had left. The other vampire knights and leaders had safely rescued most of the students. There were very few that had actually died. In total 2 teachers were found dead along with 5 other students. Some of the vampire knights had confronted the bloodsuckers, but soon left after seeing them. Sadly, there seemed to be more deaths on one side rather than the other. It was impossible to keep a secret of what had happened as the students were already talking to each other about it as they made their way back to school. However, there was one rumor going around. Students had overheard the knights and the other teachers talking, saying that a couple of bloodsuckers had been killed before they had arrived at one of the locations. Soon, they had figured out that it was the bloodsucker who had attacked both Nikyu's and Rokin's group. While walking back, Nikyu was doing so with the rest of the descendants. He had his head held down and he hadn't said much. He was still in shock of what had happened. Hey Nikyu, you were in the group that killed one of the bloodsuckers, right? Those things are so powerful and scary. I can't believe you managed to kill one. How did you do it? One of his friends asked. I killed one, Nikyu replied. Yeah, all the other kids are talking about it. Some of the teachers even died. There's no way that anyone else could have killed one. Well, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but it wasn't me, Nikyu replied. It wasn't you? Stop joking around. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Nikyu said nothing, but just looked in the direction of Aaron. Who are you? How could you be so strong coming from the 10th family? I need to look into some things. Some time had passed, and somewhere on the vampire planet was a certain special place. Somewhere on the planet in the middle of a forest, there was a large waterfall, gushing water down into the bottom of the lake. If one was to go through the waterfall, they would notice that there was a large cave, one large enough that housed Roa and his army. Another society of bloodsuckers lived here, calling this place their home. Inside there were building structures, homes, and empty blood packs scattered round the place. Most of the houses were just basic. Although these bloodsuckers did have intelligence, it varied from bloodsucker to bloodsucker. Only a few had the full mental capacity they once had in the past. Entering the cavern was a hooded man, but he was not one of the bloodsuckers. He walked past and a few of the creatures snarled at him, but he continued walking confidently deeper and deeper into the cavern, until he had reached the end, where a large mansion could be seen. 2 bloodsuckers stood guard, larger than the others. He has been expecting you, one of the guards said, and the hooded man was let in. Eventually, he was escorted to a throne room, where sitting in a large giant chair to fit his giant body, was the leader of them all, Roa. Did you bring the goods with you? Roa asked. Of course, I have left the blood packs at the usual place, but I'm starting to wonder why I even helped you in the first place, when you couldn't even do such a simple task. Why did you attack the children? That was not what I asked. The hooded man shouted in anger. Calm down, Roa replied calmly. I need to remind you that you are on your own here and not in your own establishment. You asked me to get rid of the 10th, and you said it would be an easy task. However, all of my people that attacked are dead, so I decided to improvise. I thought maybe we could start right from the bottom, getting rid of the 10th children. Well, it looks like you failed at that as well, and instead now the whole vampire council know about you. The hooded man replied. It was only a matter of time before they found out about us. Besides, it looks like you were keeping something from us. No wonder you want to get rid of the 10th family. The hooded man didn't reply as he was confused by what Roa was saying. Oh, so you don't know? Roa didn't say anything past that. But before meeting with the hooded man he had found out about the girl. The girl who wielded the strange yellow aura, confirming that she was most likely a damper. She was surely hiding herself, and maybe this was something they could use. Don't worry, Rowan said with the biggest grin on his face so far. We will get rid of the 10th family for you. I am more than happy, and this time we will do it right. It will also be a message to the king, that there is a force out there that will soon even topple them. The leaders that had come out to help with the incident had returned to their castle for more reasons than one, as once again, another council meeting had been called. However, the vampire knights that had been called out had traveled back with the students. Now inside the large school assembly hall, all of the students had been gathered. Everyone's condition was being checked to see if they were okay. And at the same time, they were busy trying to gather as much information as possible. The students had minimal wounds, but some were affected more mentally than others, particularly those that were either running for their lives or had seen a student die in front of them. The main reason for the questioning was to find out the scale of the attack that took place. Hopefully it would give them an idea of how strong of a force and large of a force they were dealing with. Although there would be no way to know the true extent of the force, but would at least have an idea of the minimum. As students were being checked upon, one of the vampire knights went up on stage. A female knight with dark purple overflowing hair that nearly brushed against the floor. First, to all the students, I would like to let you know that while you are here, you are safe from the threat that unexpectedly came at you today. I know it is a shock for many of you young students, but the most important thing is that you came out still alive to experience and live another day, she said. Perhaps we were a bit behind on teaching you about the bloodsuckers, which is a mistake on our part, but now I will give you information about them that should help you in the future, if you are ever to encounter one again. The knight started to explain to the students what a bloodsucker was and the difference between the two types of bloodsuckers. Most students knew what happened to a vampire when they ran out of blood, but were unaware of the type that would get addicted to blood. They knew of blood addiction but not what it could lead to. When Silver was listening to this, she started to think back to the words that Roa spoke, about how the vampires tried to bury and hide any bad thing about them in the past. On top of this, got rid of anything they saw as a threat. Before the incident with her brother, she was a law-abiding vampire, but lately she was allowing thoughts and other people's ideals to affect her. Lastly, when someone turns into the form of the bloodsucker, they no longer have that family bond attaching them. Perhaps some of you might think you're safe if one of your family members were turned, but you are not. They are free to hurt anyone regardless, which is why they are considered so dangerous. The knight finished explaining. Leo went ahead to check up on Erin and everything seemed fine. However, he did notice she was acting a little strange, as if she wanted to ask something. What was on her mind was about her being a damper. She wanted to know more about that strange aura she used in the middle of her fight, how she was able to activate it. But she knew that this was not the right place with so many people around. Also, Leo was an ordinary vampire, she could see that, so it was unlikely he would know anything. I heard you did a good job, Timmy, Leo complimented him. I will tell Edward about his favorite student. Timmy started to blush, as he was shy. He wasn't really good with getting compliments like so. Thank you. I will continue to work harder for the 10th family in the future. Xander, who was being treated, with his good hand also gave Timmy a thumbs up. This experience made him realize he couldn't just rely on his fists, and maybe getting Edward to teach him the mist ability was a good idea. The group of decedents were gathered together and they couldn't stop talking about the incident that had just happened. While the others were afraid, many of them felt excited. I swear, if that bloodsucker didn't run away, I would have taken it down. I don't know, man. Did you hear what Kathy just said? They're dangerous. What do you mean? Nikyu took one down, so of course we can as well. However, there was one person that wasn't excited about the whole thing, and that was Nikyu himself. He had branched himself a little away from the descendants. He just couldn't share the same feelings as they did. From the sounds of things, the others got attacked by a single bloodsucker, two at most, while their group had far more. It also seemed like the bloodsuckers varied in strength, which would make sense since it was dependent on the vampire they were turned from. Most of those that would turn into a bloodsucker would be weak regular vampires anyway. There were only a few that were at the higher level. Still, that didn't stop Nikyu feeling two things. Fear from almost dying and the second one, regret. He still couldn't get over the fact that, with his own hands, he had killed two fellow students. While sitting down up against the wall, he started to hear certain conversations between the other teachers and knights. "Did you check the report?" Yes, two of the students had different wounds on their body compared to the others. There are signs that show the attack seemed to be made using blood aura. So you think there's a chance the other side has vampires working for them? Maybe, but there is also the possibility that these two students were killed before the bloodsuckers arrived. Maybe a dispute over the flags, someone went too far and killed them both. Or maybe one of the students or teachers were working for the bloodsuckers. It would make sense as to how they were aware of the training taking place in the first place. I'll start conducting a search and see if we can find out any more information about these two boys. I'll check who were the last people to see them alive. Hearing them talking was giving Nikyu the shakes. He held out his hand in front of him trying to keep it straight, but it wouldn't stop shaking. His heartbeat was out of control and beating like a regular human. Will they think I'm working with the bloodsuckers? Nikyu started to think. They hadn't found out yet, but Nikyu being a young boy was having irrational thoughts. He started to go down a deep dark hole of negativity. If they were to find out he killed them, what would happen to him? Would he be stripped of his title, his chances of becoming the next leader disappearing? Maybe if I just explain the situation to them? He thought. That would have just given him a small slap on the wrist. Surely they would believe him. Soon, the negative thoughts took over and he was no longer thinking of the small outcomes, but just overly worrying about the big ones. He was eating away at his thumbnail. They're going to banish me from the first family, put me in a cell. I'm going to rot and be executed. All because of a misunderstanding. I can't let that happen. I can't let them think I was the one that killed those students. I have to do something, Nikyu thought, looking in the direction of Ern. The longer Nikyu was leaving things, the more his mind was going to strange thoughts. The disappointment, the shame he would bring to his family. If he didn't do something, then his whole life would be ruined. When one got to this point, they needed to speak to someone to rationalize their thoughts, a friend to tell them what they were thinking was crazy. But Nikyu had no one but himself. He felt like he had to do something before everything got out of hand. From the two of the vampire knights that were talking with the inspector earlier on, he spotted one of them speaking to students and decided to approach him. The knight he was approaching worked for the 12th family, the Kiltun family. These guys always seemed a bit snobbish when someone would speak to them, as if they had a different upbringing even compared to the descendants. When drinking blood, they would do so by placing it in the perfect glass, and the blood would have to be at the perfect temperature. Small sips would be made from here and there. The 12th family was a major family that was against the idea of the vampires making their own blood. Although they weren't blood addicts, they were certainly blood connoisseurs, and there had been rumors that he had requested to see some of the humans they had caught multiple times. However, they were always refused. The king had made a deal, and he would keep to the deal. The knight he approached was quite the young-looking person named Jax. He had high spikes back hair, and his uniform didn't have a single crease on it. Although it was always hard to tell how old vampires were, especially the higher up in rank they went. "Master Nikyu, I was just about to come and see you," Jax said. The relationship between the 1st and 12th family wasn't a bad one, but it wasn't as if they were best of friends. This was the case for a lot of the families. On his way over, Nikyu had ironed his will, repeating in his head what he was going to say a number of times. He didn't want to appear nervous in front of the knight. It was strange how before he was panicking, but now, he had already decided to dump a certain person. He was back to his usual self. "I overheard you talking with the other knight before," said Nikyu. "As you know, those two were in my team. The truth is, I didn't want to say anything before because I didn't want the vampire in question to get in trouble, but now that you are running an investigation, I don't think the vampire knight's time should be wasted. Before we encountered the bloodsuckers, we came across Rokin's team. They were trying to take our flags, and she used her blood swipe against us. At the same time, I sensed the bloodsuckers appearing and went to deal with them, and that's when it happened. The two students fell due to her attacks. Nikyu said without faltering and looking towards Aaron. That's the new turned from the 10th family. Jax said after inspecting her for a while. Prima was right. He said the 10th family would bring us trouble. I guess since they were a former human, she feels nothing attacking us. This was eclectic news for Nikyu. He had no clue that Aaron was someone who had been turned, and was a past human at that. The only ones that did know of this information were the vampire knights and the leaders. As Quinn had gotten permission from the king to do so, it looked like all the blame would easily be falling on her now. Thanks for the information, Jax said. You did an excellent job in protecting them all and defeating that bloodsucker. I will be sure to mention this to my leader and hope they pass it on to the king's castle. We need more vampires like you. The praise made him happier than ever, and it looked like he was going to get some unexpected rewards out of all of this. He never wanted to take claim for something he hadn't done, but what was the harm in it? Soon Aaron would be out of the picture and he would be the only one. No one would believe the 10th family over a direct descendant. Jax had immediately gone over to where Aaron was. She was currently listening away to the three boys and Amy talk about what just happened. They were making up their own theories as to why they were suddenly attacked by bloodsuckers. But the one who had the most interesting story to tell was Amy, who was describing the odd giant bloodsucker. Before Jax had even arrived, Aaron started to walk towards him as well. Just from his aura alone, she could tell who he was looking for. Oh, it seems you know you have done wrong and have come to turn yourself in, Jax said. Not at all, Aaron replied. I just didn't want to waste my time waiting for you to come over to me. Whack. A sharp slapping sound was heard and Ern's cheek had gone bright red. For once, she hadn't seen the aura move before the hand did. Also, she wasn't expecting to be hit out of the blue like that. You don't talk to a vampire knight like so. Even if you were human, where are your manners? You should show respect to those that are higher than you. I am a vampire knight and I should be treated like one, Jax said. Ern's breathing was out of control as the same energy as before was rising in her. But she needed to calm down. She was doing everything she could to hold herself back. Everyone nearby who was talking and yapping away had turned to look at the incident. Now on to the matter of business, Jax continued. There have been reports that the two students' deaths were not done by the bloodsucker but by a student, and an eyewitness has said that student was you. You are to be restrained until further notice. What? Aaron shouted, having now managed to restrain most of the strange energy. Her chi control helped with that greatly. I didn't kill anyone. Now you are lying in front of a vampire knight. Your punishments will only add up. Dear Nikyu said he saw you kill them with your own blood aura. That's not true. Xander interfered. When the bloodsuckers came, he was the one who had hit them and killed them. Xander, you have always had the soft spot for women. On top of this, I believe you would have a grudge against Nikyu. In fact, the whole 10th family would have. I can't believe you all are accusing the one that saved you from the bloodsuckers. Do none of you have any pride? He saved us? Aaron shouted, her blood boiling. He was shivering there like a log when he killed his fellow students. He didn't even lift a finger against the bloodsuckers. I was the one who killed them. Many in the room started to laugh at what they had just heard. Does she think just because she got the best score on one silly test, that she would be strong enough to kill a bloodsucker? Enough of your lies, Jax said. I will now tie you until we reach the castle. Jax took one step forward, and Aaron looked up at him. She had given him a daring look, saying if he was to take one step closer, she would attack him and he could feel this. Not holding back like he did last time, he reacted to this himself. Lifting his hand by his side, he was preparing to slap Aaron on the face again. Swinging out his hand, it was too fast for Aaron to do anything. She thought she had gotten stronger, better, but a vampire knight was still beyond what she could deal with. Then, bits of blood had splattered across Aaron's face, and the sound of something hitting the floor was heard. She felt no pain, and her face was perfectly fine. Arg! An almighty scream came from Jax. My arm, my arm. When she wiped her face, she could see that Jax's arm was on the floor. If you try hurting my family member one more time, the next thing that will be rolling is your head, Leo said.